Hey, what up, y'all? What up, y'all? We back in here, man. Shalom to all y'all. First and foremost, before we get started, as always, what I'm saying? I want to give all praises, glory, and honor to the Most High Yahweh. Doing so in the name of His only begotten Son, Yahweh Shah. And I'm saying? We back in here again, man. Y'all know how we do. We get together, I'm saying, and edify and build in the spirit, man. So as y'all see by the topic, we're gonna have an open and candid conversation using a backdrop, about the Sabbath, salvation, faith and works, the new covenant, practical application of the laws, and all that, man. We just gonna chop it up and build it and build through the spirit, on this topic. But before we get going, I'm gonna throw the mic to my brothers. Introduce yourselves, then we can get cooking.
Sure, for sure. Shalom, everybody. It's Spirit of David. Like the brother Malak said, we're going to touch on some few things important to the Sabbath. Understanding the scriptures from a true, knowledgeable perspective, as opposed to what the world teaches about the Bible. Because in this time period we're in, but really it's been like this since the very beginning, honestly, of our lifetimes, and probably all the way back to like the first century, but that's a whole digression. But in terms of like understanding the scriptures, people have lost that knowledge for a long time. So we just gonna go over certain scriptural topics. I think we're going over, what's that dude's name again? Lil Don or whatever. I said Lil Don. Yeah, we're gonna watch Young Don and Gideon, and we basically just gonna break down what they're gonna say.
Hey, shalom, shalom, everyone. First, I want to give all praise to the Most High Yahweh and His only begotten Son, Yahweh Shah. Excited to be here. I can't wait to see the brothers' reactions, and it's always good to hear what people feel, how people feel about the Bible, the kind of doctrines they have, and not only do we get to understand how the world feels about the Bible, but we can also break things down. Iron sharpens iron. So I'm glad to be here, and I'm saying I can't wait.
I forgot my train of thought. I'm just gonna skip a lot of the pleasantries. I'll just get straight to it. Let's see. 1 John 2, verse
Niggas
3.
going straight to it, nigga.
I'm going straight to it today. I'm just going straight to it today. You know what? Forget all the pleasantries. You already know what it is. But I'll do it. You know what? I'll do it later. I'll do my pleasant goodbyes. Whatever. First John 2, verse 3. Now by this we know that we know him, if we keep his commandments. He who says I know him and does not keep his commandments is a liar. You hear that? Is a liar, and
That's
the truth
Testament,
is
ain't it?
not in him. It sure is, ain't it? I could have sworn First John was New Testament. I could have sworn that, but that's what. That's all I gotta say until the video starts. Y'all go ahead.
Con.
You can go ahead,
Hey,
Kingdom Pill. Go ahead, rock the party, bro.
yeah, y'all already know it. Yeah, it's the Kingdom Pill channel. We done switched it up. You know what I'm saying? We can't let this nigga Young Don come in here and tank the message. He got his God pill shit. And he, what I'm saying, I personally believe the nigga's an agent, but that's my personal opinion. You know what I'm saying? But we can't let him come in here and tank the message in terms of preaching falsehoods about what the Bible really is, the principles of the Bible, the proper application of the scriptures in modern day context, which he does on his channel. But let's go ahead and get into it. I'm saying? My brother Ghetto Genius came in and just threw a flamethrower to, what I'm saying, it started off. So what I'm saying, we gotta, what I'm saying, continue on with that. So let's go ahead and get into the video. Let me see. Let's go ahead and get into the video. So as y'all see right here, it's Young Don versus Gideon going in about they're talking about God, religion, and the Sabbath. They talk about a lot of different topics in this live stream, similar to the title of the video and whatnot. So we're just gonna jump right on into it. And y'all know how we do. We'll stop it and then give commentary.
You feel me? I saw you had just reacted to my video that I did. You went on the Logan Paul podcast, which that was the big moves over there. And I saw y'all got into a conversation about faith. And so, first and foremost, did he, since you just watched it, was there anything you wanted to say to start this off?
Oh man, I think the first thing, at least one of the things that come off the top of my head is, I feel like there's a perception of me, especially with what I do with the pranks and everything. And also, it's like, I rarely show this side, especially doing something like this. And it's actually, I've been meaning to find an outlet. So I feel like this is the Most High just coming through like he always does. So, I want to show my faith in full strength and just have a really, the Bible says iron sharpens iron. So, hopefully, I can edify you on some things.
Certainly.
And hopefully, I'm pretty sure you're going to edify me on some things. And bro, this is just for the people. And this is just for the betterment of everybody and just spreading the love and the gospel. But one of the things that you have said that I want to talk about first off the bat that's fresh in my mind is that you said that I said a lot of things that contradict the Bible throughout the podcast. And I would agree that I've done and said a lot of things, outside of the podcast that have contradicted the Bible. But I just want to know what in your eyes did I say or do that contradicted the Bible in that podcast?
Okay. All right. So I haven't, I didn't rewatch the podcast in preparation to this. So I don't remember exactly all the criticisms I may have leveled. But, some things that come to the top of my mind was, for instance, for instance, the
And I want to stop it real quick before we continue on with it. Look, man, in the podcast he referring to when he went on the Logan Paul podcast. Hey, look, man, I'm just gonna say this: you don't just get on Logan Paul's podcast, nigga. I'm gonna just leave it at that.
Facts.
Hey, Malak, full screen the video right quick.
All right.
So we can see this chat because they be saying some funny stuff. Take off the do-rag. Was he stole Illuminati?
But yeah, that was a good point though. I'm pretty sure we know for sure those dudes are compromised, but we'll just let them keep going. But
exactly, but we talking about the talking points right here, but I do want to make that clear, just from a broader perspective, like, what I'm saying, because you never know who's watching the channel, you never know who's tapping into the videos and whatnot, and just to have a broader understanding of a realistic perspective on ascending in this YouTube space. Look, man, it is what it is. At the end of the day, we ain't saying things in terms of 100% definites. Of course, only the person that know that is the Most High. But hey,
the signs are there.
You know what I'm saying? The signs are there. If it quack like a duck, it's a duck.
Let's just say that.
Exactly.
He's wearing all black again. I'm seeing an all black affair here.
And
that seems
just to add some context to brothers, where he was like, "Oh, this person is." You're saying everybody who's saying this on YouTube is a Luciferian and a Satanist, and they don't worship the Most High, and those things are true to a degree. And the reason why we say this is because television, in all of its forms, media in all its forms, YouTube included, is a way to program and indoctrinate the minds of the people. So there's always certain assets whose job it is to present certain narratives to steer you in a certain direction. Like, I'll even use myself, for an example, or any of you brothers who went to like Christian schools or went to like churches growing up, and you had to listen to certain, radio stations. For me, it was like 91.9. It might have been different in your area where they have Christian gospel music, and people fall in love with the Christian gospel music, and it like soothes their spirit, and they're getting closer with God. Well, if you've done any additional research, well, specifically on what's it called, the charismatic new movement and the rise of quote unquote Pentecostal Christianity, where introducing like the concert like music, the bombast, the like feeling of excitement and energy. You might see like videos today or on Instagram of people in large crowds, waving their hands and singing like they're towards singing and having a feeling of happiness, like they're speaking with God and Jesus. A lot of those a lot of those pastors that are around during that movement. So I think it was like the 60s and 70s. A lot of them were MK assets, or they worked for the CIA, and their role was to introduce, a certain level of fervency to the Christian movement. So where you have today, where more people are moved by their feelings as opposed to the facts of the Bible. And that's always been the case of people being moved by their feelings as opposed to the facts of the Bible. But the further we progressed in time, the less the Bible and basically society in general is steered by things of logic. The less this society is steered by logical thinking, and the more it's steered by emotional thinking. And just going back to the YouTube point, the reason why I brought up all that up to say is this: like today, the television isn't what controls people, because most people don't watch TV anymore, especially the youth. Most of the youth don't watch cable. They're either on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, Twitch, whatever platform. So how can the powers that be influence the mind of the people? They gotta have assets in these different platforms.
Exactly, bro. And that's why you be seeing people like Jeffree Star, James Charles, some of these alphabet community, individuals on these who have these major YouTube platforms, talking, you know, thousands of millions and multi-millions level of subscribers. Like that's a huge amount of influence that people like that is having on the youth. You know what I'm saying? Especially, 16 on down. You know what I'm saying? Who is, like you said, they don't even watch cable no more. The closer they get to cable TV is Netflix. You know what I'm saying? Hulu. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody, especially the youth, don't really watch scheduled television programs no more. So that's how they influence. You know what I'm saying? Is through propping up these these YouTubers, because people are attracted to things when they have a claim behind them. So if you see someone's already got 2 million subscribers, 3 million subscribers, 4 million subscribers, shit, 100,000 subscribers. That's why that's such a big mark in the YouTube scene. When you reach 100,000 subscribers, that's a huge deal, because that basically certifies you in YouTube land. That basically certifies you in the YouTube space. Okay, this person, they official. They got 100,000 subscribers. They officially get the plaque and all that, man. They official. Now more people. Now they start promoting. Now once you get 100,000 subscribers, they actually start to promote your channel more, because you have a legit following behind you. They start to promote your channel more, then you get even more traction. That first 100,000, it's just like in the financial world. They say your first million is the hardest to make. After that, so I'm not saying it necessarily it's easy, but after that, it's not as hard as it was to make your first million. Same thing with the YouTube shit. Your first 100,000 the hardest to get. After that, it's not necessarily smooth sailing. You still got to work, but it's not as hard as getting your first 100,000. That's because YouTube, they promote your channel more after you get 100,000 subscribers, and especially the people they actually want to prop up, people whose agents and plants or whatnot, assets. They channels start to blow up. That's why you notice these assets, after they reach 100,000, they get their first 100,000 takes damn near 2-3 years to get from 100,000 to 500,000, 5 months. Look at Kevin Samuels. Case in point. That nigga blew up. That nigga got like 700,000 subscribers in like 6 months. You know what I'm saying? But he was on YouTube for like 5 years prior. You know what I'm saying? And struggled to get 100,000. Rest in peace to that brother. You know what I'm saying? But this is just the facts. So that's what happens in the YouTube space when you're an asset and you have a decent level following behind you. Gideon is another one, for example. Nigga blew up like, what I'm saying, in a relatively quick period of time. You know what I'm saying? Also, you notice right here, he got the red, white, and black theme for Bell, with his do rag, his shirt, the lettering on his shirt, and the red stitching on his gaming chair. I don't think and Don got the all black. I mean, these shit is not coincidence, bro.
And I just wanted to say as well, you when you brought up the fact of a lot of times when you see YouTube openly promoting something, like putting it on their trending tab or something like that, they got the green light to go. So they're a part of some agenda they want to push. And also with Gideon, Logan Paul and KSI, they have this new drink out called Prime. I don't know if you guys have seen it. And you know, the pictures you see with KSI and Logan Paul, what do they have? The red and the blue, the fire, the what is it? The polar ice and fire or whatever for
yeah.
the pagan version of duality.
Mm-hmm.
And Gideon is sponsored by them, so you know it all kind
I
of
didn't know
lines.
that.
Yep. Oh, and he's got the drink I seen him with is purple, so we know purple is for Saturn as well. So
Exactly. These things don't just happen by coincidence. Like the brother said, there's always something behind the scenes, and you don't just make statements like that out of thin air. You trace that by the signs. You know what I'm saying? Young Don is famous also for throwing up the inverted triangle for the mother goddess. You know what I'm saying? So like you trace it by the signs. You don't just say shit just because someone is big. But I'll say this: if someone is big, that does kind of give you more cause to pause. Then you start to look for things that they do, and it just so happens to be there as well. So that's really what it is. Things that you look for just so happen to also be there, which is a tell sign that you know what I'm saying they more than likely is compromised. But let's continue on and hear these brothers
Purple in the
talk.
background again.
Oh yeah, he do got a
Good
purple
grief.
background. Hey, I mean, we like I said, we ain't just making this shit up. And this don't take away from what they saying, in terms of some of the truths that they do bring out. But the reason why, what I'm saying, ultimately it's important to make those distinctions clear is because, like me and the brother Ghetto Genius, we did a live stream like a couple weeks back, going into that one brother from the camp that died. It's like, and relating it to this, it's in rest in peace to that brother as well. But relating it to this, it's important to make that distinction because you want to make sure your mind is focused on the message, not the messenger. You know what I'm saying? When you get people who have a big audience, a voice, a name behind them, sometimes people who are not really rooted and grounded in proper understanding start to really idolize the messenger because they're bringing them to a form of stimulus, of mental stimulus and understanding that they're not used to, that may be impactful in their lives. You know what I'm saying? But you can't be so focused on it. You got to be more focused on the message. You got to be more focused on the message. The messenger is just a medium to allow you to, what I'm saying, be introduced to a higher level, high level thinking topics. You know what I'm saying? But he's just a man at the end of the day. So that's the same thing with these brothers right here. They just men at the end of the day. You can take some good things from their message, but understand who they are, so you don't get warped up into the idolization of someone who's bringing you and introducing you to new knowledge, which happens unfortunately more times than not. But continuing on.
The shirt you're wearing right now. Let's just talk about it. The shirt you're wearing right now. Explain to me
man.
what that mean. What that mean when you
That nigga
say
with them damn sound
professional law
effects.
dogger? What that mean? And tell me how that glorifies the Lord. Because all right, wait, before we even get there, you're a Christian, right?
Let's stick with the first thing first.
Wait, hold on, wait a second, because everything is contingent on that. If we can't get that straight, then we don't even.
I'll tell you, man. This is what I'll say. I believe everything in this Bible is true. I'll say that. I believe everything in this Bible is true. But first thing first, you asked what a professional.
So Gideon, you know what I'm saying, he's distinguishing himself from the Christianity, from the Christian religion. You see young Don is more stuck on the religion of Christianity. And of course, us brothers on this panel, brothers in the chat, brothers who follow this channel and my main channel as well, more than likely already know that the religion of Christianity, in fact, not just Christianity, but all major religion, all religion period, is false and is based in pagan worship. But it's interesting to see how the buildup of this, you know what I'm saying, how you see a brother like young Don who's more focused on the Christian shit. And he even said himself, everything is contingent on that. When it's like, when you have that mindset of everything being contingent on a man-made philosophy, your whole way that you view the Bible is going to be skewed. Your whole, like when you open the Bible to read it, it's going to be skewed with that mindset. It's going to be influenced by that initial mindset that you got. You know what I'm saying? As opposed to you coming into it with an open mindset. Let me just open it and read it and take, let the spirit guide me and, read the pages and research and things of that nature. Instead, you coming into it with a Christian mindset. Now you're gonna miss things that you might normally get. You're gonna read certain things in the way that you want to read it based off of your Christian mindset instead of what it's actually saying. And I think that really is one of the big things with a lot of Christians is that you look at the Bible and you're basing your reading, like for the Christians that do read the Bible, which is not that many, but for the Christians that actually do read the Bible, you read it from that mindset. So you can't even digest what it's properly saying when you go open to read it, and that's really a game changer.
But I you notice how he was gatekeeping, like, oh, if
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
not
he was.
Christian,
Yeah.
and that goes to show you that when people think of the Bible, they associate it with Christianity off the rip, and that's why. And you have to ask yourself, well, okay, how well is Christianity doing for the people if you have videos of people like throwing the Bible in the toilet with no remorse, or they don't got to worry about anything? That goes to show you that nobody takes your religion seriously because you most likely don't take it seriously yourself.
Exactly.
Well,
And it's been honestly,
well,
it's been branded as a joke because it is.
well. I mean, the reason why it's a joke is because that word is not even in there. So that's really strike 1, 2, and 3 for you out, and then you showed up at bat, and then you struck out again. So I don't even know. So it's just made up bullshit. So I don't understand. That's the part that I don't get. Like, this is a basic. A lot of this stuff is a basic literature issue. It's like, how on earth could you associate that type of faith with the Bible when that word is not even in there? But of course, they're going to try to use a word that's only used at the most 3 times in that bitch, unless if it's the New Living Testament.
3.
Which,
I think it's only used once.
most translations is 2. I believe in the 1611, I saw it was 3, but in the New Living Testament, that's just like over like 25 times. Which
Okay,
I
well,
was, it's like, that shit's bullshit. That's like, that shit's garbage. But
then I might be mistaken.
that's the biggest issue.
What other examples are there? Because I know in the book of Acts, it says they were called Christians in Antioch. I can't think of any other example off the top of my head.
Acts
I got a
26. Acts 26 with Paul, and then was it 1 Peter 4? Whatever.
It's 1 Peter 4 and 16. It says, "Yet if any man suffer as a Christian, let him not be ashamed, but let him glorify God on this behalf."
Okay.
But the fact that
it's way out of context.
But they take it out of context.
But look at this though, right? With the Knights Templars, bro, like they believed in, they claim to believe in the Bible and believe in God and
pagans.
But look at how different they are to modern day Christians. With the Templars, they used to say, "Deuce Volt, run up in your land, everything dead, everybody dying," right? But now you guys are just now all of a sudden these group of Christians have the Bible and now it's hug everybody, I love you. No man, I know.
And that takes away from the core tenets of the Bible because the Bible itself is a separatist book. Even if you want to use the modern day Christian premise of everybody can be saved, even if you want to group everybody into the Israelite book, which the Bible is the history of the Israelite book. But even if you want to group the other nations into it, if you want to say they're grafted in, quote unquote, even if you want to do that, it's still a separatist book. You know what I'm saying? It's not a love everybody book. There's no parts of the Bible that tells you to love everybody, of every nation, of every mindset. Even if you want to use the other nations can be grafted in if they are taught and learn underneath the Israelites. That would count them as, even if you want to use that logic, that would count them as one of us, which that's not true, but that would count them as one of us if you want to use that logic and that mindset. So that in itself, that's still a separator between one group of mindset of people and the rest of the world. So it's not a love everybody all inclusive book, even from that perspective.
Agreed.
I
was just gonna say a quick thing when it comes to like people's understanding of the scriptures, and even people who go to the church. And this is something I've noticed, and I'm sure a lot of you brothers notice. The reason why there's a lot of confusion in terms of like the actual truth of the Bible is because most people are fixated on being a part of a group than the actual truth. When the truth separates, that's why Christ himself says, he didn't come to bring peace, but a sword, put variance between the Father and the Son and the Mother, the brothers and sisters. Why? Because the truth separates people. The truth doesn't bring people together. That's why one of the major themes throughout the scriptures is that anytime the prophets preached, they were always killed. That happened in the Old Testament. It happened in the New Testament with Christ and the apostles. Anytime they preached, the people would come against them. And you know who people who always came against them were? They're the ones who quote unquote believed in God, the God of the Bible, and who actually, in their mind, worship the God of the Bible. But when they were told the truth about themselves, they rebelled. You see, a lot of people are comfortable saying they love God and I'm a Christian or I believe in the God of the Bible. But when you actually tell them what the Bible actually has to say and how they're supposed to conduct themselves, that's when their real spirit comes out. So
Yep.
that's why the religion of Christianity is very popular. It gives a person a feeling of being righteous, but you don't actually have to go through the work of being righteous because it's a lonely path, man. It's a lonely path, especially in this type of society that we're in, where wickedness is promoted. Your mindset has to be completely disparate from the mindset of the society. So you're going to be looked at as an outcast, you know, as a vagabond, as someone who's different. And that's how it's always been. That's why when you read the scriptures, a lot of time the prophets, they would still stay by themselves. You know, they'd be in the mountains, or they would have like certain people they taught. But at the end of the day, it was very inclusive, not exclusive. Some people got it, but the vast majority of people did not.
Yeah, that's facts. That's facts. And to add on to that, in regards to the the separating nature of just believing in the true words of the Most High and not the world's view of things. You know, you can even see. I mean, it's even prophesied, and it's funny because this is a person that comes up later on in this live stream or this you know debate or whatever they had. This person comes up later on, but I'm gonna go to the book of Job, chapter 9 and verse 24. It says, "The earth is given to the hand of the wicked. He covered the faces of the judges thereof. If not, where and who is he?" So the earth being given to the hand of the wicked signifies the fact that most people are going to operate under the vibration of um, whatever the frequency of the world is. So if the world is given to the hands of the wicked, you know what I'm saying? That's the frequency that's going to run rampant through the world. And most people are set to be destroyed, not saved, which means most people are set to follow underneath and live by that vibration, that wicked vibration, not the antithesis of it being the righteous vibration. You know what I'm saying? So with that in effect right there, in order to operate within the world, you've got to have kind of a very shrewd mindset. I like how Gideon said when Don tried to press him with the Christian shit. Gideon said, basically, I don't associate with none of those religions, but I believe everything in this book is true. And that's great. That's a great way brothers should answer that kind of a question. You know what I'm saying? Because if you got people around you, especially those who what I'm saying, you have tried to bring it to the right understanding constantly over and over and over again. You know what I'm saying? You don't ever have to associate yourself with some major religion or whatnot. Don't ever compromise yourself. The scriptures even say, actually let me pull up the precept. Let me go to the precept real quick. Let me see. This is okay, this is the book of Luke, chapter 7 and verse 23. And blessed is he whosoever shall not be offended in me. You know what I'm saying? So if you know your understanding of the Bible to be true in terms of you associating yourself with the true God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob and his only begotten son, Yahweh and Yahweh Shai, you understand that to be true. So don't be offended in this by claiming Christian when you're around people. You know what I'm saying? You don't got to do none of that shit. Just say, I believe everything in this Bible is true. I don't associate with none of the religions, but I do believe every single word in this book. That's all you got to say. That's the right mindset. That's how you should operate. You know what I'm saying? When these Christians and whatnot is pressing you in the world, unless you want to go into a debate with them and shit like that. But I'm talking about just if what I'm saying, you don't really care to do all that, or what I'm saying, you just want to keep it cordial, maybe on the job or some shit. A place where it's not wise for you to go into deep spiritual conversations, wherever that place may be for you. You know what I'm saying? Maybe dealing with family members in your home and stubborn family members in your home or whatever. when you, like I said, your job, you know, whatever's maybe, you know, got a bitch or whatever, but whatever the situation may be for you, where you don't really want to delve into that topic, you know what I'm saying, so heavy because you understand, you know, either it's not wise for you to do so in that environment, or you just don't feel like having that conversation. You know what I'm saying? You don't gotta associate with none of these religions. You know what I'm saying? You don't gotta be offended, you know, in the Lord. You know what I'm saying? You don't gotta be offended of the what you know of the true ways of the Lord. But you just say, I believe everything this Bible is true. I don't associate with none of those religions. So I like the way he answered that question. All right, anyone else got anything else to say before we continue?
I just want to know, what does that mean by raw dogger? I am interested in that question. I do want to know what that is.
He gonna answer it right here.
A raw dogger is, man, a professional raw dogger. You go in safe, you come out safe. You know, I feel like the shirt is self-explanatory, but the second part of your question was.
So that's the answer right there, bro.
Okay.
Wait, what? Right. Did he even explain it? Whatever.
That's what I was saying. Talking about going in girls raw, bro. Professional.
That's all he does. Yeah, that's all he's talking about. That's all he's talking about.
That's all I was trying to see if there was a deeper meaning to that, what he said, but apparently there's not. So.
Oh, okay. I mean, nigga,
yeah. Whatever.
Every nigga shit. Professional raw dogger, dog. We're gonna be there, shit. Like,
you know what's crazy about that? But you know what's crazy about that is Don, he has an issue with Gideon making that statement, saying he's a professional raw dogger because, you know, he believes in the whole fornication is sex before marriage, all that bullshit. But, you know, he believes in that. But my question is, if you have an issue with the statement in itself, professional raw dogger, Don, you have a child. So that obviously means that you are a professional raw dogger as well. I mean, it's with your wife. You know, I don't want to touch too heavily on that, but it's with your wife. But, you know what I'm saying, you to speak so heavily against the premise of that shirt in itself, that's just funny to me, considering you actually have a child.
Hey man, but I'll be honest, I don't take this thing seriously what he has to say, especially about the sex in the Bible.
Remember, hopefully he's not sodomizing anybody.
Yeah, I'm gonna say fucking according to this dude, sodomy is fucking
head from his wife.
Head from his wife. Niggas can't get head.
Bro, you know he getting head from his wife, bro. That's cap.
Hey, he'll probably ask for forgiveness for committing a sin. You know, all sins are forgiven, so it's all good.
And you know what's crazy? I wanna actually go into a precept covering this topic, because not even just with this with these two brothers right here, but you also see this conversation come up in Israel. Unfortunately, you got a lot of dick policing in Israel, where brothers want to tell brothers what they can and cannot do outside of the confines of what the law stipulates you can and cannot do. Brothers want to control other brothers Johnson, which that's unfortunate that you got in that mindset. Exactly, niggas try to make up laws to try to control what other brothers can and can't do, and more often than not, it's because those brothers have a situation where they can't do those things that they want to do that other brothers, you know, can have access to. And we all, I don't gotta get too specific on that. We all know what I'm talking about. But I want to go to this precept right here. This is the book of Proverbs, chapter 30 and verse 18. There be three things which are too wonderful for me, yea, four which I know not. The way of an eagle in the air, the way of a serpent upon a rock, the way of a ship in the midst of a sea, and the way of a man with a maid. So it says there's three things that he knows, four which I know not. So the three things that he knows are the way of an eagle in the air, the way of a serpent upon a rock, and the way of a ship in the midst of the sea. The fourth thing which he does not know is the way of a man with his maid. So what a man does with his maid, with his woman, his wife, his concubine, his girl, his hoe, whatever situation he got going on, you know, what a man does with that woman, that's nobody else's business, bro. So if he raw dogging that bitch, that shit don't fucking matter. As long as you're not breaking the law, statutes, commandments, which we went over that in the last stream we did covering Young Don on D-Ben's channel. You can go into the sexual laws in Leviticus, the 19th chapter. You know what I'm saying? As long as he not breaking them laws, what he chooses to do with the woman of his choice, that's nobody else's business, bro. Unless that brother wants to openly explain that shit.
like Jidon or Gideon or whatever his name is,
Exactly.
Digimon.
He wants to tell niggas what he about. That's cool. You know what I'm saying? But if he wants to do that, there's nothing wrong with that, bro. You know what I'm saying?
No,
So it is what it is. As long as he ain't doing it unlawfully, you know what I'm saying? Pursuing the Leviticus 19. As long as that's not happening, ain't nothing wrong with doing what he do. Like the scriptures say, not knowing the way of a man with his maid. Hey, it is what it is.
hey Donnie, one of your fans in your group chat said W shirt, so I don't know. Your fans started to get converted already. Oh my god.
Yeah, bro. It is what it is, man. Let's continue.
What does it do to edify God? So it doesn't edify God at all. You know, it doesn't promote God. It doesn't bring anybody closer. If anything, it's maybe a promotion of making females harlots when that's the last thing out there.
Yeah.
And that's I feel like that's probably one
And-
of the last things I like to promote is
and not to cut you off, but like I said glorify God, not edify God, right?
Oh,
Young
okay.
Don the
Glorify
God.
Because
it
we
doesn't
can't
glorify
edify
God. It doesn't
we can't
edify
edify-
anybody.
They say Young Don the God. Well, that is his name.
And
Young
they
Don the Sauce
spam
God.
and they spam that shit too. I mean, but at least it said sauce whatever. That shit just says Young Don the God. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
But
Mm-mm.
that's what we talking about earlier, bro. With the you know what I'm saying? Sometimes when you get a platform, you're very influential on people. People start to look at you in a certain light in terms of pedestalization and idolization. That's why we have to explain, you know what I'm saying, the truths behind, you know what I'm saying, from our perspectives, based off of what we know to be true in terms of the left hand side, who these men really are. That's why that talk is important, bro.
Yeah. What the hell? What is this group? This shit retarded. If hell does not as its first, what that? How
Oh,
does heaven and God? You know what? I'm not going to go there today. That's a dumbass
no,
question.
they're gonna talk about heaven and hell later on. So I
Oh,
guess we
okay,
can
well,
skip
never
it.
mind. I guess we are going to go there today.
Yeah, we are gonna go there, bro.
Thank you, guys.
It doesn't edify anybody about God or
Right,
anything.
right.
That was just a I just
Yeah, no, I just want to make sure for the chat because I know that's a word that I only learned the definition of, fairly recently. So I know as people in the chat hear us say the words edify and glorify, and they're like, "What that mean? What's the difference?" Edify. The actual definition, I just pulled it up right here: to instruct or improve someone morally or intellectually. So, chat, we can't edify God, but we most certainly are commanded to glorify Him in everything. And so that was, all right, so okay, I feel like you answered that question pretty, what about
And
go ahead.
oh, actually, finish what you were gonna say.
I was just gonna say, all right, so you don't feel comfortable calling yourself a Christian, is what I'm hearing.
Before we get into that, I want to stick on the shirt first.
Okay.
I kind of got into it when I was reacting to the
Nigga think
sound
he's cool or
effects.
something.
when I was reacting
He
about
think he's
the
cool or
podcast and
something,
everything.
bro.
And I had to do a deep look at myself. I've been thinking about this for like the last 2 years. Is this something I want to put out there in the universe?
Yeah.
Because I look at it like I didn't want to be a influence for everybody out there. I just wanted to make funny videos, hopefully one day make a living off of it. And I've done that, but also in the process of doing that, I've also been someone that people look up to. I try to tell everybody, do not look up to me like an idol and everything because I'm human. We shouldn't idolize anybody but the Most High. But
There you
I have
go.
to realize the position that I'm in. If I am gonna be at this position, I need to at least have a good message and stuff. And so first thing first was I really looked at homosexual. That was the first thing I really looked at. And I said, yeah, if I'm going to believe in what this book says, then that has to be the first thing to go.
And you see that comment from Sneeko? He said professional out of wedlocker.
Homosexual. Okay, he really got to explain that one. Come on, man. Homosexual. Pause.
Oh, you talking about his shirt?
Yeah, later on, he in the video he explains he stopped making those.
Gangsta-licious. Homies over hoes. Homies over. Then he do the homie.
I got rid of homosexual, I would say, about almost a year ago.
Do
the homie, wow. Man. Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I didn't even peep that. I didn't even know that. Because, so many, reacting to.
And you see that comment by You Suck? It said, Gideon is not a Christian. He's an op Hebrew Israelite.
Wow, he's an op Hebrew Israelite.
But that's funny though because that kind of goes hand in hand with a concept I like to call the persecution of the saints. Going into how brothers who really believe in this truth and truth and sincerity and or believe in this biblical knowledge and truth and sincerity, believe in the truth of the Bible. What I'm saying, wholeheartedly, are going to be framed as ops to the world, not just the religious system, but or not just the world system, but are going to be framed as an op to the one world global religion that's coming. Under the Luciferian worship of the beast. I'm saying that the horn god, the T god, whatever you want to the Baphomet, whatever however you want to say that entity, that's going to be the new god of the world. So brothers who believe in the antithesis of that, which is the Most High, I'm saying, are going to be framed. The Most High truth and sincerity are going to be framed as ops. So that person you suck is actually saying, what I'm saying, is actually saying statements like that more than likely because he has fallen into the mindset that we're the enemy, which is how they're framing, this truth by using certain ploys and props with these different characters, like that dude that shot up the Jewish store or whatever. These certain agents in these Israelite camps who have CIA ties, like the dude, what's his name? That nigga here, man. You know what I'm talking about. The nigga from ICPK.
Oh,
What's that nigga
Johanna, is that
name?
his name?
Yeah, Johanna. Yeah, that nigga on record on YouTube. You can type it up. General Johanna
The
ICPK, a
general?
governor. Yeah, the general nigga. Yeah,
Oh
bro.
man,
That
not the
nigga, that nigga,
general.
that nigga is on record. I ain't telling no lies, bro. That nigga is on record on YouTube saying that he has ties with the CIA.
Oh man, the
You know,
general. Whew.
so these people are gonna be used
Shout
as
out to the captain.
characters. Shazariak, his right hand man. So hey, can two
Uh,
walk together lest they be agreed? So we know what Tazariak is on too, bro.
hopefully that's
And
not what their agreement is. I mean, shit.
I wouldn't be I
General.
wouldn't be surprised, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Uh,
So
But
they're being used as characters, or they're gonna be used as characters for all these different ploys and these different false flag events to bring shame upon the true believers of the Bible and the term Black Hebrew Israelite that's associated with the true believers of the Bible.
yep, and I just wanted to say real quick, you know, all these CIA agents and like this has been a thing in the Black community for a long time, right? You have people who infiltrate and try to galvanize certain groups to do what the elites want, but now, you know, I guess I would say the majority, the major population is being exposed to this. A lot of these dudes are low key CIA agents.
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Like Andrew, I'll throw Andrew Tate out there, right? His dad,
yeah,
Yep.
like all these guys have connections to the CIA or some kind of Fed,
Yep.
right?
yeah.
It's just like, so you guys don't think that these guys could be being used to stir controversy in some kind of way?
The
Like you got
most
to think
interesting
about that.
men in the world.
Yep.
Exactly. I mean, you mentioned Andrew Tate. He just got banned from Facebook,
Facebook.
Instagram. Basically social media in general. He
Damn,
just got
Instagram
banned.
too.
Yeah, he got banned from Instagram too.
Hmm.
Yeah, he just got banned from pretty much social.
Yeah,
He don't have a
Instagram is
YouTube channel.
Facebook. They're called Meta now, but Instagram is
Yeah,
Yeah,
Facebook.
yeah.
yeah.
I just knew it was
Exactly.
Facebook for sure. I didn't know it was Instagram too.
Yeah, he got banned from all the platforms. So like,
Hmm.
and the thing about it is, Andrew Tate is a character. Don't get it twisted. Like we said with Young Don and Gideon, they do make some true statements, but we gotta separate the message from the messenger, the person from the message. Andrew Tate makes a lot of true statements as well. Don't get it twisted. I believe a lot of the things he says to be true in regards to just the male to female dynamics. But
Yeah.
that nigga is a CIA agent. His dad, he's on record saying his dad was a CIA spy. He's
Oh my
on record with
goodness.
he's on record with that shit, bro. You can type it Andrew Tate dad on YouTube. Andrew Tate
Double
speaks
O
about his
07.
dad. You're gonna have hundreds, you're gonna have a lot of videos talking about his dad, about his dad was a CIA Grandmaster CIA spy. That's
Damn,
that's
Grandmaster.
as
yep.
because yeah, grandmaster chess player, and as smart as that dude is, like as smart as his dad was like a genius. Of course, I could believe he's in the. Of course, the CIA would pick him up. He'd be in the
Of
CIA.
course, of course, of
Yeah.
course, of course. You
Why would they
know.
not pick up the pupil of the Grandmaster?
And then really,
Grandmaster.
when you really think about it, it's like when I look at them dudes, I'm like, yeah, them dudes are feds. Like, yeah, like
Mhm.
look at the way they talk, look at how they
Oh
Yeah.
dress,
shit,
look at how
Myron.
they act.
Myron as well.
Yeah, well, yeah, he admitted, right?
Oh,
But you know,
Yeah,
yeah, he was
he
Homeland
admitted
Security,
that.
and he was
but
Homeland.
like it's like in real life, right? Where you trying to like undercover cop, like he go, hey, you guys know where I can buy some good weed, dude? Like, bro,
Mm-hmm.
fuck here,
Mm-hmm.
bro. You're a
Mm-hmm.
cop. You know what I mean? But majority
Exactly.
of people can't really see that. They don't really have discernment like that.
Disarmament. Yep.
From
Facts.
the Israelite perspective, hey man, can you give me that verse about the MOB real quick, man?
Uh-huh. 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 Yep.
You got
Yep.
any trees,
Yep.
man?
Yep. Yep.
You got
And you
that
see, and you,
Deuteronomy 28?
that dude on a 28 pack.
Deuteronomy 28 starter pack.
And you know what's
Uh,
crazy? You see it with Andrew Tate, right? He's obviously, like I said, he says a lot of true statements, but he is being used to stir up controversies, to stir up division. Because whenever you say the truth, it's only going to divide people further. Especially when you get a
yep.
loud voice, it's not
Mhm.
only is it going to divide people further, but it's going to divide and stir up a lot of emotions out of people too. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So they're gonna get in their feelings a lot, heavy emotional, flabbergasted by the shit that he say. You know what I'm saying? And the tone and the bravado in which he speak with, the world don't want men to speak with that level of fervency and masculinity with a lot
When
of
it's
true
not
statements.
controlled.
It's exactly if it's not controlled, or even if it is controlled, they're using that level of masculine fervor speech. They're using that to stir up confusion and division more amongst the people. So that way, when they're ready to really roll down with a lot of these different um, agendas, the people are already in such disarray with each other. There's already so much dislike and hatred. Um, self. What's the word looking for? Self-induced, really self-induced or agenda-induced. Hatred and dislike for your counterpart. That it's easier for people to, you know, engage in warlike behavior. You know what I'm saying? For when that time period actually comes. And also with the censorship as well, he's being used, you know what I'm saying, to as a censorship tool. You know what I'm saying? To basically get people okay with the concept of censoring whatever you don't like. But that sets a terrible precedent for the future. Because anything, if you look in the guidelines of Facebook / Meta / Instagram, whatever the fuck, if you look in the guidelines now, they basically have it in their guidelines that anything that they consider divisive, they can ban you for. So Andrew Tate's banning, that sets a bad precedence for just people in general who counter the movements, whatever movement at the time, excuse me, or the powers that be, whatever the woke movement is at the time, whatever the new flavor of the month is in regards to these different new agendas. If you counter that and you have a loud voice and you speak heavily against it, especially in a way that brings a lot of acclaim to you, and in a way that's very influential upon other people, you have rights to your voice can get banned. You know what I'm saying? So that's such a terrible precedent, but people are so deep in their emotions that, and which is what Andrew Tate was used for, and the way in which he speaks, the way in which he explains things, bravado in which he speaks, that incites emotion out of people. So he's being used for that. So that's the thing. Like, you know, that's why it's important to understand the tactics of the enemy. They use the different plants, these different props and tools and pawns to accelerate their agendas. And I want to bring out a precept. This is the book of Second Ezra, chapter 16 and verse 70, because it goes back into into the comment by this person, you suck. It says, "For there shall be in every place, and in the next cities a great insurrection upon those that fear the Lord. They shall be like madmen, sparing none, but still spoiling and destroying those that fear the Lord. For they shall waste and take away their goods and cast them out of their houses. Then shall they be known who are my chosen, and shall be tried as the gold in the fire. So there's gonna be a time, we know the time period of Jacob's trouble, man. It's gonna be a time period to come upon this world. You know what I'm saying? In due time, no man knows the day or the hour, but we can see by the signs we are itching closer to that time period whenever it may come. You know, we there is gonna be a time period where that great insurrection is gonna come, that great travail, that great tribulation is gonna come, and it's gonna be because of one of the main reasons because of why it's gonna be because the powers that be are putting in the steps right now, implementing the steps right now to frame people who believe in the true Bible as an enemy to common society, especially when they really start rolling down with these agendas in terms of the pedophilia agendas, in terms of the overt worship, I'll say the overt um um you know expression of alphabet activity more openly amongst mass society, um and all these different other agendas that they have, socially, I'm saying, in terms of the dynamics between people. The true believers of the most high are going to be opposed to those different movements and whatever, and that's going to be those movements are going to be the norm in the society that we head into. So you're going to be cast as the outcast. You're going to be cast as the op to the well-being of society. You hate people. You're misogynistic. You know what I'm saying? You have such and such phobia. You know what I'm saying? That's going to be the common phrases and names that are thrown out against people who disagree with those different choices that people are going to be making making more of, because that's going to be basically what they promote more of in these coming last days. So you're going to be shamed and framed as an op to the well-being of society if you truly believe in the words of this Bible. And that's what this person you suck is getting at. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the framing that's happening right now.
I ain't got nothing to add on to all the great points y'all brothers been saying. I'm trying to get a little bit further in the video before I start going ahead. But y'all been killing it.
I appreciate that, man. Yeah, let's get more into it.
Some of your classics, you see it and you don't even make them. So props to you for that. And two, like I was on the phone with you earlier, what I wanted to get across and what I hope I got across in my video where I was discussing that, bro, none of us are perfect. You feel me? None of us are perfect. None of us, all of us sin. Even the most devout Christian that you look at and you think, oh, this dude go to church every day, twice a day. He read the Bible 8 hours out of the day. He never swear. He never curse. He looked like he almost floating. That dude, even he sins. You feel
He's
me?
almost
And
floating.
so, and I don't even know nobody like that personally, but I'm just saying, so it wasn't me trying to criticize the fact that you're
Black
not
Hebrew
a perfect
Israelism.
person, but rather I think that there is this dangerous thing happening in society where you have a lot of people claiming Christ, you have a lot of people claiming Christian, where you have a lot of people claim.
I want to hit there's a comment right here that is goes hand in hand with what we was just saying by this person, Dreckie Amanda. They said Gideon doesn't conduct himself like a BHI or Black Hebrew Israelite at all.
What is that?
BHI, that's Black Hebrew Israelite.
No, I was joking. What is a Black Hebrew Israelite? What is that?
Exactly.
Is that his shirt?
The fuck is black?
What the fuck is that? His do-rag? Oh my god.
He said BHI is a cult, bro, not followers of God. That's how they framing, this truth, because they're able to use pawns that have a lot of influence in the Israelite community. These different camp leaders, these different other people on YouTube who have a certain moniker of success. In terms of when I say success, I mean their following. The people that they're able to influence, with their mindset. You know what I'm saying? Those are the people that have been and are going to be used, and also just these different Manchurian candidates who they're going to come out later and say they're associated with a certain sector of people who believe in this mindset. That dude, what's his name? Frank James, the dude that shot. He was the dude in fucking Grant. What's that park in New York? Shit called?
The fat fuck public mass
Yeah, that
shooter.
nigga. Yeah, that nigga. Yeah, he was associated with the quote unquote black Hebrew Israelites. See, that's the thing. Now, of course, that has a whole nother understanding as well, which I ain't even getting to that, but at this time. But just
I'll
from
be
that
surprised if
perspective
he
of him
follows the
believing or him
dietary
being
laws.
associated, yeah, that nigga, yeah, you already know what he be on.
That nigga big as hell.
But just him being associated with the concept or the group known as the quote unquote black Hebrew Israelites, which is what they're framing everybody who believes in the Israelite faith as, that's enough to tarnish the whole group, to tarnish everybody who believes in a similar mindset. Well, not tarnish, but necessarily, but group everybody who believes in a similar mindset as, you know what I'm saying, lunatic killers who have so much hatred in their heart for society at large, they're willing to take everyone down in the process with them. You know what I'm saying? That's how they kind of framing it. And you're gonna see more of those Manchurian candidate staged events by some people that you may know and love in this Israelite community as these days progress.
Yep, this homosexual is getting pawned out.
Mm-hmm. Hey, you never know. He may end up being one of them, bro. You never know.
Yeah,
You
we
never
never
know,
know,
bro.
man.
I hope
With the
not, but you never
Masonic
know.
hand pose, Masonic
Yeah,
pose alert.
hey, hey. I mean,
Oh, you
hey, the
paused it at
sign,
the right time, homie.
yeah, bro. Hey, the signs is there, bro. We ain't making this shit up, bro.
Hey, we ain't making it up, bro. That nigga, that shit's so perfect timing, bro. Oh
I mean,
my.
it is what it is, bro. That's why you gotta detach from, we be saying, you gotta detach from the person and the messenger and tap into the message, bro. They're just a medium. That's all it is.
Boy.
In Christ. You have a lot of people claiming Christianity, but they want to propagate it to their fans, their ignorant fans, that
Like
this is
yours.
what a Christian can look like, and so now that promotes some degree of misinformation about
This chat is
what
something
it
else.
looks like, because though we aren't perfect, there is a standard that we're supposed to constantly be striving to achieve or striving to represent. You know what I'm saying? And so that was when I went into that video reacting to you, it was from a point of view of, who is Gideon? Is this a Christian who just got, swept up in the world like so many of us do from time to time, and so he not on his Bible game as strong as he used to be, which is a very common story. As you showed me from your Bible, there was clearly a point in time where you was on it like that. Or is this a yet another influential person propagating misinformation about what it looks like to be a Christian? Can I be out here wearing homosexual, even though you've addressed that already?
Well, I feel like if we're Christians, we don't need to, it is sad to say, because we are influential people and stuff like that. So, all the Christians out there, they're going to look at us. But, they don't need to look at us to figure out what a Christian needs to look like. I feel all they need to do is open up their Bible, go to the New Testament, and just see what Jesus did. We need to be like Jesus. Jesus is the only person that exists on this earth that didn't.
This dude flip flopping at first.
Stop.
See, he's delved into Don's world. At first, he's like, I'm not a Christian. I just believe in the Bible. And now he's talking about what Christians should do. Come on, Don.
If you're a Christian, if you want to know what a Christian is, just go look in the Bible. No Negro, no homosexual, no gangster lynches. Oh, homies over hoes, do the homie. No, homie, no.
Hey, that's how you know. That's how you know a nigga serious when they be speaking. They say Negro. They say Negro. That's how you know a nigga serious. What you saying, bro?
It's silly. Oh, you want to be a Christian? Go look.
What we call today Christianity is not it's not based on the actual teachings of the people of the scriptures. Because the best way to have an understanding of this, and I'll break it down from a historical perspective, not even going to the prophecies of Christ. So like after like the Babylonian captivity, many of the elite of the southern kingdom, the tribe of Judah, they returned to the land, and of course they had to rebuild. Not only did they have to rebuild their country, their city, but a lot of them had to rebuild their understanding of the scriptures. which unfortunately have been tainted in their experience in Babylon. That's why, for example, those of you brothers who read Ezekiel, I can't quite recall which chapter it was. The Most High showed Ezekiel a vision, and he was able to see that the priests were worshiping the sun and how the women were weeping for Tammuz. But so essentially, our people had mixed in certain doctrines and teachings from the other nations into the biblical understanding. So that's where you get the rise of, the Pharisees, the Sadducees, the Essenes, all these different groups of people that are trying to, form their own understanding based on the law, statutes, and commandments, as well as, quote unquote, rationale, reason, and thought. But they departed from the true faith and understanding of the scriptures. And then you had the Gentiles, which was the northern kingdom of Israel, which they weren't practicing the laws at all. So that's where Christ came in. He was born, and he was a great instructor, great teacher. He was more than those things, but I'm just talking about from a two-dimensional aspect. His role was, to get the people, specifically the southern kingdom, to have an understanding of how to live righteously based on the law and to not, follow man-made traditions. And I just want to get a quick precept. Give me one moment to pull it up. Just give me one moment. I believe it's having to do with the washing of pans or something along those lines. Yeah, I think it's Mark 7.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Or you can do Matthew 15, whichever one.
That's there too.
Yeah, well, I'm already on Mark 7. So
Yeah, whichever one.
starting at Mark 7, I'll just start the first verse just to get the full context. Then came together unto him the Pharisees and certain of the scribes which came from Jerusalem. And before I continue with this story, just to add a little bit more context to like the difference between like the Pharisees, Sadducees, and Essenes, the Pharisees were huge sticklers to the law to the point of honest like insanity. Like, for example, this is something I figured out during my research. They were used to teach people that you're not allowed to work on the Sabbath. You're not allowed to use man-made equipment during the Sabbath. So, like, for example, if you had a peg leg, or if we use a modern example, if you had crutches because your foot was broken, oh, dog, you can't use those crutches, bro. You just gonna have to lie down and rest or tough it out. That's just one example of an extreme. And then
So much for going to the bathroom.
Exactly. And then in this chapter, we're going to get into another example of this extreme. And then you have the Sadducees. The Sadducees were a lot like, I always forget the term. I always forget this term, but there's like a branch of Christianity where they don't really believe in any of the spiritual aspects of the Bible.
It starts with an S as well.
I always forget this term. I think we even had this discussion like a week ago, and I couldn't remember it then, and I can't remember it now. It sucks. But that's essentially what the Sadducees were. They didn't believe in any of the spiritual aspects, so like they didn't believe in the resurrection. They didn't believe in like a lot of the signs and the wonders that happened in the past. They just believed they had a more like theistic mindset when it came to the what's it called? A deist or theist? I'm trying to remember the specific term.
Yeah, I believe it's theist, and then of course, where's the term atheist comes from?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so they had a more theistic mindset when it came to the scriptures, but they didn't have a spiritual mindset. The Essenes, now those dudes, they were like monks, man. They used to teach people, give up all your possessions. We're going to live in caves. Not to get married or have sex or procreation. That's just, that's promoting wickedness. So they were on a whole another level extreme. But I just brought up those three groups because none of them had it right. None of them had a true understanding of the scriptures during that time period. And that was one of the roles that Christ came to fulfill. And then, like I said earlier, that was specifically for the southern kingdom. Then through, Christ giving the power of the Holy Spirit to the disciples, their role was to bring back the northern kingdom who hadn't practiced the laws. People kind of forget this. They hadn't been a part of the nation for over like 800 years, like 900 years.
Completely cast it away.
Exactly.
Completely.
But let me read the precept in Mark 7. So verse 2. And when they saw some of the disciples eat bread with defiled, and it's talking about defiled hands, but it doesn't say defiled. That is to say, with unwashed hands, they found fault. For the Pharisees and all the Jews except they wash their hands off, eat not, holding to the tradition of the elders. And when they came from the market, except they wash, they eat not. And many other things there be which they have received to hold, as the washing of cups and pots, brass vessels, and of tables. Then the Pharisees and the scribes asked him, why walk not thy disciples according to the traditions of the elders, but eat bread with unwashed hands? So, according to the tradition of the elders, it was a sin to eat food without washing your hands. That's just one of the foolish things that the Pharisees were teaching that Christ had to come against. But verse 6, he answered and said unto them, well have Isaiah prophesied of you hypocrites, as it is written, these people honor me with their lips, but their heart is far from me. Howbeit in vain they do worship me, teaching for doctrines the commandments of men. For laying aside the commandment of God, ye hold tradition of men, as the washing of pots and cups and many other such like things ye do. Now, how do we apply it to today's time? This is exactly what the Christian church represents. How do you honor the Most High with your lips, but your heart is far away from them? Well, look at these churches. There's a lot of singing, dancing. Some people cry to Jesus. Some people speak in tongues, but their heart is far away from him. How? They don't keep the laws of the Bible. They believe the laws are done away with. So it doesn't matter how much you feel like you love God. If you believe that the laws of the Most High don't apply to you, then you're not truly worshiping him, and you're worshiping the doctrines of men. Now, what are these doctrines of men? For example, if you tell the average Christian, hey, dog, you're supposed to keep the Passover. No, you don't got to keep the Passover anymore. Christ came and he died. We celebrate Easter now. If you were to ask him, where in the scriptures does it say Christ's birthday is December 25th? Well, it really doesn't say, but this is just the day we chose to worship the Most High. Nothing wrong with worshiping Christ on December 25th. If you were to ask him, how come we don't follow any of the feast days? What happened to the Sabbath? The Sabbath is Friday from sundown to Saturday from sundown. Well, Christ died on Sunday, so that's why we have church on Sunday. But really, does it say that in the scriptures, or is that what you believe? Are you really following the doctrines of the scriptures, or are you following the doctrines of men? And that's the true distinction between being a Christian and, like what Gideon was saying earlier, just believing in the Bible, because being a Christian has nothing to do with the Bible.
Con. Great history lesson right there for the brother Spirit of David. Gave you a rundown on, what I'm saying, why certain things, the differences in things back then versus now, why certain things have led up to how they are right now, and the misunderstandings that people don't have, or the misunderstandings that people have in regards to how the Bible is meant to be interpreted, because they don't understand the historical aspect of the nation, which is what the Bible is based off. Like I said earlier, a history book of the nation of Israel. But you don't understand that premise, then you're not going to understand why certain. You're not going to understand the context of certain verses in the New Testament, like the brother mentioned. But yeah, let's go ahead. Actually, before we continue, go ahead, bro. What you want to say?
I was just gonna say, I appreciate D Ben for that history lesson. It's always good to bring out the history, because I feel like history brings the Bible into reality, right?
Yeah.
A lot of times people talk about it like it's a fantasy book. So
That's true. That's true. I want to shout out these brothers before we continue. Shout out to the brother Randy coming through once again. Shout out to brother Randy. He said, Shalom, brothers. All prayers to the
Randy's
Most High.
back.
Indeed. All prayers to the Most High. Indeed. Appreciate you coming through once again, brother. Showing your love and support as always. Shout out to the brother Jaquez Levette coming through. Appreciate you once again, brother. Showing the love and support. Much appreciated as always, brother. When he said Boule, absolutely. I mean, that's pretty obvious at this point. I mean, if you know anything about the left-hand path, you can see the signs all over you with this dude, Young Don in particular, but also this dude, Gideon, as well. He said, you got the unleavened bread. Jaquez Levette says, the Bible said to keep the faith, the law, and endure to the end. That's all that matters. A lot of these camps go overboard. Absolutely, brother. The Bible's not about outward expressions of zeal, which is where a lot of these camps show, unfortunately. And when you talk to people who are former members of camps, they will let you know that because they've experienced that firsthand, about the two-faced nature and the lack of brotherly love and the a lot of the showmanship and what I'm saying, just what's the word I'm looking for, like this. It's a lot of that show out for the elder type spirit in these camps. You know what I'm saying? Where the prize, which is supposed to be the scriptures and the most high, is shifted to the elder. You know what I'm saying? So you're trying to do everything you can to look good for the elder instead of doing everything you can to look good for the most high. A lot of that that what's the word I'm looking for? Like that, like the figurehead is misplaced in a lot of these camps, unfortunately.
Hey, you ain't supposed to be fearing the Most High. You gotta fear me.
And that's exactly like you gotta be you got to even make a statement like that, bro. You
Hey,
got,
hey, bro, you can't wear the mask all the time. The mask got to slip off sometimes, man.
exactly, bro. Exactly.
Mhm.
Every now and then it come out. I mean, that's the same nigga who's associated with the one dude that said the Most High has men on the earth that's meant to be worshipped.
Yeah.
I mean,
Hey
you
man,
have
by the way, we only got one video so far this week. We need 2 more. So that way
exactly.
he don't come get us.
But see, that's the thing about it though. When you have that standard, then that pushes the spirit in your camp of not doing things for the right reasons. You're not doing videos to properly edify the nation. You're not doing videos for out of charity and slash love for the nation in terms of giving them the right understanding according to how according to your belief. You know what I'm saying? You're doing it because you got to meet a quota. You're doing it because you got someone watching over you. You got an elder watching over you who might put you on timeout slash suspension if you don't meet your quota this week or this month. It's like a damn police force, bro. That's the same shit. That's the same shit that's in the police force. You don't make this amount of arrests this month, you don't meet your quota, you have potential to lose your job.
The
If you
spiritual
don't
police
the
force.
spiritual police force, bro, if you don't meet this amount of videos each week, you miss out on your quota, you can be kicked out or suspended from the camp. It's the same
Yep.
shit.
You gotta pay big ties to get back in.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Oh my goodness.
Of course, Levesque said Ezekiel 8. I'm not sure what he was speaking about in regards to that, but it's probably topic we was touching on a little
Oh, that
earlier.
must have been the chapter that that Devin was talking about where it speaks to um
Mark
I forget.
7. You talking
no,
about?
you talking about the one in Ezekiel where he speaks to the priest worshiping the sun.
Oh, okay,
Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That definitely does go over that. Appreciate that, Jaquarius. That's definitely important. Absolutely. Indigenous on the wire. Shout out to you, brother. Appreciate you coming through. Indigenous on the wire. He said, "Shalom, brothers. Am I going off for not wearing fringes in these modern times? But I
No,
do. But I do my best to keep the other laws and statutes." Go ahead, Ken. Go ahead, Ken.
no, no, for real, bro.
And
No,
just
like
to add
come
on,
on.
you always got to remember the purpose of what the law is for. When you read the law about
Hmm.
wearing the fringes, the whole point of wearing fringes was so they would not forget the law. Because
Exactly.
our people are stupid. They just are. So they got to have some shit on them, like I'm a dummy. Let me just remember the laws. But in terms of like the time period we're in now, if you take the time to read the scriptures and you have the law within your mind, meaning what you can recall the laws of the scriptures. If someone were to ask you anything about the Bible, you know the answer. That's all that really matters.
Hey,
And
hey, let's get the perfect precept for that. Uh Revelation 16 and 15.
before
One of my
before you
favorites.
before
Oh,
before you
but
go
go
to
ahead though. Go
before you
ahead.
go to that real quick, I want to get the actual precept that Deben is talking about because everything we say is based off of biblical, our own interpreted, biblical understanding, what we believe to be true based off how the Bible reads. What the brother Deben said was 100% factual, and that comes straight from the book of Numbers, chapter 15, and
I
verse
wanna I just want to piggyback. I just want to see what you're about to do because you might be what you're about to do. I think you're about to give a physical example,
yeah,
and
yeah,
if you
yeah.
are, I'm going to give the spiritual example of what you're
Uh,
saying. But go
uh,
ahead, go ahead.
Absolutely, absolutely. This is Numbers 15 and 37. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto the children of Israel, and bid them that they make them fringes in the borders of their garments throughout their generations, and that they put upon the fringe of the borders of the borders a ribbon of blue, and that it shall be upon unto you for a fringe, that ye may look upon it and remember all the commandments of the Lord and do them, and that ye seek not after your own heart and to your own eyes, after which ye use to go a whoring, that ye may remember and do all my commandments and be holy unto your God. So, like the brother said, the fringes it was for a purpose. The purpose was to literally look down, like physically, like actually look down on the fringes and say, "Oh yeah, I can't do this, can't do this. I'm not supposed to do this, I'm not supposed to do this." That's
Yeah,
literally
that's what I'm saying.
for.
It was for dummies. You look down, it's like, am I supposed to? Am I, most high, am I supposed to have sex with my neighbor's wife?
Look down. No.
Exactly.
No.
That's
You
literally
sure?
what they're
Hilarious.
for. Yeah, you should.
No. Oh, it's like that. It's like that magic 8-ball where you ask this shit a question.
That's why I brought it up, nigga. The magic.
Oh, that's just perfect, bro. That's just perfect, bro. That's just perfect example, bro. But
go ahead, Ken,
okay, so you was done with that. He
Yeah.
gave the physical example. Now, but that verse is perfect. What was that verse again? Just be specific.
It's Numbers chapter 15, verse 38 and 39.
I make sure I say that in my notes because that is such a great cross reference here. Because I'm about to give the spiritual example is Revelation 16 and verse 15. Hold on real quick. Behold, I come as a thief. Blessed is he who watcheth and keepeth his garments, lest he walk naked and they see his shame. Now, if to a simple person, somebody, I forgot that precept right now that says the letter killeth, that would be somebody that reads that, they would think that that's literally talking about clothes. And no. That's not talking about literal clothes, but the garments or clothes is used as a parable because think about it. What's the number one thing that clothes give you? Something, no matter what you're wearing, unless if it's, I don't know, a leaf on leaf on your private parts or whatever. I don't know. That's some real caveman stuff right there. But unless if it's something like that, what does clothes give you from a straight objective sense, no matter what? Protection. And that's the whole point. This knowledge is going to protect you like clothes in any time that you're in. So that's the whole point. He's the Most High through the Mashiach is looking for those who have girded up their garments. What is the garments in this case? The knowledge of the scriptures. Of course, not just the scriptures itself, because just from a basic sense, it's a book. So the book itself cannot protect you because you're not supposed to worship the book. But what the book is meant to get at, the intent of the words that's in the book is supposed to protect you for the times to come. That's what the Most High through the Mashiach is trying to get at. So that is the spiritual example of those are the spiritual fringes, the spiritual garments that you're supposed to be girding up. Like is it I forgot the armor of the Most High. I forgot that precept right now. And
you talking about that Ephesians?
Yeah, Ephesians 6.
Yeah, I think it's Ephesians
6.
Ephesians
6. Yeah.
Oh, I'll get it real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. I know it, but I just can't remember the verses.
I think it is Ephesians 6. Let me see.
It's like verse 10, maybe? Starting at verse 10?
Let me see. Yes, yeah. Here we go. No, it's not Ephesians. I think it might be Galatians.
Well, I got Ephesians too. But if you want to use Galatians,
let's see. Oh yeah, it is Ephesians. Yeah, Ephesians 6.
Verse 10, I guess.
Yeah, Ephesians 6 and 10. Finally, my brethren, Be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness in this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Wherefore take unto you the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand in the evil day, and having done all to stand. Stand therefore, having your loins girt about with truth, and having on the breastplate of righteousness, and your feet shod with the preparation of the gospel of peace. And above all, taking the shield of faith, wherefore ye shall be able to quench all the fiery darts of the wicked, and take on the helmet of salvation and the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God.
Man,
I mean, that's plain as day right there, bro.
I mean, that answers your question. That answers your question 3 times over. We gave you the physical example taught by Moses, and we gave you the spiritual example taught by Christ through Paul and John of Patmos. So there you go.
And we got another example right here. Shout out to Jaquez Levette. He said, Genesis chapter 35 and 2. Then Jacob said unto his household and to all that are with him, put away the strange gods that are among you, and be clean, and change your garments.
Oh man, we cooking, man.
Beautiful precept, brother. Thank you for that precept. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
There we go. Like, it's about you, the level of knowledge and the understanding of the proper application of the knowledge. That's what goes into keeping your garment. It's the proper application of the knowledge you've acquired through the Most High's word. That's what it is right there.
So this dreadhead Christian and this homosexual over here is butt ass naked. But
exactly. But to read the other points from the brother Indigenous, he said, I was guilt tripped about this a while back by a camp member in the streets.
Sons of Thunder.
Yeah, bro. You know, a lot of these camps, bro, they just, like Jaquez said earlier, they just be going overboard with the shit, man. Like, they be trying to preset battle and be trying to
preset battle.
like all this shit, bro. Like, this is my blog. I teach here, you don't teach here, you know, all that shit.
Better take that shit to Peachtree Street,
nigga.
I'm on 5 points tonight.
Yeah, but you know, it's crazy. I saw a brother from Watchmen for Israel. It's probably like 5 months ago. I saw a video that he made where he was talking about how he saw a brother at his job. He was at the job. He had his fringes on. The brother he knew the other brother he knew, like, I guess he knew the other brother personally, and he knew that he also knew he was an Israelite. He was, you know, in the truth and all that. He walked to the brother at the job. The brother didn't have his fringes on. He walked. Keep in mind, this is at work. This is at work, nigga. It's at work, nigga. This ain't even out on the streets and no shit. Ain't a hobby. This is at work, nigga. The nigga walks to him and he had the fringes on. Nigga walked up to the nigga that didn't have the fringes on at work, and he didn't say. And he said the brother that didn't have the fringes on say what's up, Shalom. You know, try to, you know what I'm saying, dap him up and all that. And the brother didn't even say what's up to him first. He said, "Brother, where your fringes?" Brother, where your fringes at, bro? I'm like,
what was it? Man. What was it? Israelite at work day.
Like, oh man, dog. Like, can't even say what's up to the brother first, man. Can't even say shalom to the brother.
No fringes. Oh my god,
that's some Pharisee shit, bro. That's some Pharisee shit right there, bro.
Oh my goodness,
like,
man.
This is what it is, man. I ain't saying that brother is a Pharisee. I'm just saying, because I don't know that brother personally, so I can't say that. But I'm just saying, that there's some Pharisee traits right there when you're so fixated and so focused on pushing improper application of the law. You know what I'm saying? When you're trying to law battle people, you're trying to, what's that precept in Timothy? If a man use the law lawfully?
Yeah, 1:8.
Yeah, Timothy 1:8. 1 Timothy 1:8. You got to use the law lawfully, man. You know, and
it gives them a false sense of authority. A lot of that's why they go so crazy.
Facts. That's facts. Because if they get in their mindset, it's like, if they're telling you and guiding you and showing you how you're supposed to do things in a way that you're not doing it currently, they can always maintain that sense of superiority over you. Because, like, I brought you in this. I'm the one who told you to do this. I'm the one who showed you the light. You're saying, give your respects to me.
And people like that. What's crazy is they don't even want you to always follow. Like if everyone was following the law, if that was even possible, if they were following the law to the like perfect T, they still wouldn't be happy. They find something else because they
Exactly.
need something to uh, assert their dominance in a sense.
Exactly, bro.
You know,
Exactly. And that's the thing too. When you don't practice the law lawfully, that removes from you the fruits of the spirit. You know what I'm saying? Like
extremism.
exactly. You can't be operating in the fruits of the spirit. Brotherly love, kindness, forgiveness, things of that nature. With things that we all need to do. You can't do that when you are a law basher. You know what I'm saying? When you are trying to precept battle people, when you're trying to bang people over the head with the law, like when you do that, you have no ability to empathize with others. You have no ability to be in someone else's shoes. You have no ability to look within yourself and say, hey, there's some things that I'm not doing 100% because you're so focused on trying to watch everybody else. You have an inability to watch yourself. Let me say that
Bible
again.
thumper.
Let me say that again. You so focused on watching everybody else, you have an inability to watch yourself. You know what I'm
Oh
saying?
man, hold on. Let me get it real quick. Speaking of that, Sirach. Hold on. No thanks. Sirach 18 verse 20. Hold on, let me see. Yeah. Before judgment, examine
Examine thyself.
thyself, and in the day of visitation you shall find mercy. Humble
Mm-hmm.
thyself before thou be sick, and in the days of sins show repentance. Let nothing hinder thee to pay thy vow in due time, and defer not until death be justified. So, I
Gone.
mean, is it? I just went on anyway, 2 verses, but Sirach 18:20. It's just that simple, man. You gotta be examining thyself, and you can't be an extremist, bro.
Gone.
Yeah,
Gone.
at the end of the day, like Hitman just said, it's not possible to follow all the laws to the letter. It's just not only because of society, and then those the temples of the Most High have already been destroyed like almost 2,000 years ago. So you're just being delusional. Like, please stop
Mm-hmm.
with your supreme letter madness, because
Exactly.
you're trying to get people to fit your mold of what it means
Mm-hmm.
to be righteous, not the Most High's mold. So
Yeah,
that's
Exactly.
what
and
we're focused on.
I love that scripture because that you pulled out in Sirach because you got to be humble, right? And then the scriptures also say let brotherly love continue.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
when Swin said the way that dude pulled up on him, he didn't even greet him, didn't even say what's up, shalom, just where's your fringes? Well, I mean, and that's supposed to be your brother in the knowledge, right, on his journey.
Exactly.
Mhm.
But you wouldn't pull up to a blood or a crip like that. You probably
Mm-hmm.
have a little bit more respect though, but to your fellow brother, you just treat him like anything. So
Mhm.
that's
That's
You take
facts.
him for granted.
That's
Take him for
facts.
granted.
yep.
But like you said, bro, it's about maintaining that superiority because he understanding he know he can't maintain superiority with no blood nigga, no crip nigga in the streets.
No.
He can't pull that because in the street because when you in someone else's environment, you in the streets, you in their environment. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah.
So they got the authority over you in their environment. So you can't go in their environment and tell them how to run shit. That's their
Where
But
your
environment.
fringes at?
but the main reason I brought that up is a lot of these brothers they run up on people and do things they know they would get punched in the face if they did it to
Mhm.
anybody else. So
Uh-huh.
That's
that
facts.
I don't like that.
You
That's a
telling
great
the
point.
you telling the blood where your fringes at? He gonna be like, "Well, nigga, where your flag at?"
Exactly, bro. And that nigga may not even do that shit. That nigga may just say, "Nigga, fuck it, bro. I'll go back. I'll do another bid, nigga."
Yeah,
You know what
jail
I'm
ain't nothing new to me.
saying?
What?
Exactly,
I
Yeah.
bro.
love it in there.
Exactly, bro. Shit. But so that's that. So with that mindset, niggas know not to do that shit. But because they assume another brother who's in the truth is more righteous minded, and he's more conscious about how the Most High views him, he won't do nothing. You know what I'm saying? Because he knows
Taking
that
advantage.
you're taking advantage. Exactly. Which that's really unfortunate, bro. That we got brothers with that mentality. But it all goes back to energy, and not even on no woo woo pseudo spiritual shit. But this is just facts, bro.
Universe.
Yeah, exactly. Not even on none of that shit. It's just facts, bro. Like you can't. It's hard to operate in two energies. Most people don't have the ability to compartmentalize their energy. Some people do, but most people don't have the ability to compartmentalize their energy. For example, not to get too off topic, but it's just like a woman who has a big time corporate job or maybe runs her own business. That's in order to be at that level of success, you gotta have a lot of masculine energy inside you. You gotta
Yep.
have it in order to even
Yep.
operate on that level. So it's
Yep.
hard for a woman to be a boss bitch in the corporate world or be a boss bitch in her own business, run her shit, give instructions to people, order people around, tell people what to do, and then go home and submit to a man and be in feminine
Yep.
energy. That's hard. It's hard to be operating in one energy part of the day and operating another energy other parts of the day. That's very difficult to do with men and women. You know what I'm saying? But I just use that example because that's, you know what I'm saying, we see that, you know what I'm saying? But it's very hard to compartmentalize your energy. So, you know, relating to this topic, it's hard to compartmentalize in one space, be somebody who's who's trying to bang people over the head with, you know what I'm saying, what they not doing, and you know, you going off and the going off police and shit like that. It's hard to do that in one energy and at the same time always be conscious of showing brotherly love. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to
Mhm.
operate in both those energies because one is pretty much um trying to be like trying to police people around, you know what I'm saying, unrighteously, because it don't even be about, sometimes, not all the time, but it don't even be about, you know what I'm saying, the proper application of the law. It's about things that people try to beat people over the head and tell you have to do this in order to be saved. You know what I'm saying? Like people who try to doctrine police. Like you gotta believe in this doctrine in order to make it. You gotta believe in this doctrine. And that's the thing with towards the salvation. Man, salvation is there's not that many things you gotta do to be saved, man. You know, there's really not. You gotta keep the law to the best of your ability, have faith in the Most High and His Son, and don't take the MOB. That's pretty much
Yep.
it, bro.
Basically.
That's pretty much all you gotta do to be saved. I'm not saying that's easier said than done. I'm just saying I'm not trying to simplify it. You know, in terms of it just being a simple thing and that anyone can do. I'm not trying to say that. I'm just saying that the Most High doesn't make salvation difficult and complex for us. He wants us to be saved, so He makes it very plain as day in the Scriptures what we need to do
Yeah.
in order to make it. So, with that in mind, you know what I'm saying? It's like a similar thing. Like, you know, people who try to doctrine police or beat people over the head with this, that, and the third. You're really misplacing what the Bible's all about, which is learning, getting your knowledge up, edifying, brotherly love, teaching, instructing, and getting more wisdom each and every day. And
Could
worship, and of course, above all that, worshiping the Most High, which all that
could
entails worshiping the Most High.
I'm just saying, like, could you imagine you you being broken down to take the MOB because you found out at the last minute that you had a sudden revelation that you actually wasn't Paul reincarnated or something? Could you imagine?
Honestly,
Could
but
you
that,
imagine
but
that?
you know, it's funny, but that's a fair statement, bro. Because unfortunately, you got a lot of brothers who are galvanized by that belief that they are prophets coming back. It's like if you didn't have that belief that you're a prophet coming back, would
How
you
would be
be
the knowledge?
exactly? Would you? I ain't gonna take it that far, but would you be as, you know what I'm saying, serious? You know what I'm saying? Would you actually? You may be a brother who just, you know, you're an Israelite, but you don't really, you know what I'm saying, you don't really keep no laws. You know what I'm saying? You don't really do this, that, the third. You know what I'm saying? You just kind of just you living your life in the world, but you know, like a Steph is cold nigga. You know what I'm saying? You know you're an Israelite, but you know what I'm saying? You don't really give a fuck like that. You know, like one of them niggas. You know what I'm saying? Like if you didn't have that belief that you were a prophet coming back, would that be your mentality and your mindset? So I mean, these are just
Only,
things just going out there.
and I know you're stating the question. The only reason why I'm giving that answer is because that's how you was brought in the first place.
Exactly. Exactly.
Like your
Exactly.
that's part of your foundation. So I mean, there's always a chance of, yeah, you can still be saved, but I'm leaning towards no, since that's how you was that's how you was quote unquote grafted in the first.
Hmm. And that's why it's so important to um what's that the precept you love? And I think it's in Galatians where Paul said if a man think himself to be something, he's
uh
nothing.
Galatians 6:3.
Yeah, Galatians 6. Let me get it real quick. That way we can read it, you know, out the book. Um the scriptures of course say it
You can
better
do
than we can.
Galatians 6:3 and 4.
All right,
'Cause they
cool. This is
both go together.
Galatians. This is Galatians chapter 6, 3 and 4. For if a man think himself to be something when he is nothing, he deceiveth himself. But let every man prove his own work, and then shall he have rejoicing in himself alone, and not in
Mhm.
another. So yeah, but if you think that you are this, that, and the third, you know what I'm saying, you got to humble that down and consider, and be nothing. That's why the scriptures tell us in Sirach. Let's get that real quick. Let's go to Sirach chapter 2. The Sirach 2 and and 4. Whatsoever is brought upon thee, take cheerfully, and be patient without change to a lower state. So the Most High, you come into this truth, man. The Most High is gonna take you through trials and tribulations, man. Just to see how you gonna handle things. Just to see, are you really, what I'm saying, you really that gold tried in the fire?
Mhm.
Are you really built for it? Are you really fit for the kingdom, man? You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And if you can't think yourself to be nothing, if you can't say to yourself, man, I'm just a part of the Most High's play, man. If you can't say it to yourself, if you got a hard time saying that to yourself because you think that you this and the third, that's not a mindset that's fit to make it, man. Because
Mhm.
man, when this system collapsed, bro, whenever that shit comes, whenever that time
Shit.
comes, when this place collapses, we all gonna be nothing, man. and
Yep.
you're gonna have to be okay with not being nothing. And it's funny, we talk about this because D Ben actually said, I think he was retweeting something from Peter. Shout out to Peter the Great. But um Peter said, let me pull that up real quick, what Peter said. That was a great statement. Where he said, even said, shout out to Peter the Great. So yeah, Peter the Great said this. Like I said, shout out to Peter the Great. He said, brothers, I just wanted to remind all of us that none of us should be too invested in this system as it is getting ready to change over to the MOB system. If y'all don't know what I mean, read Revelation 13 and 16. And if you're too invested in this system, you will become offended at this truth and be sifted out and sold to the devil when the hour of temptation comes, because your comforts
Mhm.
that you've known in the society will be taken away from you. Zechariah 13 and 9. Second Ezra 16:73, Revelation 3 and 10. This is why it's important, first and foremost, to put the Most High first and be content with what you have. As long as you have
Mhm.
food and a drink in your stomach and a roof over your head, praise the Lord. Philippians 4 and 12, 1 Timothy 6 and 8, Hebrews 13 and 5. Of course, there is nothing wrong with trying to be as rich or successful as you can in this life, but priorities first. Lord willing,
Mhm.
each and every one of us takes the necessary steps to be found worthy and watching at the master's coming. Luke 21:36. That was a beautiful statement by Peter the
It was.
Great. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not that's the right mindset. It's not even in regards to just worldly shit. You know what I'm saying? In terms of your materials or what you may have or things that you like or whatever, or your money or whatever it may be. It's not even just that, but also worldly titles, acclaim, things that you bring upon yourself, um, the man in which you're known as amongst by people. All that shit is gonna be brought down in these last days, bro. Because if you don't get
Mhm.
down with the system, you can't have access to none of that shit. Like I said,
None of it.
it's not even just about have access to your material possessions. That too, but it's also about you're not gonna have access to being known as such and such in Israel. Or because we all gonna be in the same, ain't gonna be no head chief leader this. You know what I'm saying? When that shit come, bro, we all gonna be brought down to the same lower state. And hey, man, it's gonna be survival of the fittest. In terms, when I say this, I mean it's gonna be survival of who can, you know what I'm saying, endure to the end. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? That's
And I
that's what
want
it's
to.
gonna be.
I want to, because I mean, of course we're gonna get to. Of course we're gonna get back to Donnie and homosexual over here, but we building big time here. I
Yeah,
want to
man.
get I want to get Proverbs 9. This is one of I always tell people this. This is my first signature precept coming to the knowledge when I finally decided to dive into the scriptures. Proverbs 9. I'm gonna just start at verse. No wait, I'm gonna do verse 10. The fear of the Lord, Yahweh, is beginning of wisdom, and the knowledge of the Holy One is understanding. The Holy One of Israel, by the way. For by me your days will be multiplied, and years of life will be added to you. If
Mm-hmm.
you are wise for yourself, not for others, for yourself. And if you scoff, you will bear it alone. Not bear it with other people, not bear it with your gang. No, you're going to bear it alone. Okay, so it's on you. That's basically what Solomon is trying to tell you. You can, either you can embrace this truth for yourself. Of course, there's nothing wrong with um, edifying certain people within means when you get a chance. But at the end of the day, are you embracing this? Because like you said, your life will be multiplied. Years of life will be added to you if you embrace it. But if you scoff it, you'll bear it along, which means what? You'll be killing yourself. Now, yeah, and you could say in osmosis you could be killing others per se, but most importantly, you're gonna be killing yourself. What is it? Uh 20 Revelation 22, I believe verse 11. No, wait, verse 12. And behold, I am coming quickly, and my reward is with me to give to every man according to his work. Okay, not according to your group's work, no, according to his own work. So at the end of the day, Swin already explained it. What is the work? First, believing in the Most High by heart, soul, and might, and then of course, and then osmosis, accepting His Son as the pathway to the Most High, to the Heavenly Father. After that is keeping the commandments. That's the work. That's the main work. That's the internal work. Excuse me. And then after that, if you want to go external with it by edifying others and things of that nature, that's cool. But make sure you're always within means. Because like Swint said, I mean, once it's over, ain't going to be no, taking selfies of you at camp. Like,
exactly. That's not going to matter at that time.
It's not going to matter, bro. You might not be able to take it because it's from physical sense. You might not have no technology like that. So it's what it is. A lot of basic shit that we have right now that makes our lives so easy. There's a good chance we're not going to have any of that once this shit pops off. If, Lord willing, if this is our time. So
exactly. And that's the thing about, I'm glad you mentioned that, bro, because that all boils down to this right here. What's going to matter in that time period? It's not none of your physical acclaim. It's not none of your titles. It's not none of your, like even what we're doing right now. This is beautiful work that we're doing. All praise to the Most High for allowing us to come on this live stream and do His work. This is a beautiful thing, us building the spirit as we have been doing this work and edifying. This is a beautiful thing. But this is about furthering the Most High's word. This is not about us being known as man, these they them, you know what I'm saying? They them niggas, it ain't about that. You know what I'm saying? They them niggas, it ain't about none of that, bro. Because what's gonna matter when that time period comes where you're pretty much stricken down to nothing and just relying on faith. How much faith do you have in the Most High? How strong is your faith? That's literally the only thing that's going to matter in that time period. How strong is your faith? Do you really believe?
Exactly.
It's that simple. Do you really believe? That's what it's going to come down to.
Hey, that's why I always say I'm just a nigga with a Bible. I'm an NWB, baby. Why is that? Because that's all I need to be, Mike.
Exactly,
that's all I need to be, Mike.
Exactly.
It's that simple. I know there's been videos on IG spreading around. You're more than a nigga. You're more special than a nigga.
Look, man.
Bro, I know that. Okay. It's a humbling technique, okay? That's it. It's a humility technique. I have way more than enough confidence to understand that I'm more than just a nigga in a negative sense. I understand that.
Yeah.
Right?
In a negative sense, exactly, bro. Niggas be
I don't need a pep talk, bro.
Niggas be having a problem with nigga, bro. Like it's just a word. They describe
it's
a
just
black
a word,
man.
Bro. Exactly. It's not that serious. Now, granted, now that I understand the history of the word, do I wish that we would went back to the word to claim real ownership of the word? Do I wish that we could have went back to nigger, i.e. Niger?
Yeah. Of course.
But at the end of the day, everything's not ideal. It's whatever. So I know intrinsically I believe that I'm more than a nigga. But from a humbling technique, like Swin's been saying this whole time, because you're going to be reduced to nothing, all you're going to be is just, in a basic sense, a nigga in those days. Mm-hmm. So you gotta girl up your garments internally, so that way, no matter who you are, no matter what station, no matter what level of your challenge is in the Great Tribulation, because I gotta give what's his name, Manat Tazak credit.
that Great Tribulation video that he did last year, or something like that. That was a great breakdown because, like you said, nobody knows what that shit gonna look like. It could
That's
be
true. That's true.
it could be it could possibly be fairly easy for you. You very well could be in a Great Tribulation, in a nice cabin somewhere with a feast laid out and electricity.
Yeah.
You could, depending on how much, I don't know, quote unquote work you
Mhm.
did. I mean, I don't know. That's something the most I can gotta answer.
Mhm.
But but everybody else ain't gonna. There's a lot of people that's not gonna be that way. There's a lot of people that's gonna be running for their lives. So
I mean, or you can be in a FEMA camp, nigga. You could be in a FEMA camp. You could be in a FEMA camp somewhere because we know that's gonna be the slave.
Remember, people are gonna have to die for this thing. So,
exactly.
And I think that's a healthy way to when you're in this truth. I think it's always good to have in your head that this is something you have to be willing to die for if you really believe in. So
I have to.
Exactly.
We don't wish that upon anybody, but
But it is slated to happen for some of us. Whoever that may be, it's slated to happen for some of us. Like Hitman said, that's a true honor. If that has to be your lot, and the Most High has that set out for you, that's a true honor, and you should take that with pride and integrity. If you got to be walking to that guillotine, and it's crazy because I said something a while back that like I thought was kind of interesting because it's like the moments of walking up to that guillotine, right? You say you're in the prison, you being pulled out, you being shoved out of prison. The new world order soldiers is dragging the global military is dragging you out to prison. You know what I'm saying? Bringing you to the chopping block. Like you can pretty much go to that shit smiling from ear to ear because like you can say in your head, man, you don't know for sure 100%, but you can say with pretty damn near certainty, bro. I made it, bro. I made it. I'm of the elect, man.
They see a guillotine, you see a crown, man. You feel me?
Facts.
Blessed is he that's part of the first resurrection, right?
Exactly. You like, you know what I'm saying? You know, like my crown is on the other side. I'm in that first resurrection. You can go to that guillotine knowing that you smiling, because like I'm saying, I made it. You know what I'm saying? So that's an honor. That has to be the case. I mean, the scriptures even say those that die are going to be raised up first. 1 Thessalonians 4 and 17. So that's an honor if you got to be one of the ones that's what I'm saying, it's on the chopping block. But so it is what it is. That crown is waiting you on the other side. But I want to bring up this comment about Quez Levet before we go back into the video. He said, "How far are you willing to go to prove to the Most High you're worthy? We're all going to be tried. Lord will be passed with flying colors." Absolutely. Lord's will be passed with flying colors, man. I want to bring out a precept real quick just to add on to that point, the beautiful point that you brought out, brother. Go to the book of Isaiah. Let's see. This is Isaiah. Isaiah chapter 13. Isaiah chapter 13 and verse 12. Actually, Isaiah chapter 13 verse 11. "And I will punish the world for their evil and the wicked for their iniquity. And I will cause the arrogancy of the proud to cease, and will lay down the haughtiness of the terrible. I will make a man more precious than fine gold, even a man than the golden wedge of Ophir." And that's the thing. You know what I'm saying? Passing with flying colors, that's being made more precious than fine gold. That's not just a statement for just men in general. That's not a statement for just, what I'm saying, men, what I'm saying, who just are here and the Most High is going to turn you into this perfect specimen of a man, and what I'm saying, you're going to be, viewed as, extremely valuable to the Most High. That's a man of the elect. That's a man who passes that trial period. That man is going to be made more precious than fine gold. And a lot of brothers use that precept in regards to and then talking about the women and things like that in that day, and that's cool and all too. Don't get twisted. You know, so I love women. That's beautiful. That's great. You know what I'm saying? That's wonderful as well. But that more, on its highest level, that's going into being more precious than fine gold to the Most High. You know what I'm saying? The Most High views you as a valuable man. You know what I'm saying? To be valued by the Most High, you know how beautiful, how precious that's going to be, brothers? To be valuable to the Most High, because the Most High going to kill most people. So the fact that he sees you as valuable enough, you just being here, you from Atlanta, you from Baltimore, you from Washington, you from Texas, you from Missouri. Yeah, you. The Most High views you as more precious than fine gold. The Most High views you as valuable, man. The God of all gods. There's all the little G fake gods. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? He viewed the God of the universe, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the great I am. The what's the precept in Daniel? The ancient of days, the man who's always been here. He views you as more precious than fine gold. That's so great and that's so amazing. Like can't none replace that. You know what I'm saying? So that's what's waiting on the other end. If you pass that test with flying colors and prove that you're worthy to the Most High, and that starts. You know what I'm saying? With like the brothers were saying, you know, examining ourselves to see, you know what I'm saying, before that visitation comes, you know what I'm saying, humble, examine, you know what I'm saying, making sure that you is doing the things that you need to do on a daily basis to be part of that number, man, because you don't want to miss out on that. And you got some background noise, bro.
I think try to charge my tablet, so I don't want to overheat. It's gonna be a little bit of a draft, the AC, whatever. How bad is it?
Yeah, it's pretty bad. You can hear it all. Yeah, you can't hear it now.
Yeah, that AC strong as hell, my nigga. That's
Yeah, bro. Beautiful comment about Jaquez Levesque. Randy said, and the thing is, we always have to put in our minds that is going to be the first death. So we got to fight and make sure if that if it is meant to be, that it's the only death. Absolutely. You know, so we got to make sure that's the only death, like you said, because eternal life is really waiting. And like I heard a brother, I forget his brother's name. His name is Anavio the Servant. He a rapper, Israelite rapper. He said, and he said one of his lyrics to his songs. He said, "You get eternal life after you die. That's called living." Like, damn, that shit hit. It's like, nah, you gotta die first, and then you get eternal life. That's what real life is. You know what I'm saying? So if we gotta die, you know what I'm saying, whether that be in, you know what I'm saying, if this is the time period where, you know, the Lord is gonna make his return, if this is the day and age, or if we just die a natural death, you know what I'm saying, and you know what I'm saying, the Lord comes in another day and age, and you know what I'm saying, we're raised up then. Whatever it is, you know what I'm saying, you know what I'm saying, whatever it may be, you know, you gotta if you gotta die on this side, hey, you're gonna get eternal life on the other side. That's what real living is gonna be. You know what I'm saying? Right now we're just, you know what I'm saying, existing for the most part. And you got, you know, you get experiences in your life. I always preach experience because experiences is great to have. You know what I'm saying? It's great to broaden your base as a man, get a variety of different experiences. You know what I'm saying? But that can't, even the living in that sense can't even compare to the living we gonna have in the kingdom. Lord's where we make it. You know what I'm saying? So that's what real living actually is, where you can live and be in power and rulership, not live and still be under the control of another man. When you said that the real goal is eternal salvation, most I would absolutely 100%, brother. Indigenous said, "Would a second wilderness happen during World War III or right before?" Honestly, bro, that's such a layered question, man, and that's a whole nother video in itself. Do any of y'all want to answer that? But because that's a whole other topic.
Look, I mean, when the bark of the beast is on the scene, either you take it and can buy and sell, or you can't. I'll just keep it at that.
Yeah, that's a simple way of explaining that. I mean, we
Hey, real
can.
quick, how I'm sounding real quick, just to make sure.
You sounded fine.
All right, cool. Yeah.
I mean, and indigenous, we can go into a deeper breakdown of that. You know, we can go into Ezekiel and Revelation and all that. We could do it, but that's gonna take another 2 hours, bro. So
Tune in next episode on Dragon Ball Z.
But yeah, like the brother said, the mark of the beast is gonna come. You know what I'm saying? You take it, you don't make it, you don't, you make it.
Bars. If you take it, you don't make it.
Bars. That's a whole nother video to go into the timeline of how things are actually gonna go down, just according to what the scriptures give us. But I will say this as well: you can do that as much as you want to, but nobody knows the Lord's timeline. I want to say that no man knows the day, the hour. No man knows exactly how the Lord is going to get down with things. We can have an understanding in regards to, what's going to happen in that day and some of the things the Lord is going to do, and based off of prophecy that He's already said that He's going to do in that time period and how things are going to be moving in that time period. We have an idea of the layout of events, but nobody knows exactly how things are going to go down and what exact time frame, in that day. Nobody knows that. So I just want to say that before we continue as well. And
homosexual.
Oh, you good, bro? You good, bro? But let's continue.
And so, about me and my imperfections and stuff like that, I know I have a lot of imperfections, but at the end of the day, all we need to look at is that Christ. What did Christ do? What was Christ preaching? What did Christ say? And if we follow that model, then we're good.
Yeah, and I think I want to push back on that a little bit because, my mom said something to me, and I'm going to butcher it, but she said something to me along the lines of, for some people, you're the only church they will ever experience. You feel me? For some people, you're the only gospel they will ever hear. What does that mean? It means there's some people who in their regular life and the circles that they're in, they are not going to be exposed to the Bible. They're not going to be exposed to church. They're not going to they don't have a Bible to open up and look at what a Christian is.
But you said in your response video to me, ignorance, is an excuse at the end of the day.
No, this is true. But what I'm saying is when a dude comes along and claims the faith, now people are shaping. What does it mean? There are dudes who their only perception of what it means to be Christian is Gideon. There are some people whose only perception of what it means to be Christian is
you see how Don is trying to frame and shift Gideon into his energy and his realm. Gideon has already said on wax he ain't no Christian. Now Gideon did give Don some leeway by accepting that moniker himself when he basically said what he said about the New Testament and Jesus and all that. But Don is that's what these Christians do. But that's why it's so hard to get through to these Christians, because they prod and they prod and they prod and they just can't get it through their thick skull, man. They can't get. They just Christianity is a fucking drug, man. They can't.
It sounds like the way he's wording everything. It sounds like he's going towards man worship, because if you want to believe in God, you need to read the scriptures.
Exactly.
So what are you looking at another man for? Only if you want to look at another man, it would be Yahweh Shai, but you have to read the Bible to know what he did, right? So.
Exactly.
What's that?
Like
Isaiah,
said,
hold on. Isaiah 34:16. Seek ye out the book of the Lord, man. That's it. Like I don't. It's that simple. Now, granted, can other men that understand the scriptures give you interpretations on what's been written so that we have a better understanding of it? Sure, but it all starts with the scriptures, man.
Exactly.
How to worship the Most High in its proper context. It starts with the Bible. It starts there. I don't know what you're talking about with that man worship. So for some people, the only time that they worship God is when they're on my live stream, when they're on your live stream. Who gives a shit? Like, what are you talking about, man? That's not real. Like, do you not understand that's not legit? And keep in mind, who gave him that advice? His mama. Dear mama.
Oh man.
God
Oh man.
created that. Oh shit.
Oh man. Oh man. I wasn't even trying to go there, bro.
No, we have to because that was the context of his advice. So you
That's
know
true.
what?
No,
Yeah.
that's true. That's true. That's true. That's true.
So I gotta cut him. I gotta cut him immediately. You know what? Because
Yeah, bro.
his mama, dear mama, gave that advice to him while he was a man. So you know what? Let's just let's just cut that shit right now. 1 Timothy 2:12.
Oh man.
For I suffer not. You hear that? I suffer not. Say it again. I suffer not a woman to teach, nor to usurp authority over a man. Not a little boy, a man. Donnie, you are a man. There is no excuse for that, for you to be using something as goofy as that, by the way, because that tells me that your mama worships her damn pastor, by the way. Not trying to be disrespectful towards mama, but I'm just going to keep it real with you. You looks like your mama worships, I don't know, whoever the pastor's name is, Pastor Pork Chopper, whatever his name is. Sounds like to me your mama worships her damn pastor. That's what it sounds like. Because the only time you can understand anything about scriptures and God is if somebody else is standing next to you. That's ridiculous. We just talked like we brought it up before. We just talked about you being able to understand this stuff on your own time and on your own volition. But now the only time you understand this stuff is when you're watching somebody's live stream on YouTube.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Come on,
Yep.
dog. Don't work like that. But you know what? You two are just silly. Both of y'all might as well be homosexuals at this point. It's ridiculous.
Stupid.
It's just stupid. It's stupid.
Oh,
I can't, man. Fuck this shit.
Crazy,
We just unpause this damn video.
Crazy,
Goofy shit, man.
And that's sad. You feel me? That's unfortunate that that's the state that things have gone to. But as you know, professing Christians, that's
I'm gonna skip ahead because Don is just ranting
Yeah.
about Christianity at this point. I'm gonna get to the point where they talk about.
It's
faith and
unfortunate. It's not unfortunate for your
the
viewership.
linear structure of the Bible. For instance, the book of Genesis happens, that flows perfectly into the book of Exodus. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna go back a little bit.
Any of the other books until you get to Revelations. And one thing I'm just not gonna do is I'm never gonna just BS and be like
restrictions. It tells me that there might be an opportunity for me to share.
Okay, we're about to talk about the law right here.
Okay.
That's the Old Testament, you know, and I see a lot of people in the thing I'm just not gonna do is okay, so the Bible says this, but you pork.
Yeah, there you go.
I feel like a lot of Christians they try to twist the Bible to fit in their day-to-day life to where, you know, if there's something that they don't want to give up in the world, then they'll twist the Bible into making it like okay, you know, like, you know, this might be controversial to say. It is what it is, but you know, the Bible talks about homosexuality. You know, it says not, you know, you can't be gay. It just says that in the Bible, and a lot of people they like to twist that. But you know,
hey, Ken, mute your mic, bro.
Was that going?
No, it's the air conditioning.
Yeah, that shit loud as hell, nigga.
Yeah, cool.
I can't even really get on gay people or the gay community because also in the Bible it says not to eat pork, and you know you have a lot of pastors and preachers after church they go and eat some pork chops and everything, and so you know it's like, you know, the gay community will look like, okay, well you say we can't be gay, but then you're eating pork. And then they're like, whoa. And then they talk about Acts and how Jesus said you can eat everything of the table. And then that's where the whole problem comes into play, because it's just like people look at it as, okay, so the Bible says this, but you don't do that, but I'm doing this, and you say I can't do that, but these things are right next to each other, and it's really contradictory. And then I feel like that's where the problem lies in. And one thing I'm just not going to do is I'm never going to just BS and be like, oh, no, the Bible, because that's just not how it is. The Bible is straightforward. And I see a lot of people in the chat saying, oh, that's the Old Testament. That's the Old Testament. You know, we'll get into that later too. But yeah.
Okay. And fair enough. I respect, because here's what it is. You push back on what I said about the Sabbath, and we definitely go get into the Sabbath, because even what you just said in regards to diet restrictions, it tells me that there might be an opportunity for me to share a perspective that is very commonly held among theologians, and in my opinion is the best understanding or interpretation of the script. Is the Bible something that anybody
He said the best interpretation of the script, nigga. Yeah, because it's definitely a script.
He thinks
Maybe
this
you
shit
The
is a
script ain't
fucking.
scriptures, it's a script.
He think this shit is a fucking Vine skit from 2012 or whatever.
Hey, that was a fraudulent
Whatever.
slip from that nigga. That was a fraudulent slip from that nigga, bro. It's a script to you, nigga. That nigga acting out a script right now. Oh
Theologians.
man,
Yeah, okay.
the church fathers, bro.
Stop.
These niggas is funny, man.
Hold on. What that chat say? That's the Old Testament. We don't live by that. We live by the New Testament. Wherever that means.
And they gonna touch on that some more. We gonna hit on that.
can pick up and read and understand if they put in the effort? I would
Oh
say
yeah.
I would say yes for most people if they put in the diligent effort. Yes, there are
Yeah.
going to be times when you have to Google certain things, just for clarification, definition of words,
Talk to a
depends on how.
pastor.
Sure, but at the same time, I wouldn't go so far as to say it is an incredibly simple text. For one, the Bible is a book that from start to that it's an entire story, right? You can't cherry pick the Bible. You can't take certain verses out of context of the entirety of the story. The first book of the Bible, the book of Genesis, is about the beginning of the world. The last book of the Bible, the book of Revelation, is about the end of the world and everything that happens in between it. In the middle, we get Jesus. And so,
But, the only thing I want to interject, I would say to an
In the
extent,
middle,
the
we
Bible
get
isn't that.
Jesus.
I would say the Bible is a jumping point. There's things that it talks about in Genesis that you might not talk about in any of the other books until you get to Revelations, and vice versa. So with me, I feel like the Bible is you have to jump around. You have to jump from one place, then you have to read, another chapter somewhere else to get the full context of things.
I'm not saying that the books weren't built upon each other, because you have to understand all the books of the Bible.
All you pretty much said is precept upon precept, line upon line.
Yeah, line upon line, here a little, there a little. I think it's Isaiah 14, right? Verse 10, maybe.
I think it's actually verse 14 in Isaiah
Verse
20
14.
in Isaiah 28, I believe. Let me see.
Yeah, it's been a while since I booked that precept up.
Yeah.
It is.
I believe so.
It's Isaiah 28 in verse 13.
13, okay. Because I know it said twice in that chapter. It's two times they mentioned it.
Yep, it's Isaiah 28 and 13. But the word of the Lord was unto them, precept upon precept, upon precept upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line, line upon line, here a little and there a little, that they may go and fall backward and be broken and snared and taken. So, hey, you gotta, in order to understand the full context of the Bible, like Gideon said, you have to, it's not even jumping around, because what I'm saying, it's just getting things in proper context from, like, for example, right? Okay, so a lot of people read the Bible and think every single thing happened in exactly chronological order. Now I'm not saying the Bible's not mostly chronological order. I believe that it is, but but when you read the Bible, like, a lot of things don't happen. A lot of things happen around the same time period. Like for example, the Old Testament with the prophets. You know what I'm saying? That happened around the same time period. You know what I'm saying? So when you go from Isaiah to Jeremiah to Amos to First and Second Samuel to Isaiah to First Chronicles, like, you're reading things that are happening around the same time period. You know what I'm saying? You're reading about events that are happening around the same time period. So it's not out of the realm of possibility to understand that you have to go from different points of the Bible to other points of the Bible to get everything in its proper context when it's all around the same time period in which it was written. Even from but even say you want to juxtapose the Old Testament and the New Testament with some of the books of, especially when you get into the writings of Paul, or you get into First Corinthians, Romans on down in the writings of Paul. In order to understand some of that context, you've got to go back to the Old Testament to reference what Paul was talking about in order to get to understand what Paul was getting on, in order to understand why he said what he said. So you don't just look at it from blind understanding and you take on your own interpretation of what he's saying and you misinterpret it. But you get his interpretation because he was quoting of old. That's the thing. It's not like that understanding of precept upon precept here, little, that don't even apply to us. Like that was happening back then too. They would precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little, there though. What they would reference back then. You know what I'm saying? They would reference the writings of old, the writings of the prophets, the writings of the Torah. You know what I'm saying? For their understanding of how they went about doing things and wrote things down and things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? So it's not out of a possibility. A lot of Christians like to call that Hebrew hopscotch. That's a term they like to use for brothers who
Hebrew hops.
you never heard that?
Shout out to vocab.
No.
Malone.
Yeah, vocab came over that, bro.
Oh, that's who said it. Oh, okay.
They call it Hebrew hopscotch,
Whatever.
bro. I mean, we all know what that nigga on,
Hebrew
bro.
hopscotch.
They call it Hebrew hopscotch, bro. But that's
catchy.
That's not anything
But you know
new,
what's funny? But that's so funny that like the scriptures tell you to do that, and now they make fun.
I know scriptures tell you
exactly, bro. That show you the type of time, the type of energy that they. I mean, vocab's Edomite anyway, so he's against. He hates the Most High. You know what I'm saying? The Most High hates him. You know, so
yeah, it makes sense.
Exactly. So it makes sense as to why he would say some shit like that. But like there's nothing new with here a little, there a little, referencing back to ways of old, declaring the end from the scripture also tell you declare the end from the beginning. Gideon said some things in Genesis are not revealed until Revelation. That is exactly true. Some things in Genesis are not revealed until Yahweh Shah. You know what I'm saying? So it's like some things in Genesis are not revealed until you get to Joshua, So like you got to declare the end from the beginning in all ways. And Second Esdras is a great book that gives you understanding about the creation. Wisdom of Solomon, another great book that gives you information about the creation. You know what I'm saying? You wouldn't be like if you just kept it strictly chronological, and you wouldn't attest the prophecies in First and Second Esdras or the wisdom of Solomon and the prophecy as well, and history in Wisdom of Solomon to Genesis, because you think it's just applying to that specific time period when those men were on the earth. No, it's talking about the time period before. Like I said, it's not 100% chronological how we would think of chronological today. In terms of it's a story and every event is happening at that specific time period. No, some prophets, some of the books of the prophets, they're prophesying about the future, but also referencing and giving understanding to the past as well. So it's not chronological how we would look at the term chronological in today's time period. So yeah, but it's crazy how, like Hitman said, people have issue with that concept of, going around the book to bring things in its fullest context when the book literally tells you to do that in multiple instances, precept upon precept, declare the end from the beginning. I mean, it's plain as day.
But his mama didn't tell him that, so it doesn't matter.
Were written over the course of, I believe. Do you know how long it took to write the entire Bible? Call me I am. And so
I wanted to hit on this point right here because this was
from
this
the beginning
was some
of
bullshit.
when the Bible started to be written. Let me double check. How long did it take?
What kind of question is that?
Right. The Bible.
But I mean, I feel like that.
No. The point I am making is that there are books written towards the end by the apostles after the death of Jesus that where they would take from things that were said in the book of Exodus or in the book of Genesis. Jesus repeatedly quoted the Old Testaments all the time. So it's not like that information was not around. So to your point, yes, when in the book of John, right, Jesus says, before Abraham was, I am. He's referring to when in the book of Exodus, God told Moses to tell the sons of Israel that call me I am. And so what Jesus was saying effectively is that I am God, because before Abraham was,
that's one of the most misquoted precepts in the entire Bible, bro. That's one of the most misquoted precepts.
He said the book of Exodus, and he said Abraham.
Now we gotta go there. When Christ said before Abraham it was I am, all he's saying he existed. That's all that actually means. I am should just be translated to I existed. I was around. In terms of the Most High saying I am, number one, for anyone who's actually read the precept, no, it was the angel of the Lord speaking to Moses. And dog, let's just go there. Give me a second, bro.
He said Abraham. He said the book of Exodus.
Abraham.
That shit right there, bro.
Hey, dog, that's some Christian shit right there, dog.
Exodus.
Okay, now let's go to Exodus. So this is the 3rd chapter. Let me see which verse I should start at, because I just want to get to the main point. Yeah, verse 11. And Moses said unto the Most High, who am I that I should go unto Pharaoh and that I should bring forth the children of Israel? No, I might have to go back down. Let me see. Okay, yeah, verse 13. Moses said unto God, and by the way, for those of you who don't know, the Most High doesn't speak to people directly. It's always an angel speaking on the Most High's behalf. That's why, for example, I want to go to, I believe it's verse 2 in Exodus, the 3rd chapter says, and the angel of the Lord appeared unto him in the flame of fire out of the midst of the bush. And he looked, and behold, the bush burnt with fire, and the bush was not consumed. So he was speaking with an angel. Continuing down, because that's the role of the angels, to be messengers. So going back to verse 13, because Moses, he was kind of trying to figure out excuses to, get out of his divine role, but
right.
The Most High through the angel wasn't allowing that. Verse 13, Moses said unto God, behold, when I come unto the children of Israel and shall say unto them, the God of your fathers hath sent me unto you, and they shall say to me, what is his name? What shall I say unto them? And God said unto Moses, I am that I am. And he said, thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, I am, hath sent me unto you. And you see, this is the problem with a lot of people. They'll stop there, not getting the entire context of these verses. For those of you who know, the name of the Lord, quote unquote, the Hebrew tetragram or whatever, YHWH, or Jehovah, like a Christian would say, really Yahweh in the Paleo Hebrew, that word literally just means he exists. But that is the actual name of the Lord. And that name translated means I am, or I exist. And I am is not literally the name of the Lord. And you would understand that when you continue to read on. So go to verse 15. And he said, moreover, meaning he wasn't done speaking after verse 14. He said, moreover, thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, the Lord, God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, have sent me unto you. This is my name forever, and this is my memorial unto all generations. See, people always just, for some reason, their mind just completely turns off after verse 14, and they don't read verse 15, where the Most High said his name. Thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, the Lord, aka Yahweh, God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, God of Isaac, God of Jacob, hath sent me unto you. This is my name forever, and this is my memorial unto all generations. So that's what Moses told the people of Israel. Verse 14 was being more tongue-in-cheek, because he's saying, I am that I am, because that's basically saying I exist. I'm the eternal one. But that when you break down the actual meaning of the Lord's name, Yahweh, it also means I am or I exist. But his name is the Lord, or Yahweh, not I am. That's just silly. That's just silly.
Ahaya, baby. Ahaya.
And so to go back to what this brother Don was saying about Christ when he said, before Abraham was, I am. All he was saying was, before Abraham was born, I existed. That's why they wanted to stone him. Because they're like, what the hell? This dude saying he was alive before Abraham? No, that's blasphemy. You got to get rid of this person.
Oh my God.
Con, exactly. That's all that concept boils down to.
And even just to add on to a further point, I don't know why A lot of Christians just say Jesus said he was God. You can't be the Son of God and God at the same
And
time.
God at the same time.
That doesn't make any sense. But like just basic logic and reason goes out the window.
He's God, Son of Man, the Word of God, all
Man.
the Christ, all at the same time.
Man.
Like, God damn it!
And it's crazy how they always skip over that precept. What is that? What's that precept? Let me get it real quick. They always skip over this
But
precept right here. Go ahead, bro.
doesn't First John tell you exactly who Jesus is, and that's in the New Testament?
Well, that's a whole nother issue.
There's a whole
nother issue because people misinterpret first. You said First John or John the first chapter?
John the first chapter.
Yeah, John the first chapter.
That's a whole
He's the
nother
Word.
discussion because people misinterpret that too, where it says the Word was God and the Word. That's a whole nother issue, man. We'll touch this some other time, bro. But basically, for those of you who don't know, the word God means power or divine, angel, ruler, things along those lines. You can even look this up on Wikipedia. There's certain debates from scholars when it comes to the interpretation of John 1:1, whether the word was God should be divine, because the word God can also mean divine or angel or a lot of other things. So this is
you gotta look at the words and understand the context that they're being used in when it comes to the English language.
Exactly,
and Elohim created heaven and earth.
Oh man, don't even get on that Elohim, bro. Don't even get on that shit, man.
And by the way, And by the way, that word Elohim, that's when you read the Bible and the word God is used, the majority of the time it's the word Elohim. And it's a plural word. Elohim is a single. Elohim is a plural, and that's in reference to the angels or the powers, because the Most High creates and works through the angels. That's why that word is used.
And I'm glad y'all mentioned that, because that actually lines up with a precept I was finna bring out in Hebrews, the first chapter. But before I go to that, just because that like I said, that lines up exactly with that precept. It's funny how these Christians never bring up, when you go into, Christ and the rich man, and he literally told the rich man, what I'm saying, that he's not, he like the only good one, the only right one, the only righteous one, the only one who's worthy to be worshipped and praised above all is the Most High, is God. And this is verbatim out the book. This is Matthew 19 and 16. And behold, one came and said unto him, Good master, what good shall I do that I may have eternal life? And this is good. This is a good preach. I want to go into that more, because it goes into the keeping the commandments too.
And I'm gonna give you vocab's response after that. It's just the funniest shit I ever heard in my life.
He said, Good master, what good thing shall I do that I may have eternal life? And he said unto him, Why callest thou me good? There was none good but one, that is God. But if thou wilt enter into life, keep the commandments. So it's funny because, this, let me get 18 too. He said unto him, which, referring to the commandments, Yahweh Shah said, Thou shalt do no murder, thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not bear false witness, honor thy father and thy mother, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. And people may ask, why are these commandments brought up, but some others are not? Because there's a difference between sin and sin punishable unto death. There's a difference. Like, for example, eating pork is a sin. But eating pork is not a sin punishable unto death. Mixing fabric on your clothes is a sin. You're supposed to wear one fabric, but that's not a sin punishable unto death. Adultery is a sin punishable unto death, as Yahweh Shah said right here. Murder is a sin, which is unrighteous killing, is a sin, or unwarranted killing, a sin punishable unto death. You know what I'm saying? Bearing false witness, that's something the Most High actually hates, which it tells you that in Proverbs, the 6th chapter. It's a sin punishable unto death. You know what I'm saying? There's a difference between sin punishable unto death and sin. You know what I'm saying? So that's why these are, because he's asking about eternal life. If you commit these sins right here repeatedly over and over and over again, you have no repentance in your heart to change your ways, then yes, you will die and you won't make it into the kingdom. That's why these right here are stipulated as as commandments needed to enter eternal life. Not to say that to not do the other commandments, of course. Do the other commandments to the best of your ability as well. I mean, shit, if you can find a way to wear one fabric on your clothing, then do it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that's necessary to make it, because it's not, but know what I'm saying? If you can find a way to do that, which is almost impossible to do in society, but if you can find a way, then do it. You know what I'm saying? There's no if you want to wear fringes on your clothes, then do it. You know what I'm saying? If you want to, you know what I'm saying? If you just gotta wear the fringes, then do it, man. You know what I'm saying? There's no harm, no foul, then do it. But there's a difference between like sin, like I said, and sin punishable unto death. And the sin punishable unto death, you repeating those will not get you into the kingdom. That's why these are stipulated by Yahweh Shah right here. Honoring your father and your mother. That's a very serious deal law with the Most High. You don't do that, that's a sin punishable unto death. You know what I'm saying? And of course, that is in proper context. You know, I'm not saying you can't ever disagree with your mom and dad. You know what I'm saying? But you out here dishonoring them. And the meaning of that as well, just to contextualize it, back in the ancient world, family and everything was tied into the family, right? So land ownership, rights, land rights, certain ordeals of business or whatnot. Everything was ran through a family unit. You know what I'm saying? So
specifically through the father, because the father was essentially the administrator of the family. So if we're going to compare it to the modern times, today we live in a corporate society, so everything's controlled by the government in terms of like what you can and can't do, in terms of making money, in terms of owning property, land, things along those lines. It's all controlled by the government. Everything was family oriented, and then it was broken up. Of course, we had the 12 tribes, and then the Most High over the 12 tribes through whoever was the king at the time. And then in each tribe, you had I think it was like a captain of hundreds, captain of 50s, captain of 10s. And then, of course, within those groups, you had the individual men who were the leaders of their family. That's how that went.
Exactly. And because that was the structure at that time, if you were a person who brought dishonor unto your family, that fucked up the whole operation. You know what I'm saying? That fucked up your whole family operation. If you were a person that brought dishonor unto your family, you're a woman who, you know what I'm saying, it finds out that you know what I'm saying, when you're given into a man that there's no blood coming from your hymen, you know, when he goes to have sex with you, you brought dishonor into your family. Now the dowry that was given to that father, and saying number one has to be given back, and also two, the father is known as a man who basically is trying to trick another man into marrying a woman that's not a virgin. That's bringing dishonor into the whole family, and specifically a father, and making the father look like a liar in the face of the nation. When that happens, that's the importance of honoring your father and mother. Just to contextualize it to that time period, just using an example. But these things right here are, like I said, sins punishable unto death. There's a difference between sin and sin punishable unto death. But the main point, it says literally, you know, Yahweh Shai or Jesus separating and making the distinction between himself and the Most High God. So I have no clue what these Christians are talking about when they try to bring in this I am, and he's saying that he was, you know, he's referencing the Exodus when he was God, and now he came as Jesus, and he was referencing himself and all this bullshit, man. He literally tells you, number one, if you understood the context of that, you wouldn't get to that understanding. But also, like, people like to say the Bible contradicts itself. So you can have that statement right there, like what Don mentioned, and then read this in Matthew 19 and say, oh, well, the Bible contradicts itself. He's saying he's I am, so he's saying he's God, but in this other verse, he's saying that there's one better than him. He's not actually not God, but there's a God above him who's actually better than him. You know, well, not, let me not say better than him, but who's the good one. And he's not the good one, but the Most High is the good one. You know what I'm saying? Oh, the Bible contradicts itself in that way. No, it doesn't contradict itself. The Bible never contradicts itself. You just have to understand the proper understanding of the Bible in that context that it's being mentioned, and be willing to do what Gideon said earlier. Shout out to the brother for making that statement. Be willing to go around the Bible to bring your point into understanding. You can't break that down what Don said just from that right there, just reading that chapter. You have to go into other chapters. I mean, you could, but you have to go into other chapters to be able to validate the real meaning of what Don said. You have to go to Exodus. You got to go to Hebrews. You got to go to Matthew in order to break that down and validate your assessment of what Yahweh Shai was saying right there. Like, and what D-Ben said earlier, all he was saying was that he existed in the beginning. And we can go to Hebrews, the first chapter, because y'all mentioned as well with the Elohim, which is, the modern Hebraic translation meaning Elohim, or the modern Hebraic translation of Elohim, really going back to the Hebrew word Elohim, the messengers, the powers, what I'm saying, of the Most High. This is the book of Hebrews, chapter 1 and verse 2. Hath in these last days spoken unto us by his Son, whom he hath appointed heir of all things. So distinguishing once again between the Father and the Son, whom he hath appointed heir of all things, by whom also he made the worlds. By whom also he made the worlds. Now, when you go into the book of Genesis and you read the creation story, you go into Genesis, the first chapter, and you read the creation story, that's not 7 days. You go into the book of, I think that's the book of First Peter, that tells you a day with the Most High.
It's 1,000 years.
It's 1,000 years, exactly. That was a period of 7,000 years that was going on. But like it says, whom he hath appointed heir of all things, by whom also he made the worlds. So Yahweh Shah had already gone to the Son, who was referencing verse 2, the Son, Christ, Yahweh Shah, Jesus Christ, as the Christians say, he was here assisting the Most High and the angels. Well, I wouldn't say assisting the angels, but being the spearhead of the angels and the Most High of creating the world. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to go into the Genesis, the first chapter, but what I'm saying, we all know how the world was created. But that he was the head of that ship per se in the creation of the world. Verse 3, who being the brightness of his glory and the express image of his person, and upholding all things by the word of his power, when he had by himself purged our sins, sat down at the right hand of the majesty on high. So it's describing somebody else right here. And then it's also referencing the majesty or God. So God is the majesty who is on high. And then Hebrews 1 and 3 is describing somebody else who's sitting at that right side of him. Who was that? That's the Son, the one who created all things. The Most High didn't get off his throne to do nothing. The Most High is the king. He's sitting on his throne and he's the director. He has people directing his play. That be Yahweh Shai, the angels, whoever that may be, you know what I'm saying, in terms of the specific angels, their names and whatnot at the beginning. And Most High didn't get off his throne to do nothing. Continuing on.
Exactly. And just to add context, you brothers, you can read it's like Proverbs, the 8th chapter, 22 on down. It also goes into this as well. A little bit more cryptic, though, if you don't understand what wisdom represents in that context.
Exactly. That's another great chapter that goes into that, and that really, when you read Proverbs 8, that really brings out that John 1 and 1 with the word. But continuing on. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, real quick, I was just going to add one additional precept just to expound on the point before you go on, because there are other ones that explain how Christ made everything. I was just going to read 1 Corinthians 8 and 6. But unto us there is but one God. I'm going to repeat that again. But to us there is but one God, the Father, of whom are all things, and we in him, and one Lord, Jesus Christ, by whom are all things, and we by him. Meaning what? Through the Father, all things come through the Father, but all things were made by the Son. And I'll just read another translation to clear it up. This is in the ESV. And I'm going to read verse 5 as well, just to add the context. So 1 Corinthians 8, 5 and 6. For although there may be so-called gods in heaven or on earth, as indeed there are many gods and many lords. That's talking about the false idols. Verse 6. Yet for us there's one Father, the Father from whom are all things and for whom we exist, and one Lord, Jesus Christ, through whom are all things and through whom we exist.
Yes.
And that's the difference. It's clear as day.
I mean, that's a very blatant, you know what I'm saying? Right then and there. I don't even need no breakdown, bro. If you can't understand that right there, I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know what to tell you. I don't even need no breakdown.
The question you would have to ask is, why are they pushing this Trinity doctrine? And maybe it's not of the Bible. You know what I'm saying? So if it's not of the Bible,
like
where is it from?
But like Vocab said, man, you don't quite understand what he was saying. What Jesus basically saying there was, I'm good because I'm God, homie.
Yeah, no, yeah. That's a lot of, that's the go-to for a lot of Christians. They'll say that. They'll say, well, Christ didn't say he wasn't God. He just said that God is good. And
all the time.
all the time.
God is good.
All the time. All the time.
All the time, God is good.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh my God.
And it's crazy that you talking about vocab, like he would joke around with some shit like that too. That's some serious business. The Trinity, the false Trinity doctrine, and the separation between the Most High and Yahweh. Because honestly, man, the Trinity doctrine is idolatry.
Yeah, it is.
Because a lot of Old Testament only Israelites, you know what I'm saying? Unfortunately, those brothers are Old Testament only. A lot of Old Testament only Israelites, they like to say, oh, brothers who believe in the Messiah, the Mashiach, Yahweh Shai, the Christ, we're idolaters because we're placing him above the Most High, which is not true. No brothers who are sincerely in this truth do that. You know what I'm saying? So that's not true. But the Christians who on that Trinity doctrine, you could say that about them. You know what I'm saying? Because you can say that about them because they are placing Jesus on the same level as God. And there was that's idolatry right there. That's unbiblical. There's no God but the Most High, singular Yahweh. You know what I'm saying? And then his son Yahweh Shai. And
but we already know they're retarded. So who cares?
Yeah, exactly. But
don't conflate us with them.
I mean, unfortunately, a lot of the Old Testament only brothers, they do that. You know what I'm saying? Because they basically call us Hebrew Christians. You know what I'm saying? Because we believe in the Messiah, and we're operating idolatry for believing in the Messiah. We believe in the Greek Jesus.
Jesus.
You know what I'm saying? This shit crazy. But Hebrews 1:4, it says, being made so much better than the angels, as he hath by an excellent inheritance obtained a more excellent name than they. For unto which of the angels said he at any time, thou art my son, this day have I begotten thee. And again, I will be to him a father, and he shall be to me a son. I mean, come on, bro.
Yo, that shit is just like, yeah. So I give up, man.
I
give up.
I'm waiting for it, man.
Where is that third deity at? Where is his cousin at? The Holy Spirit. Where is he at?
Holy Spirit. Oh, that's a whole different story for you.
I know, right? We never get to that.
To keep it simple, dog, the Holy Spirit. All the Holy Spirit is this power of the Most High being manifested on the earth. Sometimes it's talking about the Holy Spirit. It can be in reference to the prophecies by the prophets. Sometimes it can be reference to angels performing certain acts or miracles. Or sometimes it can be in reference to a prophet performing a miracle or the chariot. It really depends on what you're reading. For example, I believe in the book of Acts, it talks about how was it Philip who preached the Ethiopian eunuch?
Yes, it was Philip. Yep.
Okay, and it tells us how like an angel of the Lord transported Philip from wherever he was to meet with the eunuch, and then after it says how the Spirit caught him again and took him back to his place. So obviously that Spirit was that angel. Or for example, if we use the brother Stephen Wardell.
He was cooking.
Yeah, he was Steph Curry with the shot, bro. Hey,
Steph Curry with the shot.
The righteous man Stephen, who was stoned by the wicked Jews. I believe it's like maybe the 3rd or the 4th chapter he's stoned. He even tells them how, as he's going through the entire history of the Bible, which lets you know what the scriptures are about, he breaks down the entire history of the scriptures, and then he cuts them. He speaks to the congregation. He says, "You stiff-necked and rebellious people, just like your forefathers resist the Holy Spirit back in the day, you resist it now." What was that in reference to? That was in reference to the law, because the law was given through the angels, through the spirits.
Yep.
And I believe I can't quite recall what chapter in Acts it is. It's like the 4th or 5th chapter, somewhere around there. It's early on in the book where Stephen gets killed. Actually, no, it might be the 6th or the 7th, but it's somewhere early on in the book. But y'all brothers can look that up yourselves.
Shit, I wanna
Even the prophet
Don.
Elijah, when he gets caught up in the chariots, though that stream of fires, and I think his student Elisha says, my father, the chariots of heaven and the angel thereof," something along those lines. That's another example of the Holy Spirit working, because those angels took Elisha, took him somewhere. Who knows where they took him? But the point is, like, there's many examples of the Holy Spirit working in the Bible, and normally it's through either the prophet or an angel, because that's who the Most High works through. But it's not some separate being from the Most High. It comes from His essence.
Exactly. I mean, in layman's terms, all you could say, the Holy Spirit is the spirit of the Most High.
Yeah.
Just keep it at that. Now, in terms of breaking that down further, yeah, that would be everything you just said. But it's essentially the spirit of the Most High. That's really what the Holy Spirit is. The Rakak Wadash, per se.
I mean, and even make it separate. Like, what's another name for the Holy Spirit? The Spirit of the Lord.
The Spirit of the Lord, exactly.
I wanna get two basic precepts. I mean, to go back to the father and son relationship, right? To completely cut that, I want to get Mark 12. I'm just start at verse 28. And one of the scribes came, and having heard them reasoning together, and perceiving that he had answered them well, asked him, which is the first commandment of all? And Yahushai, aka Jesus, good grief. You know what? Forget all that. AKA Joshua. Anyway. Joshua answered him. And this is what the Christ said. Yahushua said, the first of all the commandments is, "Hear, O Israel, the Lord, our God, is one Lord." Now wait a minute. Why would Christ say that if he's on the earth right now, in appearing before them? He's saying the Lord our God is one Lord. And you shall love thy Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and all thy mind, with all thy strength. This is the first commandment. Now I want to get, because you can say, "Oh, well, he was just in this fleshly form." That's what that is. He was just in the flesh. God came in the flesh. That bullshit argument, right? So let's go there. Yeah, let's see what he says. Go ahead.
I was going to say real quick, you can go to like all the verses where it shows that the Christ sits on the right hand side of the Most High. Even going back to the point that I made about Stephen, when Stephen was killed, he saw both the Most High and Christ. But go ahead, bro.
Right. But shit, let's go. Let's see what he says while he's in his celestial. Let's see what he says then. Revelation 3, verse 12. Him that overcometh, I will make a pillar in the temple of my God. This is Christ saying this. These are in the red words. Hold up. I'm going to say that again. Him that overcometh, I will make a pillar in the temple of my God. And he shall go no more out, and I will write upon him the name of my God in the name of the city of my God, which is in New Jerusalem, which cometh down unto heaven from my God, and I will write upon him my new name. Now, wait a minute. Why would Christ say that I will make him a pillar in the temple of my God if he's God? That makes no sense. And then he says, I will write the name upon him, the name of my God. Christ is God. Now, why would he say that if Christ is God? That makes absolutely no fucking sense whatsoever. That doesn't even, to even say that from a literal sense, that verse doesn't say that. So you would have to automatically question the Trinity based off of that alone. It's like, wait a minute. If he's going to write the name of his God, then who is his God? I thought he's God already. I thought he's the Almighty. So if he's writing the name of the Almighty, why would that, that doesn't make any sense. Like, who is the Almighty then? That's what you would have to question if you're one of these, silly Christians out here still. Like, you would have to question it. Like, so who is the Almighty here then? because it can't be Christ because that's not the name that he's going to write on your forehead. So,
and
whatever.
just to add on to the point the excellent point that you made, I just wanted to get to the precept when I mentioned about the death of Stephen, because it does two things, kind of give some context to the Holy Spirit, and closes when it comes to like the role of Christ. But this is Acts the 7th chapter. I'll start at verse 51. This is Stephen speaking. Ye stiff-necked and uncircumcised in hearts and ears, you do always resist the Holy Ghost. As your fathers did, so do ye. Which of the prophets have not your fathers persecuted? And they have slain them which showed before of the coming of the just one, of whom ye have been now betrayers and murderers. So how did the people resist the Holy Spirit? By killing the prophets, because the Most High spoke through the prophets. By rejecting the law, because the law was given to them through the angels. By the authority of the Most High. And so that's just one understanding of the Spirit. But continuing on, verse 53, which even says what I'm about to say, who have received the law by the dispensation of angels and have not kept it. And then verse 54, when they heard these things, they were cut to the heart, and they gnashed on him with their teeth. But he, being full of the Holy Ghost, looked up steadfastly into heaven and saw the glory of the Most High, and Jesus, or Jesus, standing on the right hand of God, and said, behold, I see the heavens open and the Son of Man standing on the right hand of God. And this is why they wanted to kill him, because they're just like, I see God in heaven and I see Christ standing right next to him. In their mind, that's blasphemous. You're just a regular nigga, dog. But let me stop there.
My God.
Exactly.
Basically, end of the story, he dies. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. But I mean, come on, man. The Son of Man standing at the right hand of God. Like, come on, dog. Like, so he's God and standing at the right hand of God.
Exactly. Makes absolutely no sense, bro. Makes absolutely no
Well,
sense.
I mean, if you're a Christian, you can say, well, you see, that's the Trinity right there, because the Holy Spirit was in Stephen, and then there was the Son and the Father. So that's all three right there.
Oh
my God! Oh my God!
And that's why it goes back to the fact that, like I was saying earlier on the live stream, where young Don said, when Gideon was like, "No, I'm not a Christian," and young Don was like, "Everything starts with that right there." You know what I'm saying? It's like, no, bro, everything don't start with that right there, because if that's the mindset you start with, everything that we just said and all the truth that we just brought out verbatim from the Bible, you're not gonna comprehend none of that, bro.
Oh man, look at this idiot! Look at this idiot in the chat. Said, "Embrace Islam, the one true religion." Yeah, I got something for your ass, homie. I got something for your ass, homie, soon.
Hey, go strap a bomb to your chest, man.
But you know what's crazy is that Hitman had mentioned some earlier. The fact that the Trinity is not in the Bible. It's not. We brought out so many precepts. The Trinity is not in the Bible. We even literally just read out of Acts 7th chapter about how there's an example of the highest and the right hand sitting at it. You know what I'm saying? Hebrews, the highest and the right hand sitting beside. You know what I'm saying? So it's like there's so many. And that's just two of the plethora of precepts that go into the fact that the Trinity is not in the Bible. There's a distinguishing between the highest God, the Most High, and the second in command per se that sits at the right hand. There's a clear distinction in so many precepts, but
You still there, dog?
Yeah, you went quiet, Swin.
Internet acting up.
I mean, we still live. I think his audio just caught up.
We still
live.
Can
y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Oh, cool.
I was like, damn, they got Swin, man.
No, we good.
Saying working overtime, nigga.
Oh my God.
What's that Drake song? That Drake lyric? I'm one of God's favorites or some shit. What's that lyric? Y'all know what I'm talking about? I can't think of that shit. That's probably better.
All I remember is wants and needs. That nigga said, heaven said, God said. That's what Mama said. He said, "This is what my mom said." That's what he said. I was like, "This."
Yeah, bro. But yeah, you know,
nigga sound like Donnie.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was just about to say.
Exactly. But yeah, you know, the fact that the Trinity is not in the Bible, you know what I'm saying? But they do try to fit it into the Bible. That go to show you what Christianity is really rooted in, because there is pagan semblances of a Trinity in regards to Semiramis,
Kush
what's up?
and
Kush
Nimrod.
and Nimrod.
And Nimrod, yeah.
Exactly. There is a pagan symbolism of a Trinity in regards to the Father, the Father, Divine Father, the Mother Goddess, and then the Divine Child.
Divine Child. Yeah.
You know how
Yep,
to try
and
to.
then also when you try to combat them on the whole Virgin Mary thing, where you tell them that she wasn't a virgin when she gave birth. They try to combat that, but you can find that in almost all pagan deities and their stories that they tell.
Yep,
brother, exactly. Gabriel got her pregnant, brother. Gabriel got her
pregnant. No, the Holy Spirit filled her up.
Exactly, but
the Holy Spirit was on Gabriel. Let's combine it. Let's just combine it today.
She got pregnant by God, the Holy Spirit.
And Joseph,
she had some weird dream. Woke up the next morning pregnant.
Yeah, exactly. But Joseph was just chilling about that shit. He was like, "Someone got my wife pregnant." I'm just
kidding, it's like that joke. It's like that joke of Family Guy where they basically made fun of that, and it was basically God having sex with Mary in the bedroom, and then he zoomed out to Joseph. He was like, "Are you done yet, God? Are you done yet?" And then God said, "Shut up."
Wow.
Yeah, they did do that. And the reason why we're laughing about Joseph chilling is because for those of you brothers who understand the scriptures, like I know a lot of people will be like, when you read Matthew, you'll be like, well, Joseph wanted to put her away because she was pregnant by the Holy Ghost. No. If Joseph not that the child was not his, he would have tried to put her to death. It wasn't no like just put her away.
Exactly.
They didn't play that game back then. It's like, oh, you know, I'm embarrassed. You got pregnant. I can't marry you. No, you gotta die. That's what it was. But it just shows you how contorted our society is, because that's really a feminist doctrine. Because a lot of the times they'll be like, oh, Joseph wanted to put her away because Joseph didn't want her to be stoned. Huh?
Joseph would have been picking up the first rock, bro.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Right. If he legit, because think about it, based on the story, Joseph wouldn't have known the child was of the Holy Spirit until the angel told him.
Exactly, because she told that Mary was told of the premonition of the child, a vision of the child first, and then Joseph was given it once time had passed. I believe. Yeah, she was pregnant after she was pregnant already. So that's it. Makes no sense. Could you imagine killing some like Christians? Just think about that for a second. He would have put her away. He would have broke up with her because she cheated on him with the Holy Spirit.
No, not even come that, on, bro. Because he wouldn't have known at first. So he'd been like, okay, she's pregnant. This is weird. And then, like, I got to put her away. And the angel's like, oh, no, Joseph, don't put her away. The child is the Holy Spirit's. Don't worry. It's not where did this child come from. We got to put her to death, because that's what he would have done. Because he even tells you that he was a just man. And according to the scripture, a just man is someone who keeps the law. So if he legitimately thought that she committed adultery, which if we're going based on the Christian story, that's what he would have had to believe, because the angel hadn't appeared to him yet. He would have wanted to put her to death.
Yeah.
Ain't no just putting her
away.
Come
on, guys. The angel told him, yeah, she cheated on you, but look, it was the Holy Spirit, so she gets the hall pass, right?
And like y'all said, that really is in an attempt to push that divine Mother Goddess simp spirit in the Christian church, because and you see it permeating in the minds of a lot of brothers who call themselves Christians. Like we were saying, a while back, I'll be touching on a lot. One of the hardest doctrines for brothers to shake who come from the Christian church is that virgin birth, fornication, adultery, shit. That's one of the hardest things when they get a proper concept of, bro. That's one of the hardest things, dog.
Can a man have more than one woman? It's an offshoot of the Catholic Church, right? And in the Catholic Church, they send their prayers to Mother Mary, if I'm not wrong.
Yep, to Mother Mary.
If I remember correctly.
Yep. That's
and they got that statue.
So really,
they got that
statue. The virgin birth is just the Christian way of deifying Mary and women in general.
Exactly, and also push the simp program into like, oh, Joseph found out his wife is pregnant by the Holy Spirit, or AKA someone that's not him, and he's supposed to still look out for her best interests at heart. Oh, don't stone her.
That's a real man.
I'll just put her away. That's a real man, exactly. His wife got pregnant by another man, and he stuck around.
He didn't want her to. He felt he was a. Think about it. That's how twisted mind. Because he was a just man, he didn't want his wife to be stoned for adultery. He wanted her to be put away. Is that just according to the Bible?
Exactly.
No. God would have been upset with him, bro. What? But you won't know that unless you read it. So you won't know any of these things unless you read it for yourself. So
exactly. Gotta open that book and read it, man.
But yeah, let's get back to these
one
guys.
of the patriarchs, one of the ancestors of the sons of Israel. Then that is, he's effectively saying, I am God because I was here before Abraham was here. You know what I'm saying? He was talking to the Jewish Pharisees at that point. So that's an example of, yes, something being said in a much later book that is reaching back to something way far in the past.
And then in the Genesis,
but at the same time, hold on. But at the same time, though, Gideon, there is a linear path, a linear structure of the Bible.
Oh, let's continue on. Really talking about the same.
Yeah.
From the Bible.
Yeah, you see how he just Christian.
Like, we can talk off our heads, like, the entire time. That's one reason, like, especially with.
You said, let's get to the book.
Yeah, what the Bible says, right? You believe in the hell spoken of in the Bible.
Oh shit!
I'm happy that you're breaking this rust off me, because I feel like after today, I realized like how much I love
you can't answer that. That's beyond rust.
That made him disintegrated.
I want to close a few things we open. So you are you believe that Jesus Christ? Do you believe Jesus Christ is God?
I do.
No.
Okay. And you believe that the Bible is true?
Man.
I do.
Okay. You believe in heaven?
I do.
And you believe in hell?
I do. Maybe not in the
because in his mind, he's just like,
well, it's not
about you're a Christian. You basically say you're a Christian, bro.
Bible, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And because at the same time, I am willing to
have this
conversation about the Sabbath, right?
Go ahead. I see exactly what you guys were saying before now, where he had to drag him into the world of Christianity. Yeah. Now that he's in the world of Christianity, if he whatever he says that doesn't line up with the Christian doctrine, he can just kill him right then and there. That's why that's why at first he couldn't. You have to be a Christian to argue. For us to even get together, we got to establish that you are a Christian first, so I can just kill you and everything.
And try to redefine what being Christian means.
Yep.
That sets the premise for everything else in the conference. Because now look at the dynamic. The power dynamics now is shifted into Don's favor.
Because it's really easy to really be a Christian, to be honest with you, because all Don has to do is tie everything back into love, the love of Jesus and all that. So Gideon can't win here.
And the thing is, since Gideon is already conceded, for each question, I would say no. Here's why. Is Jesus God? No. Here's why. Here's why.
But see the way Don set it up. But brother, that's not Christian of you. How can you be a Christian and a Christian? You know what I mean? Like, I see what he did there.
And yeah, Gideon tried to explain how can you be a Christian but believe in other stuff, and it's like, man, get your homosexual ass on somewhere. This ain't got nothing to do with that. Ain't got nothing to do with that Christian shit. You fail
Got
already.
him in the trap right at the beginning. So yeah.
Like you said, if you want to be a Christian, just go to the New Testament. What a joke. Oh my God. Just do the homie already.
Hey, trying to let the video run a little bit more. Let's see what else you got to say.
Yeah, just let it run.
I am willing to have this conversation about the Sabbath, and we're going to have it because that's what we said we was going to do. But I just also want us to always keep in mind the most important thing, which is the salvation of the souls of people who are watching. You feel me?
But how do you obtain salvation?
How do you believe you obtain?
Yeah, I want to get to
no, nigga. Answer DC. I hate that. Answer my question, nigga.
Exactly. Answer the fucking question. I don't like that shit either. I can't stand that, bro.
I just experienced that last night. No way, yesterday. Really, I just experienced that yesterday, so I know exactly what you mean. Don't answer the question I actually asked you.
What does? Oh, my bad. I was just gonna say, how about what does the Bible say you have to do to obtain salvation?
Exactly.
What would you gotta say?
Exactly.
No
Good
point. Pulled during the making of this video.
And you know what? That reminds me of a point, because this was a while back here, man, where in the group chat somebody had sent a post that a brother from GMS had said, where he said, it was basically some stuff about how the MLB is coming and things of that nature. And he was saying how, GMS was right. We told y'all this was coming. And Hitman said, nigga, no, the Bible was right.
Oh my God.
As if GMS invented it, bro. Like,
come on, bro.
As if they, even from a physical standpoint, as if they're the only ones that have known for the longest time that the chip or the thing was the MLB and that it's coming to the whole world. And they're the only ones that know that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Desperate to take credit. So desperate.
That shit was funny. That just reminded me of that shit.
Okay, so salvation can only be attained through believing and having faith in Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ is the only.
So faith in what else?
So you have faith and believe in Jesus Christ, and you repent from your sins, meaning to turn away from your sins. That is the only. And salvation is a gift given to you from God. And so that's it.
You got the gift already.
Beginning and end. Nothing else is required to attain salvation but faith and belief in Jesus.
Keeping the laws on it? Okay.
Yeah. I guess you gave you that gift off of Amazon.
Gideon finna flame him.
It's in. I just looked it up real quick.
Oh, this is the first precept.
Your Bible with you, my man?
Yep.
Okay. Let's get it.
Bible app handy.
Yeah. If you can.
Oh, you ain't got your app handy. Oh, this guy.
Okay.
He said Philippians.
James.
He said James.
Go to James chapter 2 and verse 14, and everybody watching, please do the same thing.
We watching. We watching. Let's go there. Let's see.
Man, I would love to put this up on the screen. Hold on. Let me
Nah, nigga, you don't want to put it up.
No need.
You don't want your ass to get flamed, nigga. That's why.
Oh man, like technical difficulties, bro. I can't put it up on the screen.
This nigga think he's slick, bro.
That's something.
We can read it.
All right. James
I know we can read it.
James chapter 2 verse 14. And everybody at home go to the
Let's
same
do
thing.
it.
James chapter 2 verse 14.
Yeah, we're at home. We're there. Let's do it.
What do profit, my brethren? Though a man say he have faith and have not works, can faith save him? And then now another precept regarding that. If you go to Romans,
this brother, he's saying the word precept too. Oh shit!
Oh man.
Hey, but honestly, man, I'm a little disappointed, bro. He should have gone all the way with it. So let's go to James chapter 2, and then he started at 14. We got to keep going.
Yeah,
because I've said this plenty of times. This is one of my favorite precepts when you understand the difference between a quote-unquote Christian and understanding the truth. Verse 15, if a brother or sister be naked and destitute of daily food, and you understand to be naked in the scriptures means you're in sin. And one of you say unto them, depart in peace, be ye warmed and filled. Notwithstanding, you give them not those things which are needful to the body. What does it profit? Meaning what? You just walk up to a person and say, be like, hey, man, just believe in Jesus, believe that Jesus died on the cross for your sins, and you're gonna be saved, but you don't teach them the law, what's the point of even talking about Christ? They don't know. They don't know what they do. They don't know what am I saved from? What was I doing that I need to be saved from in the first place? If you don't know the law, what you were saved because you're a bad person in terms of an American understanding. So that's why you were saved. Think about it. Most people in this society, when they're talking about being saved, they're like, oh, I was an alcoholic, man. I used to have anger management problems. I was depressed. I was a loser, basically. And then I remember I saw a pastor or some feeling came over me, and Jesus spoke to me and said, my son, don't worry, man. All is forgiven. And then I just felt that peace. That's not what the Bible's about. That's what idiots think the Bible's about. So that's essentially why I love that verse in James. A lot of these Christians, what they're doing, they're telling people that they're healed and they're saved when they're still in their sins. They're still naked. How can we be saved when you don't understand the law? It's not even about just keeping the law. The average Christian doesn't even know what's in the law. So how can you even know if you're saved? You don't even know if you're keeping the law or not.
Exactly.
Most Christians don't know
and
the
the
law.
thing is, salvation in its totality, like especially when it comes to the end game, salvation is referring to being immortal, receiving that immortal body. Ain't nobody immortal, dude. So you're not saved. That is so arrogant and ignorant at the same time for anyone to say that they are saved in any capacity when Christ, the one that they alleged to adhere to, of course, it's not God, but that's their God, whatever. He clearly says in Matthew 24, he that endures to the end shall be saved. To the end. Last time I checked, this ain't the end, bitch. So you're just arrogant. You're just an arrogant jackass talking about, I'm saved already. Stop.
Well, you know what they'll say about that? Oh, well, that's talking about, 70 AD. That's not talking about now.
Because Christ is like, you see, because a lot of people don't understand the dual fold aspect of the scripture. So like, literally, when it's talking about when Christ is telling the people to flee to the mountains, when the desolation of
abomination of desolation.
Yeah. Abomination of desolation. Thank you. And he's telling the people to flee to the mountains. That was in reference to 70 AD. But a lot of people forget that there was another rebellion in the second century as well. Like Jerusalem was partially destroyed, but the final destruction came, I think, in like 130 AD, maybe. I'm trying to remember. So people always forget about that.
And the thing is, the world didn't end in 70 AD, so that's just a retarded notion.
And then
I don't even know what you're talking about.
One of the main parts is who is the promise of immortality given to.
That's facts.
Right? Because once you break that down, I think if people were to understand that, we would have a lot less arguments because
can I answer
if you don't like what God has to say, well, God doesn't like you either. You know what I mean? So you can keep going on doing whatever you want to do.
Facts.
Ooh, can I give the answer to that question? Who's immortality give to? Can I get that answer?
Oh, yes, please.
Let's see what let's see what the Bible says. Let's give the most basic answer to this. Sirach 37:25. The days of life of man may be numbered, but the days of Israel, Yasharallah, are innumerable. Meaning what? They cannot be numbered because they are unlimited. That's what the salvation means. Your days become unlimited, innumerable. Okay? So I don't know. Like, you have to earn that, though. Of course, that's the greatest reward you can possibly receive, but it's the hardest one, which means you have to earn it. How do we put ourselves in position to earn it right now? By studying, actually paying attention to what's obviously been written in scriptures, paying attention to what's going on around us, things of that nature. Of course, it's only for Israel, as I just said. The days of Israel are innumerable, but you get the point. Like, you didn't earn it just because you say so. Like, that's pathetic. I'm saved through Jesus Christ. On what grounds? First off, who is that,
And
by the way? But oh my
I
God.
want to get a
Wow.
I want to get a quick precept to back that up as well. This is Malachi 3 verse 6. For I am the Lord, I change not, I change not. Therefore,
Ooh,
ye sons of Jacob are not
ooh,
consumed.
ooh.
Sons of Jacob are not consumed. The world
Mm,
without end, Israel. Come on,
You
mm.
see
man.
how this all kind of
Come
lines
on.
up, and then the Old Testament, and then the New Testament, and then the Apocrypha. We kind of just line it all up. That's how it's supposed to be read. Yeah, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
You
Exactly.
don't
He
have
played
to.
the
You
end
don't
from the
have to
beginning, man.
completely get rid of an say, and one of the testaments is null and void now. No, we can all kind of line everything up together because that's how it's meant to be read.
Exactly. A
Mm.
history book, precept upon precept of the sons of
Line
Jacob,
upon
the
line.
world without end, the nation of Israel. That's what the Bible is all about at the end
Ooh,
of the day. And
ooh.
I'm gonna get one more. I'm gonna get my favorite one. Y'all already know where I'm going to. Hey, this book of James, chapter 1 and 1. Hey, this my favorite one, bro. James, a servant of God and the Lord Yahweh Shai, to the 12 tribes which are scattered abroad. Greeting. Hey,
Hey,
come
can I
on,
get my
man.
favorite one?
This is New Testament right here. This is New Testament.
Yep.
Let me get my favorite New Testament. Let's go to Romans. Let's go to Romans 9. Starting at verse 3. For I wish that myself were accursed from the Mashiach for my brethren, my kinsmen, according to the flesh,
Mm-hmm.
who are Israelites.
Mm-hmm.
Who?
Mm.
Israelites,
Mm-hmm.
to whom
So if
pertaineth the adoption and the glory and the covenants and the giving of the law and the service of the Most High and the promises, who are the fathers, and of whom, as concerning the flesh, Christ came, who is over all, the Most High, blessed forever. Amen. I mean,
and another thing too, the beautiful precepts. And I wanted to I brought up that verse in Malachi as well, is because the Most High just told you He doesn't change. So
Yep.
if
nope.
you as a Christian or whatever a religion you believe in that holds up a Bible, if you're saying that everyone can get salvation, you're calling the Most High a liar, because we all know
Mm,
we all know what's going to happen to the nation of Edom. We all know what's going to
mhm,
happen to them.
Mhm.
So
mhm.
you'd have to explain that to me, but you can't explain it.
Whew. You are
Oh
calling the
boy,
most high liar. Whew.
liar.
Heavy,
Woo.
heavy words. Hey, let's get that let's now that you done hit on that point, let's go to the book of Romans, the 3rd chapter, man. Because
Yes,
what the
sir.
most
And
high
Oh,
this is the New Testament as well.
this
Go
this
Hey,
ahead.
is
but
the New
the
Testament.
New
real
Testament.
quick, I was just gonna go to the Old Testament because in the scriptures it says declaring the end from the beginning.
And from the
Yes,
beginning,
So
sir.
baby.
let's go
Let's
to
get the
Leviticus
old and the new.
26 because it declares the end from the beginning. So Leviticus
Hmm.
26. I'll start in just to get the point. I'll start at verse 40. This is talking about the nation of Israel. And by the way, for those of you brothers who don't know, Leviticus 26 is a condensed version of Deuteronomy 28, a paraphrased version of Deuteronomy
Yeah.
28.
Yeah.
But
Hmm.
starting at verse 40, so the nation of Israel, if they shall confess their iniquity and the iniquity of their fathers with their trespass, which they trespass against me, and that also they have walked contrary unto me. That's the Old Testament. What does it say in the New Testament? If we confess our sins and believe in our hearts that Jesus is Lord, then we shall be saved. That's the New
Absolutely.
Testament. This is the Old Testament saying right here, continuing on. And that I also have walked contrary unto them and have brought them into the land of their enemies. If then their uncircumcised hearts be humbled, and they then accept the punishment of their iniquity, then will I remember my covenant with Jacob, and also my covenant with Isaac, and also my covenant with Abraham will I remember, and I will remember the land. The land also shall be left of them, and shall enjoy her Sabbaths, while she lieth desolate without them, and they shall accept of the punishment of their iniquity, because even because they despise my judgments, and because their soul abhorred my statutes. Meaning what? The nation of Israel was kicked out of the land because they rejected the laws of the Most High. But in the Christian's mind, the Most High was angry for that. He said, you know what? I'm gonna change my mind. Y'all don't have to follow anymore. Just believe in Jesus, man. Verse 44, and yet for all that, when they be in the land of their enemies, I will not cast them away, neither will I abhor them to destroy them utterly, and to break my covenant with them, meaning the covenant between the nation of Israel and the Most High would be established forever. That covenant was not going to be broken. In order for other nations to be a part of the covenant, you would have to form a new agreement. That's how that would work. You'd have to break the covenant and form a new agreement because they weren't a part of the original agreement. Continuing on. But I will, for their sakes, remember the covenant of their ancestors, whom I brought forth out of the land of Egypt in the sight of the heathen, that I might be their God, and that I might be their God. I am the Lord. Verse 46. These are the statutes and judgments and laws which the Lord made between him and the children of Israel in Mount Sinai by the hands of Moses. And again, we know what is sin. Sin is to break the law.
Break the law.
Is only given to one nation. And the Most High, like JT said earlier, he does not change. He does not break his promises. That promise was only meant for one nation of people. And of course, the descendants of those people.
And I want to get this in the Old Testament, and then Swint's going to get some in the New Testament. So you see how we line them all up. So I'm gonna just get to the basics. We all know about this famous book, the Book of Obadiah. Short and sweet to the point, right?
Sir.
This is Obadiah. I'm gonna start at verse 8. Shall I not in that day, saith the Lord, even destroy the wise men out of Edom and understanding out of the Mount Esau? So this is going into your Elon Musk type of guys, your Bill Gates, these tech geniuses. Yep, your Bezos. And thy mighty, at verse 9, and thy mighty men, O Teman, shall be dismayed, to the end that every one of the mount of Esau may be cut off by slaughter.
Man, cut off by slaughter, man. Slaughter gang in this bitch, nigga.
Pull up on your block, boy.
Are you saying the Most High is going to destroy all of Edom? Yeah, I mean, whole nations have been destroyed before. Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed, and low key, if our people had done their job, the Canaanites would have been completely destroyed as well. So Most High has no problem destroying nations of people.
Also, the Amalekites.
Yep.
In verse 10, just to get for thy violence against thy brother Jacob, shame shall cover thee, and thou shalt be cut off forever.
Hey, there ain't gonna be no more Edomites, man. A world without Edomites, man.
World without end, bro.
Especially no sons of Edom. Especially no sons of Edom. That's y'all history, bro. Now you might want to debate the snow bunnies. You might want to debate that. That might be debatable. only because any nation. What's the best way? I want to phrase this correctly. The nations continue on through the men. So obviously, if you take the women, the race does not change. So that's a whole other debatable topic.
I'll say this about that specifically right there, bro. Even in regards to that topic, in regards to concubines of the other nations in the kingdom, so we have a video about that. I think that was on my main channel. I believe that was probably about a month ago or some shit, a month and a half, 2 months ago, something like that. Even though, as y'all brothers who watch the video saw my stance on it, you know what I'm saying, and believing that there will be, concubines and marriage and whatnot in the kingdom, I'm on record also saying, bro, when Edomite men go, the Edomite hoes gonna be out too. They gonna be out. They gonna be out of that bitch too, nigga. Them hoes gonna be out of there too, bro. You know what I'm saying? All Edom is gonna be gone, bro. The women too.
Hey, we'll see you later then.
You got that verse in Romans 1?
Yeah.
Then I'm gonna get Hebrews after that.
Let's go.
But just to touch on that point real quick again, like the Most High don't operate how this world operates in terms of giving some sympathy and favor to the women. No, when the Edomite, when he says the nation of Edom, that's man, woman, and child. Yes. All gone. All gone. No favors. No
Hasta la
sympathy.
vista.
This world tells you to have sympathy on women and children. The most, most I don't give a fuck about them kids, nigga.
That's that little ones against the stone, man.
Exactly. Most I don't
Oh
give a fuck about them
man.
hoes or them kids, nigga. He don't operate like this world operates.
You want to
So
talk
yeah,
about toxic masculinity?
exactly. Either my hoe is gonna be gone too, bro. But continuing on,
Oh my
this is
goodness.
that Romans I was getting on. But before I go there, I'm gonna go also on Romans 7 because y'all brothers mentioned, especially D Ben went into Leviticus the 26th chapter, going into the promises and the curses, juxtaposing those two, basically a summary of Deuteronomy 28 in that chapter of Leviticus 26. And this is the New Testament. This is the New Testament here. And this is Paul, someone that a lot of these Christians love to sit there and say, you know what I'm saying? Paul, he wasn't really for the
Paul this,
law
Paul
like
that.
that. Paul was lenient with the law. Paul didn't really preach about the law. Even the Israelites, Paul went off with the law. Everybody got beef with Paul, nigga.
Everybody said fuck Paul, yeah.
Everybody got some beef with Paul, bro. But what did Paul actually say? Let's go to the Bible,
I know, right?
nigga.
What did he say though?
What did he actually say? This is Romans 7 and 7. What shall we say then? Is the law sin? God forbid, nay. I had not known sin but by the law. For I had not known
Oof.
lust, except the law has said, thou shalt not covet.
Oof. Oof.
Man,
Oof.
man. Verse 8,
Oof.
but sin, taking occasion by commandment, wrought in me all manner of conspicuous. For without the law, sin was dead. Is sin dead? Come on, man. It's sin dead, man. Verse 9. For I was alive without the law once, but when the commandment came, sin revived and I died. And the commandment which was ordained to life, I found to be unto death. For sin taken occasion by the commandment deceived me, but it slew me. Wherefore the law is holy, and the commandment holy, and just, and good. So Paul is basically, because this whole chapter is going into basically the juxtaposition of flesh and spirit. Going into how, you know what I'm saying, how you live, you try your very best to live by the spirit as much as possible, but you are still a man in the flesh. So you're still subject to fleshly things, fleshly actions, and wicked, because everything that's fleshly isn't wicked, but in the flesh comes wickedness. So sometimes being in the flesh, wickedness is going to occur. It just is what it is. Of course, you repent, and you have the law as your foundation to get you back, to reel you back into what's actually right, which is what Paul is basically explaining right here, that he's the problem, not the law. The law is good, the law is just, the law is holy. It's the flesh that's the problem, not the law that's the problem. See, these Christians, they try to paint the law as an issue. Oh, the big bad mean God that had this law that we can't do this and the third. You know what I'm saying? That's how the Christians try to paint the law. But the Bible actually tells you that the law is the good thing. It's us that needs to do the recalibrating, per se, to fit the tenets of the law to the best of our ability, which is all Paul is explaining in this chapter right here. I'm not going to continue on, but that's pretty much all Paul is explaining right here. So even Paul, the person that, you know what I'm saying, these Christians love to quote, you know what I'm saying, about this and the third, taught the law. So yeah. But this is Romans
I'll
3.
go.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Actually, that's the priest I was going to get. So if you're going to get it, go ahead.
Okay, this may be the one, but I was going to go to Romans 3 and 3. For what if some did not believe? Shall their belief make the faith of the Most High without effect? The Most High forbid. Yea, let God be true, but every man a liar. As it is written, thou shalt that thou mightest be justified in thy sayings, and mightest overcome when thou art judged. It's like Hitman said earlier. If you start to see him say that all the nations can be saved, after the Most High done told you that's not possible, you calling the Most High a liar. You know what I'm saying? But the Bible says the man is a liar and the Most High is the true one. So if you saying they can be saved, the Most High saying they can't be saved, who the liar? And the Bible says the man is the liar. I mean, I
I don't
mean,
know.
come on, man. I mean,
Oh, but shit, let's go there because well, actually, I'm gonna go a little bit further back to know a point that we was bringing up earlier about the law and don't chastise yourself too much, right? Proverbs 24, verse 16: For a just man falleth 7 times and riseth up again, but the wicked shall fall into mischief or iniquity. Meaning that you don't condemn yourself just because you make a you sin, or you just so happen to transgress against the law. Like Swin just said, we're in the flesh, so nobody's perfect. This is a process towards that reward. So that's that. But Swin, you actually didn't bring it up. You went to the beginning of Romans 3.
mm,
I'm gonna go to the end of Romans 3. Romans 3 and 31. I mean, come on, this is just, I mean, seriously, this is just obvious right here. Do we make void of the law through
yep.
faith? The Most High forbid. Yea, we establish the law. So that
Uh,
cuts that notion right there. And
uh,
like like D-Ben brought up in Leviticus 26 about the covenants and how they last forever, right? Well, somebody would say, "Oh, that's just Old Testament. In the New Testament, there's a new covenant." You know what? You're right. But
with who?
let's read about that. Let's get there. Let's get there real quick. Hebrews 8.
Oh
You
man,
know
the
what?
classic.
Let's go to verse 7. For if the first covenant had been faultless, then should no place have been sought for the second. Here's the big one: for finding fault with them. Hebrews 8, verse 8. For finding fault with them, he saith, Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and the house of Judah, not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the day that I took them out of the hand to lead them out of the land of Egypt, because they continued not in my commandment and I regard a covenant, sorry, and I regarded them not, saith the Lord. For this is the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel after those days, saith the Lord. I will put my laws in their mind and write them in their hearts, and I will be to them a God, and they shall be to me a people. And they shall not teach every man his neighbor, and every man his brother, saying, Know the Lord, for all shall know me, from the least to the greatest. For I
Yep.
will be merciful in their unrighteousness, and their sins and their iniquities I will remember no more. In that he saith, a new covenant he had made the first old. Now that which decayeth and waxes old is ready to vanish away. Now I want to go back to verse 9, because that's another. I mean, obviously they can't really dispute verse 8. Obviously, we know that they're gonna completely butcher that. But something they might try to say is in verse 9, not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers. Especially like if they want to like the house of Israel, right? They want to say, oh, that's spiritual Israel, right? Whatever, that bullshit talking point, right? What that's referring to is the covenant of physical circumcision, because that's how the first covenant was established with the fathers. That's not which they're actually going to get to that in this live stream, by the way, circumcision and stuff. But that's not what the new covenant is about. It's just about the promise that was made to the bloodline, the spiritual promise. To uh there's no need to be physically circumcised, which is just a little side point. This is another reason why women are nowhere near equipped to teach the Bible whatsoever, because circumcision is only applying to, well, physical circumcision is only applying to men. So clearly this is a topic that women are nowhere near qualified to speak on. So because
Exactly.
physical circumcision is the snip of the foreskin of your penis. Last time I checked, women don't have penises, so this is not a conversation for them to be having, nor anything else in the Bible, really. But especially not this one. This was the main, what would you call it? I won't say the main contention, but one of the main contentions between uh, the quote unquote Jews and the Gentiles of the New Testament. But that's what the new covenant is about, that everlasting promise, because the holy genealogy has already been established. So something as physical as circumcision, that's that's really vanity, as proven throughout the scriptures. It doesn't really make any sense to keep that as a spiritual requirement to be a part of the covenant or part of the kingdom. It really just doesn't make any sense, because it's been proven clearly that just because, precepts in the scriptures clearly tells you that in the New Testament, that just because a man is physically circumcised doesn't mean he's spiritually circumcised. So the new covenant must be based off of surely spiritual principles in finding out who are the Israelites, who are the bloodline that have that truly have a spiritual connection with the Most High, i.e., understanding that throughout everything that's going to happen, the Most High has come to save the hopefully elect of Israel. That's what that means. That's what spiritual Israel means, if you want to take it there. So I don't know. So that's just more religious bullshit talking about, oh well, see, it's not the same covenant they had with their fathers. So it's a totally different covenant established to all people. No. Only was it Hebrews 10? I forgot the verse right now. But the people that are obliged to the second covenant are those who are under the first covenant. Well, we already know that only Israel is under the first covenant, so that doesn't apply to
Exactly.
anyone else at all. So good luck with that. Like D-Ben said, you got to make a whole new agreement with.
Exactly.
You got to sit in the boardroom with the Most High on your own time, because Israel's agreements and contracts have already been established and written and things of that nature. So good luck with that.
Exactly. Exactly. You just laid it all out, man. I mean, we all just laid everything out in regards to this point, just demolished it. You know what I'm saying?
So let's see it. So let's see if Gideon can do it. Let's see if Gideon can do it.
I wish this brother Gideon had his knowledge game up more to be able to counter Don's points, because he could, if he did. Don is so basic in his understanding that this would be a slaughter fest.
He's only been a Christian for
Chapter
like
2,
21 days, I believe.
verse 15.
Wait. Hold on. Let's read the whole thing though. So this section is titled "Faith and Works," and I'm gonna go ahead. You know what? Actually,
but like I was just saying, like, because you had said, all you need is faith.
Yeah, because all right.
Salvation.
So I can just counter that with a verse that says, salvation through grace alone. Verse, and then. Okay. All right. And then so go to Ephesians chapter 2, verse 8 to 9.
That verse in Ephesians he's about to bring out, that doesn't negate fact that, but that's the thing, that verse doesn't negate the fact that you need works. Well, I'll say that verse don't negate the fact, like what he's about to say is true, but that verse don't negate the fact of what faith actually entails. That's the thing. Faith itself alone, yes, that is what is going to save you at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? That's most definitely true. But how do you have proof of faith? Faith is not just some concept. Oh, faith. It's just not some concept. Faith. It's not just some concept that's floating out there in the air that like has nothing to qualify it. You know what I'm saying? Like faith, some got to qualify your level of faith. Like I was talking to Hitman before the live stream started. Niggas don't do this shit in the world, bro. When it comes to having, belief, that's what faith essentially is belief. Having belief that you're going to accomplish something. You know what I'm saying? You believe that you're going to be able to accomplish something. Say you're trying to lose some weight, right? You believe that you're going to be able to lose 20 pounds. But what do you have to do to lose those 20 pounds? You can't just sit in the bed, eat Haagen-Dazs ice cream, and think you're going to lose those 20. Nigga, you might gain 20 pounds, nigga.
You need some works to back up that faith, man.
Exactly. What's your work? Getting a proper eating regimen, proper diet, going to the gym, working out. That's your works for your faith in that you'll lose them. Your belief, your faith that you're gonna lose them 20 pounds. It's no niggas only want to do this for the spirit, but they know that in the flesh this faith concept alone principle don't apply. You know what I'm saying? But for the Most High and for the Bible, they want to apply it. Just showing that, like we were saying earlier, niggas believe that they should just get this shit. When I say this shit, niggas believe that they should just get salvation just because. Like you don't gotta earn it.
And if you don't believe you can lose 20 pounds, you ain't gonna lose 20 pounds, man.
Exactly.
Oh my
Go to
goodness.
Ephesians chapter 2, verse 8 to 9, and tell me what that say.
Nigga think
You feel me?
Nigga think he
And
got
this is what I was trying to get at.
You feel me?
Wait, hold up 1 second. Let's read it first, so
Okay.
that way everybody can hear it. Let me find it.
And
like I said, I'm
see
13, chapter 2, verse what?
Yeah.
Come on, guys. Hurry this up.
9?
Verse 8 through 9.
Oh, 8 through 9. You see, I even have those highlighted too.
All right. So what it say?
For by grace are you saved
Congratulations.
through faith, and not of yourself. It is the gift of God. So
what does 9 say? What does 9 say? What does 9? Read the whole thing.
Not of works, lest any man should boast. So now we gotta ask this question right here.
Yeah, that's not even what
is there a
that's talking
contradiction
about.
in the Bible? Because
But it says not of works, lest any man should boast. Meaning
Any man
the work is not for you to boast in. You know what
Exactly.
I'm
It has nothing to do with salvation. What a joke.
Like, come on, bro. Like, this is not that difficult, bro. Like, this is not that hard, man. Like,
It's not even that. It's that Don is so goddamn retarded. It's like, nigga, you're not even paying attention to what you're reading. That has not. It says let no man boast. It didn't say
exactly.
you're not saved because you have works. It has nothing to do with that. But
yeah, it don't
the
say
concept of that's about boasting.
It don't say and not of works, lest any man should have them. No, it says not of works, lest any man should boast. You're not supposed to boast yourself. You're not supposed to pride your works over other brothers' works. Oh, I did 5 videos this week. You only did 1. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you know what I'm saying? That's you know what I'm saying? Oh, I kept this commandment every single day, but you know what I'm saying? You had to go work on the Sabbath. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not what it's about.
I mean, I ain't trying to throw no subliminal diss, but you supposed to keep the Sabbath, but you see, I was at home on time for the Sabbath. You was 2 hours late. Ha! Yachty.
Exactly. That's what's being conveyed here by Paul in this message right here, in this chapter right here. You're not supposed to boast in your works. You're not supposed to pride what you're doing over other brothers, because we all fall short and we all sin, pursuing the Romans 3 and 23. That's what's being conveyed here. Not that you're not supposed to have works. Come on, man.
Man, he says boast. He's not an idiot.
Come on, man.
Over in James, it said, what is faith without works? Now over here it's saying, for grace are you saved. So it's either a contradiction.
It's not. I can explain
the whole point.
Do you want me to explain it?
Yeah, go ahead and explain it.
I was just going to finish the point I was trying to make earlier by bringing up James is because you had said faith is how we are saved.
It is
the whole point I was trying to bring up is, yes, by faith we are saved, but with faith we also need grace. I mean, we also need works. It's our faith and our works.
No, so works is the evidence of faith. You understand? So when you read the entire chapter,
he explains his point.
What an idiot! These niggas be so.
He's so focused on trying to argue. He's so focused on trying to argue that he's not even realizing that y'all both agree on the same point. He just said faith is evidence, works is evidence of your faith. That's what the fuck he just said.
They're not saying anything right now. They're just talking.
Exactly.
But they're agreeing. The problem is they're agreeing on the same topic, but yet Don wants to argue anyway. That's the epitome of being a combative person. It's like, bruh, you literally just said the same shit he just said. Just because you worded it a little differently doesn't mean that you guys' messages are different. Saying that works is the evidence of faith is the same shit as saying you must have faith and works at the same time.
And now he's going to try to make this into a thing where works don't matter. So let's see how he does that.
It's like,
Exactly.
let's see how he comes
See,
with
the
this.
book of James was the first book I read when I became a new Christian.
Who
So I
cares?
understand it.
That's great.
It's fresh in my mind. You know what I'm saying? I use a study Bible that really breaks it down.
Awesome,
It is
great.
saying that
New Living
someone has been
Testament.
transformed.
And you gotta be careful with that New Testament study Bible. You know what I'm saying? They be throwing shit in there. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
The NLT. He got the New Testament only Bible.
You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful with the Old Testament stuff is good.
It's valid for the Old Testament, but New Testament.
Yeah, New Living Testament, man, that New Testament shit, that shit is dangerous. Like I said, the word Christian is in there over 20 times.
We talking about the
study Bible.
the study Bible with the KJV or the NKJV study, the actual study.
True, but that's what I'm saying. Like I guarantee. First off, none of them niggas reading from other than maybe JD but that nigga Don's not reading from the King James. We already know that. He's probably reading
Old
from
Testament,
1 or 3 testaments.
Old Testament
He's not reading from that.
It's valid in that study Bible because I feel like that they're of the mindset of this is null and void, and so we can really just go full on. But New Testament, they kind of have that Christian twist.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he's not Don. None of these Christians are reading from King James really at all. They're reading from two translations: ESV, New International, NIT, and the New Living Testament. That's where they read from.
Yeah.
Them shits are dangerous because they be adding, especially New Living Testament. They be adding a bunch of words in New Testament that's not supposed to be there.
And they be taking out verses too in them versions of the Bible.
You got to be real careful with those. You can still go into them for studying purposes, for cross references, of course. Like maybe some things are worded in a way that's better for you to understand. I'll give you that, but you have to be careful because these translations were translated way recently, relatively speaking. Like I would say over the last 20 years or so. Like we don't speak the same type of English that they did back in the 1500s, 1600s. Like English had just basically started around that time, i.e. Middle English or medieval English, however you want to look at it. So it's a totally different way that they would not only word stuff, but just how they would speak and communicate things in their language. So when you go into a modern English type of translation of the Bible, you got to be careful because they be, first, a lot of that shit's translated by a bunch of fucking Edomites anyway. So that's already dangerous enough. But that's the point, because they're Edomites, they're deceivers. So they take certain parts out and then put certain words in that completely throws it off and could potentially create contradictions in the scriptures. So you got to be careful. And that's what these Christians be reading from.
That's facts. Yeah, I want to say this convo right here by Super Hebrew is, I guess that's Super Hebrew Israel. It says LMFAO, Jesus a BHI. I mean, if you want to use the Black Hebrew Israelite word in terms of a person who follows the Bible in its purest form, then you can say
in part of the bloodline, but
part of the bloodline, exactly.
Yeah, that BHI stuff.
But
good grief.
I'm so tired of that word.
I'm so sick of that shit, man. Oh my God.
Once the heart has been transformed via salvation, the evidence of that transformation is evident in the way that they live their lives. You feel me? But it's not saying that you're going to receive your salvation as a result of something you do.
So how do we show that it's evident? How will we show that it's evident? So
I know, right? What are you talking
about? How does it show?
It was
because you can say it all day, but how do you show it?
And that's what I was trying to get at when I was reacting to you on that podcast. The evidence of it is in the way you move, in the way you talk, in the way you act.
Christians versus Muslims.
Your character has a complete transformation. It's
so
like
your actions
is the evidence. But it is not the cause. It is the result of salvation, not the cause of salvation.
But what the fuck is this nigga talking about?
What are you talking about? Once again, I'm gonna just say it again. Christ, that you niggas swear is God for whatever the fuck reason. It's clearly said in Matthew 24, he that endures to the end shall be saved. So you're automatically way off, number one. Number two, once again, all you did, even if let's just pretend people are saved right now. Let's just pretend. And I want us to really pretend here, because we have to literally dumb our brains down to a significant degree to come down to Don's level right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, Don is literally at the bottom of the cliff, and we got to throw the rope all the way down. Okay, let's really dumb our brains down here so that we can pretend that foundation that Don tried to spew is correct. Don, all you've been doing for the past minute and 15 fucking seconds is proving Jadon right. You guys are on the same page, but you are so focused on arguing his point that you're not paying attention to the fact that you guys are saying the same shit. At the end of the day, you must have faith and works at the same time in order to go to the kingdom. That's just the bottom line. Just because you saying that faith is the works is the evidence of faith, that doesn't change the point. You're basically explaining the same shit over and over again. This is so fucking religious, because being religious, I was gonna say stupid, but I'm just gonna say religious because realistically, religious and stupid might as well be synonyms of each other because you're all idiots. But whatever. It's what it is.
Bro, man. Don, bro, just get a 16-11 and stay at home on the Sabbath.
Oh man, please tell me we gonna get to that. That's the shit.
Yeah, we're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that after this. I want to get to that Sabbath point. Yeah, we're gonna get to that, bro. Oh man, like this is crazy. Like you said,
like, what did you just say? He didn't say anything.
Nothing, bro. All he did was just say what Jadon said 5 minutes ago.
It's like utter confusion that he just spouted right then. Bro.
Nigga just went in circles like Patrick Mahomes in that AFC Championship game. That's all he just did, bro. That's all he did, bro. He just ran around in circles, bro.
And yeah, because it's the intellectual choke. Nah, that's why I eat pork, nigga. Yeah.
But that's more so going to context of what is works and what's not. My problem, this is number one thing I hate in general. I've always hated this. I've hated when niggas try to argue with me on something, but yet ironically enough, I'm on the same page as you. It's like, bro, I said the same shit you said 10 minutes ago. Why the fuck are you still arguing with me about this topic? Exactly. Move on, bro. I've been said that, nigga. God damn.
Hey, I feel your frustration, bro. I hate that shit too, bro.
That's so ignorant. Like, are you not aware? Like, come on, bro.
Like you said, but he's so focused on trying to argue. He's so focused on trying to be Christian that he can't see that he's saying the same shit, bro. He's so focused on sticking to the Christian way of doing things, the Christian way of explaining it. Really, the Christian way of confusing.
My bad. I was just gonna say, because the Christian way that of him saying it is, I'm explaining it the same way you're saying it. It's just that I can eat pork. That's it. Or exactly. I don't have to follow the Sabbath, or I can celebrate Christmas too. But yeah,
exactly the way.
By the way, that's in violation of 10 Commandments. By the way,
facts. Which he's so big on. He's so big on the 10 Commandments. But I want to get this precept right here. This is Matthew 6:19. It says, "Lay not up for yourself treasures upon earth, where moth and rust doth corrupt, and where thieves break through and steal. But lay up for yourself treasures in heaven, where neither moth nor rust doth corrupt, and where thieves and do not break nor steal. For where your treasure is, your heart will be also." So, what are those treasures in heaven that you're laying up? Nigga, your works. That's what it is. It's your works, bro. So this is Jesus. This is Jesus right here telling you to have works.
Look, and anybody trying to deny the fact that you need some works, which is all it is just following the law to the best of your ability. Let's take the MOTB for an example. Oh, I took the MOTB, but I still have faith and grace, and that's all I need. What?
Exactly.
It's like, okay.
All right. Exactly. Yeah, sure. All right.
Exactly.
Enjoy life.
Yeah, there's gonna be people that's gonna be complaining with the chip when they deduct their credit score for speaking on the Bible. Why did they lower my credit score by 600 points? Well, because you took the chip and nigga, they automatically know what you're thinking before you even say it, stupid. So I mean, what
Well,
did you expect? Come on now.
yeah, you took the chip and I'm your God now. So you don't read
Hmm.
that anymore, buddy. All right. Have a
Hmm.
good
Yeah,
day.
exactly. You don't read that no more. What you thought they was gonna let you read the Bible after taking the chip? Yeah, okay. Good luck with
Hey,
that, bro.
enjoy the lake of fire, bro. Enjoy the lake of
It's
fire.
gonna
That's
take
all I
a
got to
fire.
say. Enjoy the lake of fire, bro. That's all
Boom,
I got to
got
say to
your
that.
ass. Boom, got your
Facts,
ass.
facts, facts, bro.
Shit,
And that's
enjoy that,
that's the
bro.
thing. And that's the thing about when the scriptures talk about storing your treasures in heaven, like Him said, it's the works. You know what I'm saying? In terms of keeping the law, statutes, commandments to the best of your ability. You know what I'm saying? And what I'm saying, feeding the flock of the Most High, which is the Israelites, not the church. The Israelites. You know what I'm saying? The elect of the nation of Israel with knowledge. That's the work, bro.
And,
That's that's
and,
that's
and,
what it comes down
Exactly.
to.
and there's no better way
Mm-hmm.
than to show your faith with the works than to say, you know what, I'm not taking this because my God said not to take it.
Exactly, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
That's how they work hand in hand.
That's the ultimate sacrifice right there, because you literally are gonna have to choose God, the Most High Yahweh, or the unknown. That's literally gonna be the choice. You don't know what's to come when you
Mm-hmm.
don't take it. You just gotta rely that He's gonna provide. Versus you
Mm-hmm.
choosing to take it and denying Him. So
Matthew
that's literally the
6.
ultimate sacrifice. It's not, it's a huge sacrifice when you don't know what's to come afterwards. When you just fully relying on faith, that's a big time sacrifice because you don't want
Mm-hmm.
you fully just relying on AI. He said He gonna provide. I believe Him,
Hebrews
and we
11 and
And,
gonna
1.
we gonna see what
and real
happens.
quick, I want to get back to the video, but you guys are making great points. And it's like the whole point of, yeah, it's a sacrifice and there's the aspect of the unknown, but the whole point of building your faith is to make that process as comfortable as possible. Like, even when they start bringing down certain laws that kind of stop you from doing certain things that you do on your daily basis just to survive, you're supposed to be so
Mm-hmm.
comfortable in your faith that you're not
Hmm.
worried about that in the slightest, because you know that there's a higher
Mm-hmm.
power out there that's going to look out for you.
Exactly,
Hebrews 11 and
exactly,
1. But that's why we
exactly.
study, man. That's why we study every day. So that way, as much as possible, we're not caught off guard because we've already seen certain things in advance. That's the whole
Hmm.
point.
You got a
Like, it's
backstage
not
pass, bro.
And
exactly.
especially you brought up a good point as well, Kitten. I just keep bouncing off these ideas, these thoughts in my head. But I remember with the executive order that Biden put out, the what was it, the 1477. I remember I was
Oh,
saying that yeah, you can kind of just skim through that, and it's nothing new that we didn't already know from reading the
Exactly,
Bible, from all these
exactly.
years of doing these
exactly. It's
live
not.
streams and talking to other brothers. Like, we all
Hmm.
knew this was coming.
Hmm.
Exactly.
Hmm.
We all knew. We're just glad that it's starting to be more and more apparent now. Yes, it's troubling, but at the same time, we know that we're getting closer and closer to the end. Yeah, one day at a
Hmm.
time. But that's the whole point. It's a journey, it's a process. And the
Exactly.
humility factor is knowing that we still don't know exactly where the Most High is going to place us in the end. So, like I said, all that talk about I'm saved, I'm saved through Jesus. Jesus gave me salvation. First off, who is that? But and two, whoever, if you're talking about who I think you're talking about, no, he didn't. He clearly said something else totally different. And once again, Matthew 24th chapter. So whoever Jesus is to you, that nigga must be fake because the the real Christ never said anything like that while he was on the earth. So that's not how that works. That's just that's
Exactly.
just your own arrogance. That's your own heart talking. Was it Proverbs
Exactly.
16 and 2 for the ways of man think is right in his own eyes, but the Most High weighs his spirits. And
Hmm.
shit, Proverbs 16 and 25. There is a way that seemeth right unto man, but the end thereof are the ways of death. Okay,
Yep.
you can think you got everything right now, and you're saved, and Jesus came. I don't know. Jesus came down to your office building and sat in the cubicle and had a conversation with you for an hour and a half, and you decided, okay, you're good. Hey, God, he's all right. Oh wait, my bad. In you guys' case, he is God, so he can just make that decision on his.
Exactly. Exactly. And
You're
I just want
good.
to get
You're in the-
I want to get one precept. I want to get one precept before we go back into the video. This Isaiah chapter 33, verse 6. And wisdom and knowledge shall be the stability of thy times, and strength of
Mhm.
salvation. The fear of the Lord is his treasure. So, like Hitman was saying,
Mhm.
we knew about these things already that's coming to pass right now with Biden, all these actions being pushed and shit, even just the the different resets. You got the global reset, you got the mass scale global reset, and in the global reset, you got different tenets of reset. You got the financial reset or the economic reset. You got the technological reset. You've got the spiritual reset. You've got the societal reset. You got various different resets. That you got the medical reset. There's various different resets, that are happening, in society, and through that wisdom and knowledge of the Most High, you got a backstage pass to the end game, and also just deeper levels of knowledge in regards to what's actually going on behind the veil, behind the curtain, within these resets. And the Most High will guide you to different resources that help you get some more practical information from the enemy themselves. Like there's literally a book out there called C19, The Great Reset. It's literally a book. You know what I'm saying? By Klaus Schwab, whatever the fuck his name is. Literally a book out there called C19, The Great Reset, explaining to you what the whole shit was about and the different sectors of society that's about to be reset and changed over to some new, and how
and
different things got to collapse for that to happen.
and we also went over in the Discord with the SARS pandemic on this one Sabbath day. We went over that.
Exactly. And
Yeah, last year. Yeah.
that's a whole nother animal in itself right there. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Whatever
Whenever
that's
that
gonna look like.
whatever that looks like, whenever that comes, that's gonna be a big time reset right there. So, you know what I'm saying? But the wisdom
Ooh.
of the scriptures gives us insight to, what's gonna happen. That way we're not thrown off guard. That way we not, what I'm saying, caught off guard where we have to make tough decisions out of fear in a split moment. And like I always be saying, when that's the circumstance surrounding your decision, 9 times out of 10, you're gonna make the wrong one. But continuing on though.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
That is how we are, and that is why some people say, "Oh, don't judge." You know what I'm saying? Like when somebody hold on, people will say, "Oh, you can't judge another Christian on whether they're saved." I completely disagree with that. Now, I will never judge a man on the quality of his salvation, but if you going
Listen,
around saying you a Christian, but
The
you beating
quality
your
of his
wife,
salvation.
you know what I'm saying, you addicted to crack. I'm being a little extreme, but you get what I'm
you're the
saying. You know what I'm
crack.
saying? You steal from people, you lie to people. You ain't no Christian, bro.
You steal to people, you lie to people, you beat your wife. Everything that you explaining is in the tenets of the law. So like
Yeah,
all he's saying, but you so fixated on being a Christian, and being a Christian itself denotes your omission of the law. So
and you're a liar.
you so exactly, you so fixated on that you can't see that you're saying the same shit. You're saying the same fucking shit, bro. But you so
That he
fixated,
said
and
10
that's
minutes ago.
exactly that's the frustrating part about this shit, man.
You know what I'm saying?
But,
And
Yeah.
so
but
that
how
is
can you say you're a Christian if you don't keep the commandments?
all right. Continue, go down that road some more. Because I
So-
agree 100% about
That's
following the
by
law of
works.
God.
That's what I mean when I say your works.
Mm.
There you go.
You have to show. I think it was a 21 Savage verse.
I agree. I believe we should keep every law that God
I'm
gives us.
savage.
Yeah, 21 Savage said, love, you can tell me you love me and still stab me in my back. Love is an action. You have to show action to say that you love.
Mhm.
Everybody says
Okay,
that they love
not bad,
God.
not bad.
Yeah, that's on that song "Ball Without You" by 21 Savage. I know that song.
Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad.
That shit
I
fire.
thought I was gonna say what line, because shit, that's up my territory. Y'all know I love giving rap lines as well. What? 21 Savage.
He said 20. I think 21 said, "Love, if you can love." He said, He said I'd rather have loyalty than love because love is fake or some shit. And then he said you could love or hate me and still stab me in my back. Basically going to how he'd rather have loyalty than have, someone that said that he loves him or some shit. That's basically the
Hey,
lyrics that he described.
Atlanta, stand up.
You know what I'm saying? We got to rep his own sticks too, bro.
Or remember that old school song. Remember that old school R&B song? If you love me, say it. If you trust me, do it. If you love me, show it. You gotta do something. You gotta prove it. You gotta show it. Now, of course, doing it and showing it is within proper context, but that's the whole point. Like, I mean, they've already explained this stuff, but apparently they're still arguing about it. So whatever. We just let it run.
Let it run, bro.
Right. But what does the Bible say love for God is?
Go ahead and tell me.
It's here in John.
Finally got some more interesting.
1 John. There we go.
John chapter 14, verse 15.
Oh, John. Oh.
If ye love me, and this is from Jesus himself. If ye love me, keep my commandment.
That is true.
So that is how you show God that you love him. It's like your parents.
Right.
How can you tell your parents that you love them, but you disobey everything that they say?
Right.
They give you rules. They give you, everything. They tell you what to do, the way to follow, and you ignore everything. You don't love them if you don't follow.
I couldn't agree with you more.
So by all and then my whole point about the Sabbath and everything is like God. The reason why that was so important to me is because that's the way that we have to show God that we love him. And God says to keep his Sabbath holy for all the days of your life.
So I can walk you through why the Sabbath, the law of the Sabbath, does not apply to the New Testament Christian, to the
Bro, there's absolutely no way you can do that, but I would love to see you try. There's no way you can do that shit. But I want to see you try to do it. I want to see you try. I want to see you contradict and blaspheme. Let me not say blaspheme, but bastardize what the Bible says. Because you can't do that. But I want to see you try.
His wordplay is weird. He said now, if we're talking about the Sabbath, and I mean the law of the Sabbath, then it's just a Sabbath. Like, what the hell are you talking about? Like the Sabbath is the Sabbath. There is no difference between the law of the Sabbath and the Sabbath.
For people who don't realize, this is how you know he's a fucking idiot. He's a fool. Everybody knows, if you've done even basic research, that the early Christians, the Jews and the Gentiles, kept the Sabbath until the 3rd century AD. They kept the Sabbath until the 3rd century AD. And then I think it was the 4th century AD, so like around 320 some BC, during the time of Constantine, where it became mandatory to celebrate, quote unquote, the Lord's Day on Sunday instead of on the 7th day, the Sabbath. And that was the 4th century AD when it became law, because Constantine wanted to separate the quote unquote Christianity from the Jews, because he was doing something completely different. Not understanding that quote unquote Christians and the Jews are it's one and the same. There's no difference. There's no making a separation between the two, because they come from the same source, that being the law, statutes, and commandments of the scriptures,
which was only given to the Israelites. And that's the thing. Like, Constantine was such a pagan dumbass that clearly he didn't have any understanding of the scriptures, because clearly it tells you in the New Testament all the time there is no difference between a Jew and a quote unquote Greek, because that's where the term not only Christian but in an extended sense Christianity comes from. Once again, Christianity's not, that word is not in the Bible, so there goes that. But that term Christianity is only, that term Christian, is only in the Greek. What is the word? Christianos, something like that. But
I think
you get the
point. It's Christos. Christos. That's what it is.
Well, Christos is Christ, which would be anointed. Christianos.
Okay, I got you.
Christian. The term Christian comes from Christianos, just mean, well, according to Strong's, they give a very, that's how you know the scholars and shit, pseudo scholars, these niggas full of shit. Because when you look up the term Christianos, right? The term Christian, whatever, it gives a very vague and open-ended definition. It just means follower of Christ. And it's like, that's it. Like, it doesn't give like any other outline to it. And it's like, well, okay, but that's not really saying anything. Saying that you're a follower of Christ, anybody could take that the wrong way. That's why you got to look up. You got to look up the word Christos, and then obviously it means anointed, which is which obviously is referring to the Mashiach, but it's also referring to those that he anointed himself to follow him and things of that nature. So it's way more complex than what the term Christianos, according to BLB, loves to communicate. But that's the whole point. Like, that nigga Constantine was an idiot. He was just another pagan. Yeah, he was a Jake, but he was a pagan idiot at that point. So he didn't really understand the difference. Well, he might have understood the difference between the two, but he was too dumb to follow the right hand. He was so focused on the left hand that's what he wanted him to do, to go to the temples. Well, quote unquote temples, because all those temples were bullshit at that point. But the quote unquote temples on Sunday instead of what would be Friday evening to Saturday evening. And it's like, well, my God, that's not the seventh day of the week. So I don't know why you're instructing him to do that, but that's the point. He was a pagan. So none of that mattered to him. So here's what it is.
And even just to add on to the point of early Christianity, those of you brothers can look up a man called Polycarp. He wasn't one of the disciples of Christ, but he was trained by one of the disciples of Christ. I believe it was. Y'all can look this up, but it escaped me. But essentially, the 2nd century AD, which is the time where Polycarp was alive, he even taught early Christians to keep the laws. So in terms of keeping the laws of the scriptures, even in the 2nd century, after the death of the apostles and Christ, they were still keeping the laws of the scriptures. It's just over time, more and more false doctrines began to creep in the church. Just like how Paul alluded to, the mystery of iniquity doth work. It was working in their time, and it continued to work until we have whatever this shit is today that people call Christianity.
Whatever this shit is.
Most definitely.
Whatever this shit is.
Most definitely.
Good grief. 10 Commandments.
Modern day Christian to the post-Mosaic era Christian. I can explain to you why that doesn't apply, why that law has been.
And by the way, you can do a simple Google search. Did Christians keep the Sabbath? And you'll find everything I'm talking about right now in more detail. It's not even that hard to find.
Oh my goodness. Post-Mosaic Christians. What the hell is a pre-Mosaic Christian? That's what I want to know.
Oh man, these
abolished, because that's where a lot of people like Seventh-day Adventists like to go, oh, well, Jesus said he didn't come to abolish the law, he came to fulfill it. Well, what does that mean? Yeah, it means that Jesus is the Sabbath. Jesus is the rest that was promised to us. Because in order to really understand it, right? If you go,
oh my God, doesn't he sound like he's like regurgitating what some pastor told him?
Facts.
Basically.
Jesus is the rest.
Jesus is the Sabbath. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Well, technically in the scriptures, he's the Lord of the Sabbath.
Not the Sabbath himself.
Not the Sabbath itself. Exactly.
And then the audacity, it sounds like he's saying like, Jesus died so you can eat that pork, brother, and work on the Sabbath. Like, what?
What? Because if it's a day of rest, why would he die so you can continue to labor in big time like workforce? Like, that doesn't make any sense. If he's the rest, then that's what we should be doing. Not working.
Bugged out. A lot of people probably give you a day to rest, and you're like, no, I ain't got to rest this day.
Yeah.
Jesus died so I can stay on the grind. What the fuck? What the fuck? Man, this is so awful.
Bro, I'm fucking speechless when it comes to this nigga.
Oh, and J2K said, was he Polycarp or was the student of Apostle John?
Let me see. He said,
that's what I would think, since John was on the last.
Yeah, it was John. Thank you, brother.
Apostle John. Hey, shout out to the brother J2K. Shalom, bro. Appreciate you coming through, brother. Your support is always, welcome, brother.
Wouldn't be a live stream without you, bro. We need you back on the panel, my guy. You did.
He said Gideon kept folding. Yeah, he did. Gideon folding all over the place. But he there was. I'll give him some respect though. There was some point in time he put it down in his place, so I'll give him that respect.
Yeah, it was just the first 20 minutes, bro. The first 20 minutes was awful. Right now, he's kind of making up. Well, no, I'm gonna say he's making up for it. He's just doing better.
He said, "This how you know stupid mindset, because how can you be saved when you have not gone through Judgment Day yet? Like, where do they do that
Hey,
at? That's a fact, Randy. That's a fact, brother."
What did I say? Matthew 24. He that endures to the end shall be saved. Thank you, Randy. I don't
Yeah.
understand.
I mean, just looking at it logically, bro, like if you already saved, that would negate the point of having a day of
Oh,
judgment or a
judgment
time
day.
period of judgment where the Most High is going to judge if you're already saved. You know, that would negate that time period, which that's unbiblical to do that. And
Oh my God.
Jaquez made a good statement that that JT just echoed. He said, Don getting pimped by that Christian pastor, you know he dropping hella cash at the church. Facts, bro.
Gino.
He sounded exactly like
Gino.
a nigga in church, bro. He just talking in circles, trying to, what I'm saying, trying to use different dialect to be able to, surmise his statement, and we reword the scriptures in different ways and all this, talking just like a pastor, bro. Damn.
King of the pork choppers.
Jesus is the Sabbath, man.
And I remember, I forgot what video it was. I wish I knew, but I remember when Don was talking about when he first came to America. He started he got into all kind of different like religions, like Buddhism and all kind of different spiritual type stuff. And then
He did.
just one day he became a Christian, and now all of a sudden he's a pastor on here. Like, come on, bro.
All right, man. Like you said before, the only time people understand the Bible is when they're on his and Gideon's live stream.
Exactly. They got to be the church to
What a
people.
joke.
Fuck all that, man.
I'm just gonna say this right now. If you don't have a Bible, that's your fault, bro. The Bible is available physically and digitally.
Everywhere.
There is no excuse. I don't understand. Nigga, I got 10 digital Bibles, one physical one. There's no excuse, bro. Don't want to hear that bullshit,
bro.
I
seen
$3.99, bro.
Not to sidetrack
exactly,
too
bro.
far off, but I seen there's this homeless dude who had like Netflix on a flip phone, bro. So there's no excuse.
That's facts. That's facts.
Oh, you know what, Hitman? I was about to say a joke. but I was gonna say a joke, but it was gonna tell too much of my personal business. I'll leave that one alone. I'll leave that one alone.
That's another stream, bro.
You know what? I'll tell y'all the joke after the live stream is over. Hopefully, I'll.
Hey, Shalom, yours truly. He said, Shalom, brothers. Missed the first 2 hours. Now you good, bro. You know what I'm saying? We still rocking. I appreciate you coming through and supporting and showing love, brother. Much appreciated as always.
But, don't worry, we ain't going nowhere till the at the very least the 6 hour mark. So
I think they finna hit on the Sabbath though. So they finna get to the main course. Shalom, JCK.
Shalom, bro.
If you give me like 5, maybe 10 minutes, I can walk you through
10 minutes.
The quick version, right?
But the thing about it is, I would just want to I want to keep it in the precepts. I want to keep it in the pre.
What you mean? No, you can't limit the Bible. If you really
wow. This
you
dude just said he basically said, I want to keep it biblical. And Don is trying to argue for not keeping it biblical.
He said you can't limit the Bible. What does that mean? In the context of what he's saying.
Ooh, these Christians is hilarious, bro. Oh man.
No shit, you can't limit the Bible. But what does that have to do with what you're talking about? He just said I want to keep it biblical. And you say you can't limit the Bible.
You can't limit the Bible.
Look at Gideon smiling too.
He's like, what?
Oh man, basically Gideon basically telling the nigga, I know your theologian and your damn church father done told you this, nigga, but let's keep it to what the Bible actually say, bro.
I don't care what Gino says. Let's stick to the Bible, man.
I don't give a fuck about Joe Osteen or what's that nigga? Kenneth Colbert or some shit.
Creflo Dollar.
the nigga that's on Instagram.
Don't Creflo sound like a goddamn scammer or pimp, nigga?
Yes, bro. I swear to God.
That sounds like a pimp, nigga.
He is, bro.
Nah, nigga, that nigga that went viral. The nigga that went viral this week for telling motherfuckers, that was telling all his congregation that you broke his fuck because you couldn't buy him a watch.
Or the worst is that nigga from Transformation Church. Nigga.
Oh, nigga.
Oh, that crazy nigga?
Yeah.
Oh,
what's his name?
Michael Todd. Michael
Yeah,
Todd.
Michael
Yeah,
Todd.
whatever, dog.
Yeah, he's the worst. He's the worst, bro. He's the worst.
It just shows you how shit is falling.
How you spit on a nigga?
Yeah, how
Man,
you spit
come
on a
man.
nigga, dog? It's like I would have killed him, bro. I don't give a
Nigga,
fuck.
Honestly,
he didn't just spit in his hand. He did 2 big ass loogies, bro. And then just
And then
they said,
slapped him.
"Hey, here I go." That shit was so bad. Even the congregation was like you could hear them in the back, like, cause
What the
it's usually a bunch of women, right? They'd be like, "Yes, preach, priest, yeah." When he did that shit, they was like, "Oh, no."
And that's
you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy about that?
He's letting his clout get to his head, bro.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that he think to do some shit like that.
He think he untouchable now, bro.
Exactly.
You think he untouchable now? But you know what's crazy about that?
Mhm.
I guarantee you, if it was one of them hoes up there, he did that shit too. They would slap the fuck out of that nigga, bro.
Oh no,
They
yeah,
would
they would slap the shit.
They would shot his ass.
His entire
They would shot
congregation.
his ass.
Honestly,
His
they
entire congregation if he would have done some shit like that.
that hoe would have slapped, and she would have had every right to do that shit too. She would have slapped the fuck out of
When
that
you
nigga,
when you get all your dumb brainless female followers to be saying shit like that's when you know you fucked up. Like I don't know about this, Pastor. I don't know about that, Pastor.
That's the worst one of all, bro. Real talk.
We want a genuine understanding of the Sabbath, because if you really want a genuine understanding, you got to give me room to explain why we are not beholden to the law of the Sabbath anymore.
But you should be able to tell me why we're not beholden to it by using verse in the Bible.
I am.
You know?
I actually spent a good amount of time lining up these verses for you.
That's
Go ahead,
I
please.
just want to make sure that we
got him ready.
Mostly, not using our own words from our own heart and mind.
That is true.
The word that God gave us.
Yeah. No, I couldn't agree more. You feel me? I could not agree more. So let me go ahead. I'm just gonna do this little maneuver real quick on my screen, just so that I can
Hurry up.
I prepared a whole presentation because I take you very seriously, Gideon. And I think this is a very important conversation for to be had. Not necessarily the Sabbath feast, because something that personally, from my perspective, is minor. Really, truly. What is at stake here is that there are people in this chat that are unsaved. If they
get to the point, nigga.
Thing, you feel me?
He said the Sabbath.
Mad Bible verses.
Ain't it one of the 10 Commandments?
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's facts. That's
Ain't
facts.
one of the 10 Commandments?
That's facts. What happened to
that? Makes no sense.
What happened to the Holy 10, Don?
What happened to keeping the
exactly?
For y'all brothers who don't know, the last video we did on my channel, this dude's like, you got to keep the 10. Keep the 10 Commandments.
You got to keep the 10. Before we go into this, let's just because of course he's already gave the point, right? Let's just break down his point and why that's ridiculous. First off, the whole quote unquote 10 Commandments argument that he swears to adhere to. That's number one. Which, a side note, he's being a strict adherent to the quote unquote 10 Commandments makes no sense whatsoever, because the two greatest commandments are not in the 10 Commandments. So that's number one. But just to go further, the Sabbath part, not only saying that the Sabbath is not the Sabbath is no longer valid, to sit up there and say that Christ broke the Sabbath is ridiculous for two reasons. One, Christ clearly tells you in the scriptures to the Pharisees that he's not breaking the Sabbath by doing what he was doing. And two, the fact that you're saying that not only did he break the Sabbath, he then taught the Pharisees why he broke the Sabbath and why that's not a big deal would be a direct contradiction to what he said in Matthew 5:17 through 20. I came not to destroy the law, I came to fulfill it. And any man that breaks so the law and teaches man so shall be the least in the kingdom of heaven. We already know that Christ is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven because he is the first fruit who was able to do and teach the law. So that doesn't make any sense. By their own logic, he would be the least in the kingdom of heaven.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't understand what is Don talking about. This whole presentation that he's about to do is about to be a complete mess.
And the whole thing about it with, where he says Jesus is breaking the Sabbath as well, like that's misrepresented. He didn't break the Sabbath, like you said.
No.
Basically, that equivalent. It's like the equivalent today in terms of rebuking the Pharisees, and the Pharisees trying to bring things into the law that weren't there, and trying to basically hold the frame and control the frame of the dynamic, amongst the people over Christ. You know what I'm saying? Basically, what we say you're supposed to do on the Sabbath is actually right, not what Christ is saying. Things of that nature. Basically, trying to put things into the law that's
that
not
don't
there.
exist.
That don't exist exactly. It's the same equivalent today when niggas say, "Oh, you can't use a microwave on the Sabbath." Oh, you can't go out and walk outside on the Sabbath. You can't watch a basketball game on the Sabbath. You can't, you know what I'm saying? You can't, whatever, you know what I'm saying? When niggas try to say those shit
Well,
today was like, you said what?
Exactly, especially when it's clearly simple. There are two main rules of the Sabbath: a day of rest, meaning you're not supposed to work, no buying or selling. Is that simple?
right.
It's that
And then
simple.
if
It's
you
that
want to get to
simple.
like the
Right.
real particulars, it's kind of hard because you could say don't do a
Yeah,
Sabbath
it's
state
ridiculous.
journey, which is like half a city, but whatever. The point is like we live in a completely different time period. So in terms of like travel, that's when it gets a little bit iffy because like we can just travel farther distances in a shorter period of time. That's the only thing where it gets kind of iffy in terms of like what you can do on the Sabbath. Other than that,
Yeah, the particulars is hard to it's really the challenge to tackle because a lot of that has to do with intent, right? So it's more
that's
so
also
a
true.
spiritual
That's
thing.
true too. That's true
Because
too.
I look at it this way: do I do any type of cooking microwave on the Sabbath? No. Now, granted, I've already had this conversation with D-Van, which is kind of funny how I explain it. I'm I'm the microwave king, right? So I actually cook my food through the microwave. So there you go. So I can't. So for me, it wouldn't make any sense for me to be microwaving on the Sabbath because I actually cook my food through that way. Because I live on a humble. I'm not going to go too deep into why I live on a humble, but I'll leave that for later. But you know what I'm saying? I cook all my stuff through the microwave at this point. So for me, would it make any sense for me, keyword me, to be microwaving on the Sabbath? No, because I actually cook my food through there. But most dudes do not cook their food through the microwave. Not even close. So I very well understand why dudes do not chip about microwaving on the Sabbath. But if you are anybody like me, I would definitely suggest you not microwaving on the Sabbath, because if you actually cooking your food, then that's a problem. But if
Well,
you're
that's a
not
valid.
cooking your food, then I'll leave that alone. I'll let you have that one
Well,
because
that's a valid
I see your
explanation of it.
point.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
valid
it's
explanation.
nuanced.
Yeah, it's nuanced. Yeah, exactly. And that's
It's
the thing.
internal.
It is nuanced. And that's the point right there. Is that like you said earlier, it's about your intent. You know what I'm saying? It's like Demon said, there's two blatant things that you're not supposed to be doing. You can't buy, you
Right.
can't sell. You know what I'm saying? And also works. So I guess three. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That you're not supposed to be doing um at all. You know what I'm saying? Now if you gotta go to work, you got a job, you gotta go to work, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm never
Yeah.
gonna tell niggas to get fired from their job. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta provide for
Right.
yourself. For your brothers got families, you gotta provide for your families. Shit, I've had to work on the Sabbath plenty of times. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So
Same
it
here.
is.
And even on an extreme example, if you gotta say your kid gets injured and you gotta buy some like ibuprofen or aspirin or something like that, you get what I'm saying? There's nuance in
Yeah,
Yeah.
that.
there's nuance.
Yeah.
It's
It's
say
nuanced.
you absolutely have no food. Say you were busy all week. You didn't have a chance to get no food. Do you have to
Man.
fast on the Sabbath? I mean, I would say no. I would say, bro, just get some food, man. You know what I'm saying? Like
Or get
if you
something
had
quick. Don't
it,
splurge.
well, that's the thing. Just get something to satisfy you, because that way you don't
Yeah.
are not hungry all day. I mean, you could fast if you wanted to, but you don't. But you don't have to. That's the thing. It's
Yeah.
nuanced, because
It really is.
even in the actual like application physically of things that you can't do on the Sabbath day per se, like in terms of the travel, whatnot, like y'all mentioned earlier, the dimensions are we would have to skew them for today's society, which trying to do that, it's no point in doing that. You know what I'm saying? It's like you're
Right.
you're you're, you're playing a zero sum game at that point in time. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what are you trying to accomplish at that point in time when you know you have pretty blatant instructions in regards to what you can and can't do? Just focus on doing that. Life happens. You know what I'm saying? You pray, you
Hmm.
repent, and you keep it moving. Life happens. But if you're as long as
Right.
your intent is good, you know what I'm saying, then you are gonna be fine. Just make sure your intent is good. You intend like you may intend to keep the Sabbath all week. You know what I'm saying? You may intend to
Yeah.
keep, you know what I'm saying, to do everything you need to do. And your job, hey man, you gotta come in. You know, and then you just gotta go to work, nigga. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
It just
I'll
is
say
what it
this.
is.
I'll say in a sense like this. You have to assess, right? Because you know you should like we've talked about before. We're actually in this live stream. Actually, I'm tripping. We talked about I say about maybe 30 minutes ago about money and things of that nature. You should be assessing that because let's say you worked all week, right? And let's say you have a good amount of money, and they do ask you to come in on Saturday, or maybe Friday evening, whatever,
No,
right?
I'm talking about it. You know, at some jobs you got mandatory
Yeah, you
overtime.
got
That's what I'm
mandatory
talking about.
overtime, or
Yeah,
like
Yeah,
you
you
yeah,
work.
that's yeah. Okay. That's okay. Yeah, that's a little different.
I ain't talking about
Then
optional
yeah,
shit.
that's
I'm talking
different.
about mandatory. Like you got
Yeah, okay,
mandatory
that's a little
overtime at some
different.
jobs. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay,
Yeah,
How
you
it
okay,
work
works.
yeah,
at a
that's your
job,
point.
maybe
I
you
agree
can
with
pray
that.
come in Saturday,
I'm
but
with
for
you.
things like that, you can do that for now. But you better find a new job, nigga. Shit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if it
yeah,
bothers you that much,
you be working towards that exactly. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
yeah.
That's the solution right there. You working towards a different situation. You know what I'm saying? You
And I'll
just
say
in this place,
this,
in this place right now. No, I mean you always gonna be there.
like let's say that does happen, right? Because let's say this is really for this part of the conversation would really be for newer people in the knowledge, right? Like brand new, fresh, right? Because us, that's more so we kind of understand it now. So a lot of us have kind of worked towards being in the knowledge and kind of gearing our lives towards that. So a lot of us, for the most part, don't really work on the Sabbath anymore. Even if we did at one point, that's not really part of our life anymore because we built to that point. We built towards gaining that balance, which is obviously a good thing. But for newer people that just came into the knowledge, right? Like in the New Testament about the Gentiles, they didn't want to heap a bunch of uh, burdens on the people with the law. So the way I would suggest is if you understand the Sabbath as in a day of rest for the Lord, right? Just take whatever your off day is, take that day as your day of rest. Whatever that day is, if it's a
Good
Monday,
point.
Tuesday,
Good
whatever.
point.
Focus take baby steps until then. Just choose one of your off days throughout the week and say, okay, this is going to be my Sabbath day for now until I can create a lifestyle or a work schedule to where I'm flexible enough to where I'm off between Friday and Saturday evening. But until then, I'm going to do Monday evening to Tuesday evening, or Tuesday evening, Wednesday evening. However you want to look at that, focus on that then because you're still new. The
Mhm.
you know when you're edifying people on the law, you're supposed to be edifying them with good intentions. You're not supposed to be a Pharisee trying to edify them to basically shame them into the law. That's you bounding them by
Yeah,
chains, basically. No,
yeah, basically.
the
Yeah.
law is supposed to free them, not further enslave them. Like
Yeah.
that's not going to work because eventually they're going to condemn themselves to the point where they fall off. It's okay to
Mhm.
fall down. We just read it in Proverbs 24:16. It's okay to fall down. You just can't fall off. And
Yeah.
that's what we do when with these lessons and things of that nature. You're supposed to be preventing people from preventing the hopefully elect from falling off. I
Yeah.
mean, falling
Fall off,
down, we're in the flesh, so everybody falls down.
falling
It
off
is
the
what it
course
is.
completely.
Yeah, falling off, no. Falling down, I mean, it's unfortunate, but it happens. Falling
Of
off, no,
course.
that's a no-no. So at the end of the day, if you got to work on the actual seventh day of the week, Friday evening, Saturday evening, it is what it is. But I would suggest that whatever your off day is, take that day as in the day for the Lord and rest that day. Obviously, limit your activity because that's the whole point of the rules of the Sabbath is to limit activity as much as possible, which is
And also
whatever
too,
it is, money, sex, whatever.
and that's the thing as well, bro. You like you said, limit the opportunity, limit the you know, limit what you would normally be doing in regards to the work thing
Hmm.
as well. A lot of brothers say, "Oh, you literally can't do any kind of work. You can't do anything." No, I mean,
Well,
this is
this
just
is
my
work.
understanding. This is just exactly. This is my understanding of it. That's going into working for money, working for wage. You know what I'm saying? Working for hire per se. You know what I'm saying? Going into working your job or
or your
working
business or
or
whatever you do.
exactly
Yeah,
not working on something that you work on. You know, whether you a brother who do
for
music,
free.
or you're a brother who rap, you a brother who produce, you're a brother who you you know you read books, you like to paint, you know you work on computers, whatever that may be, whatever you do. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not working for wage. You're just doing shit. You know what I'm saying? You just
Yeah,
that's
if you're a producer, let's say if you're a producer, right? That day, just don't charge no studio sessions. Just be in the
exactly.
studio for free, just working on music.
Working on your
That
music.
simple.
It's that simple. Exactly. Like people, like you said, is that some people tend to complicate this, and like you said, I think that's important to address because that really, when you try to push and shove unrealistic things down people's throats, that tends to bind people and chain people to the point where it's like, I can't do this, so I'm just gonna forget it all completely. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
people like the Jewish tradition of you know you can't get out of bed and turn on the lights because that's work. You know what I'm saying? You gotta have all the candles laid out the night before and just light them. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't turn the light on because you're getting out of bed to work. You know what I'm saying? Or the pleasure sentiment in Isaiah 58th chapter. Oh well, doing that's pleasure right there. It says abstain from not pleasure. You know what I'm saying? Like
That's not
when you
what even that's talking about.
when you try to play that game, you know what I'm saying? Then it's like anything could be anything. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
Hey, let's take it one step further. Let's say the candles thing, because you got to set up candles, right? Let's say you ain't got no candles. What you gonna do? Buy some candles so you can uphold the law of the Sabbath? Guess what? You just
exactly.
broke the Sabbath because you bought something.
Exactly.
You
Exactly.
just broke it.
Or you just gonna be in the dark all day. That's what you gonna do, brother. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I
come
guess you
on,
can do
man.
that, especially in the daytime. Just raise up the blinds, I guess.
I guess,
But
man.
and you
I
can do that
guess.
at night.
I
It's
mean,
just
but
that
what's the difference?
daytime
Okay,
you
so
can't be in
what's
the
to say
dark.
what's the difference between turn the light switch on and pull up the blinds, nigga? What's the difference?
That's it. What's really the difference? But that's
You
what I'm
know,
saying. You
so
can do that if you want to. It's just that please understand you're gonna be in the dark. That's all. And
exactly.
if you're comfortable with that, all right. But
Exactly.
that don't mean go break one part of the law just so you can feel another, because you ain't got no candles. What you gonna do? You gonna buy some candles? Well, you just broke the
Yeah,
Sabbath, dog. Congratulations.
exactly, bro.
I got me some candles.
And to wrap up the Sabbath point as well, like this the thing, it's about preparedness, right? It's about preparation. So that way
Right.
you don't get in a circumstance where you don't have nothing to eat and you go like you gotta go buy some food. Now if that happens
Mm-hmm.
and you don't have nothing to eat, I'm not gonna sit here and tell you to go hungry. I'm not gonna do that. You know what I'm saying? But you know, that's a decision you would have to make on your own.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna be the nigga to tell niggas that. I'm not nobody's prophet, teacher, or leader. You know what I'm saying? That's the decision
Yeah.
you got to make on your own. But I will say to mitigate that, you prepare. You know what I'm saying? If you don't want to
Mm-hmm.
eat sandwiches and fruit and chips all day, just prepare your meals beforehand and then just put it in the microwave when you're hungry. Problem solved. Unless you're a nigga that believes you
Okay.
can't use microwaves, then that's a whole other issue in itself. But problem solved. The problem solved. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You prepare your meals beforehand, you cook it up. Next thing you know, you got food. So now you hungry, put it in the microwave, boom, problem solved. You done solved the buying and the cooking right then and there. Problem solved.
Yep.
You know, so you done solved the most two important things, the buying and the cooking. You know what I'm saying? Now you just do whatever you gotta do throughout that day. Boom, you done kept the Sabbath. Great job.
There you go.
You know, there you go. It really is that
Boom.
simple, bro. It really is that simple. Like this is not hard. It really is that simple. But now, of course, like I said, life happens. Things get in the way. You
Mm-hmm.
gotta auto regulate. Things happen. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. You know, but
It's your life.
you have righteous intentions. But at the end of the day, we rehearsing the righteous acts anyway. You know what I'm saying? So
Exactly. So
we're not also in a society like in the ancient world. We're not in a society that supports the setup of us upholding our laws. Your employer doesn't
mm-hmm.
care if you got mandatory overtime. Your employer don't care that you got to keep the Sabbath. They don't give a fuck.
Exactly.
They don't give a fuck about the Sabbath. You know what I'm saying?
Work or you're
They don't.
fired.
Exactly. That's that. And also too, you have um we don't have a society that's catered towards certain things being
The
shut
law,
down
statute,
on the
commandments.
Sabbath, right? So like so
Right.
in a righteous society, things will be shut down completely. Like you go to some places over there in Israel, things are shut down completely. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
Even though we know they have the wrong understanding anyway, but we in the wrong,
Yeah.
but still, you know what I'm saying? That there's a society built up, even in some Jewish places around the country. There's a society set up or community set up to upholding that. We don't live in a
Mm.
society like that. You know what I'm saying? So
Nope.
things. So what does that mean? Life is naturally gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? When life happens, maybe you got to get your car fixed that day, and that's the only day they open, and your car's finna shut down, and you got to get it fixed. But go get your car fixed. You know what I'm saying? Just get it fixed.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Of course, try to
Yeah.
prepare the best you can, but if life happens, then it happens. That's where your faith comes into play. You pray to the Most High, you repent, and of course the Most High, you know what I'm saying? He handles that, and you keep it moving. You know what I'm saying? You don't weigh
Right.
down on yourself too much. Don't get too down on yourself because, like I said, we rehearsing the righteous acts at the end of the day. But what beats all of that is because I know how niggas. Oh, you saying the niggas should do this, nigga? Like I said, I'm not nobody's prophet, teacher, or leader. I'm just giving practical advice and realistic advice based off of real scenarios. Everyone try to act like
Mm-hmm.
these things don't happen, and they do. You know what I'm saying? But the best way to mitigate all of that is preparedness. Do the best you can to prepare.
Mm-hmm.
When life happens, it happens. That's the best way to do it. That's the best way to go about it.
Shit. But I know we gotta get back to the video, but I just wanted to say, speaking of this topic, I do have another I do have another story time that I gotta tell y'all in private after last
All
year.
right,
But
cool,
this shit
cool,
was
cool,
funny.
cool.
So
And I also just
hopefully I
want to
remember.
mention one more. I want to mention one more thing as well in regards to the Sabbath. You also have different, and a lot of Christians like to use that precept in Romans that goes into not judging in Sabbath to try to basically talk about how, oh well, you shouldn't judge who don't want it, people who don't think it's right that we need to keep the Sabbath anymore because not supposed to judge any man in their Sabbaths. You know what I'm saying? Well, no, that's not the proper application of that scripture. Not even, and even if you want to apply to a practical sense today, you have different you know, understandings per se about when the Sabbath is. You got some people who say the Sabbath is the full moon. You got some people who say
Yeah.
which that Sabbath is Friday night to Saturday night. You got some people who say that the Sabbath is Sunday. You got some people that say the Sabbath is the new moon. You got different
Yeah.
understandings of when the Sabbath is from a biblical time frame. From a biblical standpoint in regards to the week, the makings of the week and things of that nature. And you know what? I'm gonna say something as well. All of those brothers who make those statements, they can give valid points as to why they believe that's the day. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Brothers who believe it's the full moon, they can break that down to a T, why they believe it. Brothers who believe it's Friday night to Saturday night, they can break that down to a T as to why they think that's true. Brothers who believe it's the new moon, they can break that down to a T as to why they believe it's that. But shit, brothers who believe it's Sunday can break that down as to why they believe it too.
Oh, I
You
gotta
know,
hear that one because that's
I
a new
mean,
one.
you got people out there who you got people out there who will swear by that, bro. You know what I'm saying? So that's the thing. There's different breakdowns, even though the Sunday one is the most craziest one to me, but that's a whole other conversation. But you got people who can give valid reasons as to why they believe it's that particular day. And all of them have validity. If you're gonna look at it from an open and honest conversation, open and honest mindset, regardless of what you believe personally. But in terms of practical application of that precept today, that's what that's going into. Not that you don't got to keep the Sabbath at all, which is what Christians try to say, and
Yeah.
that's how they try to apply that precept. Oh, you don't judge nobody who wants to keep this, who doesn't want to keep the Sabbath. No, that's not the proper application of that.
That's
You
not
know
even
what
what
I'm
it
saying?
says. So you guys are once again not reading. That's not even like studying. That you're just not reading. That's not even what that verse says. It says do not
Exactly.
judge him on the Sabbath days. It didn't say don't judge him for doing a Sabbath. So
That's how,
whatever.
but that's how Christians like to play it, man. Oh well, you're not supposed to judge a man in the Sabbath, so you have no credence to stand on if you want to criticize a man for not keeping the Sabbath, because the scripture say not to judge in the Sabbaths. That's not what, like I said, that's not what that's going into. You have different understandings back then and now as to when the Sabbath actually is. You know what I'm saying? So
Exactly.
that's what that is going into from a practical sense today. But
So let's see
anyone else?
this. Let's see this Christian dreadhead Christian. Let's see his bullshit PowerPoint presentation.
Exactly.
In fact, maybe too many Bible verses. If I read it all, everyone's gonna fall asleep. So I'm a
Well, you
You
know
did
what?
fall
I feel
asleep in your
like
ugly glass.
If they fall asleep to us reading the Bible, then maybe it wasn't meant for them in the first place.
That is true. That is true because God says that He will definitely, God, those who are children of God, they hear His word and
What?
they're attracted to it. You feel?
I want to make a statement right here because shout out to Turner Classic. Appreciate you coming through, bro. Turner Classic. Shalom. Shalom. Coming through the Shabbat. Shalom, brother. Um, much love once again. But he said a good statement. I know for me right now, they're trying to force my hand to work because of the thing. But I try to meal prep and make provision all day, and that's a great statement right there. Just because you might have to do something, don't negate the whole day. You know what I'm saying? If you got to go to work that day, all right, don't cook. You know what I'm saying? Don't cook that day. Don't buy nothing. Just make sure if you know you're gonna have to go to work on the Sabbath, then make sure all your meals is prepared beforehand, so you don't have to go buy no lunch. You don't have to go get no food beforehand. Don't go get no run to get no water. Get your gas before you got to go to work before the sundown. That way you don't gotta go get no gas. Handle the other thing. Don't just negate the whole day. You know what I'm saying? If you gotta
That'll be you condemning yourself at that point.
exactly. If you can do something, do that. Do that something. Don't just say, "Oh, the hell with the day. I'll try to do my best next week." I've done that in the past before. I'm guilty of that. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not the only one in that sense, but I'm guilty of that. I think all of us brothers at some point in time, you know what I'm saying, can look at ourselves and say, what can we do to, be able to do this better, to be able to, you know what I'm saying? And that's one thing right there is that make sure that you can handle other things. Just because one thing is out of whack, you know what I'm saying, don't mean that the whole day is ruined. You know what I'm saying? Just handle some other things you could do that day. If you got to you know what I'm saying, like I said, if you got to go to work that day, you know what I'm saying, you got mandatory overtime, or you know what I'm saying, or maybe that's just your work schedule, or you're in a career that you can't really dictate the days of work. Some brothers in crazy careers. I know sometimes brothers in the medical field, brothers in different different social careers. You know what I'm saying? You may have to do some things on the weekend. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
It is what it is. But if that's what you got to do, you got to put food on your table. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I'm talking practical here. I'm talking practical advice, practical application. I'm not here to play righteous. This is practical application. If you got to do that day, all right, you got to do it. Do whatever you can do to prepare in other ways. Like I said, get your gas, get your food, get your water. That way you don't have to buy nothing that day at all. That way you can at least do that. You know what I'm saying? That's showing the Most High that you're just in a circumstance you in. That's what you in based on the career, whatever it may be. But you are still in other ways trying. That will go a long way, man.
Exactly. The epitome of condemning yourself would be, let's say another brother of knowledge walked up to you and said, "Yo, man," and he just happened to see you buy something like, "Hey, yo, brother, it's the Sabbath, man. Why you buying something?" Well, come on, man. Of course I'm breaking this part of the Sabbath. I already got to work today, so I mean,
let me just do it. It don't matter now. You know what I'm saying? No, don't be that nigga. Man. Don't be that.
No, don't do that. It's like, come on, man. Try something. Because who knows? The most I might look at that as, look at this dude. Like, bro, that was a test. Exactly. Everything's a test, man. The most I might be testing your ability to examine yourself, number one, but then your ability to say, okay, I'm gonna at least try to do this law to the best of my ability today.
Your ability, the most I may be testing your ability to navigate the water, man. To navigate the murky waters. Bro. You may have to do this, but how do you navigate that? How do you auto-regulate? You know what I'm saying? In order to still fit the Most High into, you know what I'm saying, whatever you got to do that day. You know what I'm saying? You read some precepts before you go to work. Give the Most High some glory, some praise before you go to work. You know what I'm saying? Pray, study some scriptures and all that. Then go to work. You don't buy no lunch. You don't buy no gas to get to work. You don't buy nothing else until the sundown. You know what I'm saying? And then, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You straight,
I'm saying, do you even feel guilty? Because it's like, it gets to the point, it's like, okay, but do you even feel guilty about this? One has to wonder, because it's like, well, shit, I already broke one part of it. Might as well break every part.
Exactly.
That doesn't sound like somebody that's guilty of breaking the law. That just sounds like somebody that doesn't care about it anymore.
Exactly. And you don't want to get in that mindset. If you catch yourself in that way, then you gotta, get yourself up out of that. Pray. If it's that bad, you might have to fast. You know what I'm saying? But get yourself up out of that mindset, because something is better than nothing in all cases.
Mm-hmm.
Something is always gonna be better than nothing. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate Turtle Classic for putting that statement up there, because that's important for brothers to know. Like I said, we gotta look at things practically. You know what I'm saying? Something like life is life. Brothers are in careers at times that, what I'm saying, you got to, like, brothers in trucking, brothers in the medical field, brothers in service industries. You know what I'm saying? You can't, normally in them fields, you can't really, every brother can't work a desk job. You know what I'm saying? Where you get Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. Every brother's not in that. In fact, I would say most brothers are not in that circumstance.
Not anymore.
Most brothers are not in that circumstance, man.
Nope.
So now, of course, like, Brother Debo was saying earlier, and Ken as well, you should be working to try to get in a better circumstance to properly keep the Sabbath. But while you're in it, it's a process. While you're in it, do what you can that day while you're in it.
Mm-hmm. Because that's the thing. If the Most High sees that if the Most High sees that you're still trying, He might reward you with a better schedule or a better job or whatever, so that way you can be in a position to actually do the Sabbath, the weekly Sabbath, Friday and Saturday evening, or maybe you want to do it based off the new moon schedule. However you want to
I
go
would say
upon
if you keep the new moon Sabbath,
that's going to be hard.
That's because that changes on a monthly basis.
Exactly. So that one's going to be really hard. You probably going to need to be somebody working from home.
And you pretty much got. Well, I would even say you pretty much got to have your own business at that point.
Yeah, that's true. Own business. You probably
You gotta have your own, because you can't tell your employer, hey, this week I need Thursday, y'all. I mean, this month I need Thursday off. Next month I need Friday off.
Tuesday. Like, come on, bro. I don't know if that's gonna work like that. But I mean, you could try it, but I don't know. I don't like your odds like that. But
that ain't gonna work, bro. But
yeah, it's a process.
If you are convicted that is the day, then when that day comes, you got to work. Work. You know what I'm saying? But just don't cook that day. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Don't buy nothing that day. You know what I'm saying? That way you're doing something for the most part.
Yeah, keeping the law means having an understanding of it in its basic sense, and then a extended sense actually carrying it out. But the first thing you have to do is understand the law and understand why it's important, because your actions are not going to reflect your understanding if you're just doing these things just to do them. Because eventually you're gonna say, you're gonna do the typical thing everybody else does. You're gonna be like, well, why am I still doing this? And then you're gonna be like, well, I don't really know why I'm just doing it. Well, I'm just gonna stop now. No, you need to understand why this is important, so that way it becomes second nature to you, because you understand the importance of it at all times. So this sentiment that oh well, if I break this part of the law, that doesn't mean that means that I should just break it all together because I've already sinned already. No, you got to keep going. You got to keep trying, because it's a process. Nobody's perfect, so it is what it is. Oh shit! So you still there? Oh shit! The internet went out. Oh shit! We still there? Hold on. So you still there? Hold up. Yo, Swing, you still there? Shit, the internet might went out. You saw tripping.
Oh, my bad. I had to answer that phone call.
Oh, okay, never mind. I'm about to say the internet went out again. You saw a trip.
Yeah, Randy had it right. Had a ringtone. But yeah, bro, that's just what it is, man. You know what I'm saying? Do the best you can. Make provisions where you can. And if you got certain things that come up, auto regulate and see how you can do it to the best of your ability that day.
I agree.
And it's that simple, man. But negating it altogether, like Don is trying to promote, no.
No. But you know what? He's got a I don't know, a 30-slide PowerPoint presentation. So
let's get into this, but
oh my goodness.
Feel me? So maybe it's not, if they're hearing this and they, like you said, aren't jacking it, maybe it's just not their time to be woken up, or maybe they just, it just wasn't. This ain't the
wake them up to Christ breaking the
let's
Sabbath.
keep it pushing, right? So,
crazy, man.
Ooh, okay, all right. So I had prepared this whole little thing. I had no idea which direction this was gonna go. Can you see what I have on my screen by any chance?
I cannot see what you have on your screen.
I think I can
You're gonna have
share
to screen.
it.
You're
Yeah.
gonna have to screen share.
Let me share that with you just so you bam, okay.
Yeah, this nigga in hella Discord. Damn, nigga.
I think
This nigga in hella Discord.
Can you see my screen now?
I can see it.
Yep. That's like 20 Discord.
Okay. All right. Well, but now you disappeared. I want to see you. Hold on. You disappeared.
Ah, man. You know what? The word's more important to me, man.
Hold on. Wait. Do you still
That's
see
what I'm
my
saying.
Exactly. I like the sound of that, brother.
Wow.
I like the sound of that.
That's a very
I know
great
there's
point.
a way to do this. I know there's a way to do this.
You can tell Gideon just like, nigga, get on with this shit, bro.
Come on, man. Hurry
Get
up.
on, bro.
Yeah, I got you.
A little fake ass smile you got right there.
I didn't think I was going to do all this. I'm be honest with you.
Yeah, come on.
This covenant, this agreement is made. There are things that he expects of us.
That was a quick ass PowerPoint presentation.
We have to be careful.
So let's go back to there. No, we'll add.
We have to.
That damn sound effect killed me.
Be careful to not use the Sabbath as a means of chastising.
Did you know the average starting salary for a junior programmer is $75,000?
Christians who, for whatever reason, don't partake in the Sabbath of
Don,
the Mosaic
I'm not
law.
trying to interrupt you. I just see people in my chat. They're saying,
All right, here we go. Let's go back to when Gideon comes back on.
Our mission in Coding Dojo is about redefining what's possible in our students' lives. If you are interested,
Come on, bro. Yeah, salvation is by faith alone. He's almost ready to give him a sec.
Here we go.
Salvation by faith alone. Acts
all right,
16,
Don, I just
30 through
went on a
31.
little rant with my boys, but I'm back.
Okay. All right, welcome back. I'm glad. I'm happy. I'm ready for it.
I'm back, Don. Oh, wait, my bad. I got you muted. Hold up. Let me unmute you. There we go. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You
okay,
good?
Fire. I'm good, man. I'm good. I had to just go through that real quick, but we good now.
Okay, perfect. All right, so, let's talk about the Sabbath, man. And my goals for talking about the Sabbath, if we're going to have this conversation, one, of course, is understanding, right? That's priority number one. I want to allow the people listening to this to understand what the Sabbath is, who it was given to, why it was given to them.
Who it was given to.
In which it was given to them.
Oh, man.
How it's still.
Shit.
What relevance does that play on Christians today and people who believe in Jesus Christ and who follow the Bible? The reason why that is important, because why I think it's even worth having this conversation is because of the freedom that understanding will give you. You see, in understanding, you will be released from the burdens that you may have due to fears concerning the Sabbath, in particular, what it means to your salvation. You see, when the Sabbath was first instituted, it was a gift to mankind. Earlier in the stream, you had said something along the lines of, people cherry pick the Bible so that they don't have to follow certain rules. The Sabbath is an amazing thing. I love the premise of the Sabbath. I love the concept of the Sabbath. It is a break. It is an opportunity to rest from your work. So this idea that a Christian wouldn't want to partake in a vacation, a weekly vacation, more or less, is not true. That is not where folks like me are coming from when we do point out, though, that your salvation is not based on the Sabbath. I think the Sabbath, if you practice the Sabbath, that's great for you. You know what I'm saying? It can only stand to help you. It can only stand to strengthen your faith. It can only stand to re-energize you. However, we have to be careful. We have to be careful to not use the Sabbath as a means of chastising Christians who, for whatever reason, don't partake in the Sabbath of the
Don, I'm
Mosaic
not trying to
law.
interrupt you. I just see people in my chat. They're saying, "What is the Sabbath?"
So we
I
gonna
just
get
see a lot of
into it.
people
We
saying
gonna get
that.
into that. We about to get into that.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
okay.
yeah, yeah.
Because
But
a lot of people are, because we gotta also realize, man, we got a lot of Muslim people, we got a lot of non-believers, people that just
Idiots.
believe in rock crystals, so there's a
yeah,
lot
yeah,
of
yeah.
different people, and we're gonna give you guys the tea of what we're talking about as well, and then also, I'm gonna let Don get his point across, and then I'm gonna get my point across. I was just saying that mostly for my chat.
Yeah. So I just wanted to say
Wow.
why this is an important topic to talk about in a nutshell, because there are
What an
certain
ops Hebrew
people
Israelite.
who will tell you that if you do
Has
not
nothing but
observe the
crystal
Sabbath
niggas and
the way
atheists and
it was
Muslims in his
instructed
chat.
in the
Is that a
Mosaic
bitch?
covenant, right? This whole idea that, okay, from sunrise to sunset, on
What?
Saturday, you
What?
absolutely can't do any work. And if you are breaking the
What?
Sabbath, or if you don't observe the Sabbath, you are breaking the laws of God. And this is going to be an obstacle. It's going to make it so that you're not saved, right? That is what is believed by the Seventh-day Adventists, for instance. Not
Well, who
all,
gives a shit
right?
what they
Like
think?
any group of people, there are, you know, variations, but there is a pretty large sect of the Seventh-day Adventist group that believes if you do not observe the
Another
Sabbath the way
religion.
how they say you're supposed to observe the Sabbath, then you are going to hell. And that's the only reason why this is even worth speaking about to me.
All right, so let's stop right there because he said a
Because of
lot.
7-day Adventists. That's why we're talking about this. Not because
Well,
of Israelites, but because of 7-day Adventists. Okay.
and that's the thing about it is the religion dogma,
Mm-hmm.
the religion aura that he's under is you know trying to fight other religions. That's how he looks at things. Is okay.
Right.
I'm a Christian who's battling other religions, so I gotta you know misquote and use the Bible to try to fit into the Christian framework that I already got myself. That's kind of how I can tell he kind of looks at things. So so yeah, there's that. But I want to touch on the fact that he mentioned the Sabbath being a salvation issue. And I would say this, well, the Sabbath is in the law. The
Yeah.
law, keeping the law to the best of your ability, is required for salvation. So I will
Exactly.
say this: if you just negate the Sabbath altogether and you don't care at all, like you're not mindful of it at all, um, then that is breaking a law per se. Not even per se, it is breaking the law. And I'm not the salvation police, and I'm not the Most High, so I can't sit here and tell you if you're gonna be saved or not. All I can say is that it's in the law, and you're supposed to keep the law to the best of your ability to be saved. So if you're negating it, I'm just saying you're not giving your chance. You're not giving yourself the best shot at salvation. I'll say that.
Exactly. And my thing is, why would you? This all goes back to the quote unquote 10 Commandments argument. Why, if you if you claim to adhere to the 10 Commandments, why would you ever teach against them in any way, shape, or form? Like you just
Exactly.
said, keeping the law to the best of your ability is the key to salvation. You don't love the Most High if you're not keeping the commandments to the best of your ability. Like that's just the bottom line. Like I led off with this live stream, 1 John 2, 3 and 4. If he says he loves the Most High but does not keep his commandments, is a liar. He is a liar. This dude Don is a liar, or he's an idiot, whichever one works for you.
Shit,
But
both, man. Both.
exactly, might as well be a combination of both at this point.
Exactly.
But he's full of shit. It's like Don, no, no, bruh. And the fact that you're trying to use another religion as your context for this argument makes no sense whatsoever because I don't know, Jadon, Gideon, Digimon, whatever the fuck his name is, he never said one time that he was a 7-day Adventist.
Ever.
All he said was he believes that the words in the Bible are true. That's all he said. He never mentioned a religion, not one time. So for you to sit up there and try to bring another religion into the conversation to try to justify your point as a false association with what he believes in, whatever that may be, is ridiculous. It's like, bro, he never said any of that. So I mean, hey, but you know what? It's whatever. This guy is so desperate, It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. How he's trying to frame, he's trying to put Gideon in a framework, right?
Gaslighting.
He's trying to put Gideon in a certain box to be able to use the negative aspects of that religion to, um, pre-qualify
Strengthen his
him
argument.
exactly, strengthen his argument and pre-qualify Gideon in a certain position. So he has a framework in which he can debate from. That way, he doesn't have to debate based off just the scriptures alone that Gideon's going to bring out. Don is not slick. Don's not stupid either. You know what I'm saying? He's an idiot, but he's not stupid. You know what I'm saying? He
Yeah.
knows what he's doing in regards to how he's trying to frame this debate right here. That way, he can juxtapose Seventh-day Adventism versus his Christianity talking points versus the Bible and his Christianity talking points, because the Bible will always win in that instance.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So that's what he's trying to do right here, which is unfortunate that people are following behind this. But like they said, we said, no, all the brothers understand it, know and have said, if you get trapped up, if you get caught in this web that he's presenting, then it wasn't meant for you anyway.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
Gideon is already he's already pretty much finished at this point. He basically
You can
fucked
tell. You can
himself
look at
over
him,
the
bro. He
first
don't
20
get.
minutes.
Yeah. You could tell. You could tell by looking at him. He's kind of confused as to why Don is even talking this much. And he's like, nigga, let's just get to the Bible, nigga.
He's talking way
It's
too much.
because I don't want any Christians to be, because of ignorance, tricked into believing that is true, because that's simply unbiblical. I'm not saying that you cannot.
Unbiblical.
I'm not saying that you can't observe the Sabbath. I'm not telling you my goal is not to get you to stop observing the Sabbath, but I definitely.
It's a nice vacation.
My chat.
I mean, but that's the thing. You could look at it like that, bro. You know what I'm saying? There ain't nothing wrong with that. You know what I'm saying? You get a weekly vacation. It is a day of rest. You know what I'm
I'm
saying?
saying like he just only used it. He used it in such a carnal way.
Oh yeah,
He
that's what
didn't
you're saying.
emphasize observing the ways of the Lord. He just said, "Who wants?" I mean, come on now. Who would want a nice vacation? It's like, nigga, that's not really what that's about. Now you could use it as a parable per se, but it's not about, because you're still doing work, because you're doing more so spiritual work than physical work on the Sabbath. So it's not really a vacation, because you don't take vacations from the law, statutes, and commandments, because it's an everyday
that's true.
thing.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
That's my issue with what he was saying.
Well, in the framework in which he's trying to present it based off his understanding, yeah. But if you're a brother in the truth, you already you already do this. You know what I'm saying? This is keeping the laws to the best of your ability. This is something you already do in your daily life anyway. In your daily life anyway. You know what I'm saying? It ain't not like you only do it on the Sabbath, and then the other days you just live however. You know what I'm saying? Nah. Like the Christians.
Nah, bro.
They live however. They go to church on Sunday. Like
Sunday,
no,
it's ignorant, man.
Brothers in the truth, like it ain't even on that mindset. It's on, we really do this truth shit. We really do this truth thing, man. You know what I'm saying?
Really make an effort. You guys are just talking.
Exactly. So you could look at it in a sense like, yeah, it's like a weekly vacation, a day of rest. You know what I'm saying? You read some precepts, maybe watch some videos, you chill out.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You do whatever you want to do, bro. Do whatever, not whatever you want to do, but as long as it's in the confines of the law, you do whatever you want to do, man.
Yeah,
I mean that's
enjoy what you got going on. Enjoy things that you would do for free. That's how I look at it.
Exactly, bro. Exactly. Keep it simple.
What would you do for free? Do that.
Exactly, bro.
Just like closed on me, so I just wanted to pop it back out.
Yeah, come on,
but
man.
I hope you feel why I feel what you're saying is also very detrimental in the same sense as where you're saying it's detrimental in your way. I feel that what you're saying, about telling people that it's okay not to observe it is also very detrimental at the same time.
And only one of us, honestly, when it comes in regards to that, only one of us will be right. So let's just see what the Bible has to say. All right, so we running with it. And someone says saying the Sabbath is unbiblical is crazy. I never said that, and that is a problem. People hear what they want to hear. I never said that the Sabbath was unbiblical. I say it's unbiblical to force somebody, to tell somebody that if they do not observe the Sabbath, the law of the Sabbath, as it was given to Moses and the sons of Israel, and that telling them that they're going to hell as a result of that, that is unbiblical. But let's dive right into it. As you pointed out, Gideon, what is the Sabbath? So before we can even talk about the Sabbath, we need to talk about the seventh day, right? So in Genesis chapter 2, verse
I got a feeling he didn't even write this
Yeah,
shit,
he's about to
man.
butcher this. I have a feeling he's about to butcher this big time.
I got a feeling that he didn't even write this though. I got a feeling
His wife wrote it.
I got a feeling someone sent this nigga this shit, bro. I got a feeling. I don't know, but I just don't believe nothing. This
Yeah,
nigga
he does
said,
way
bro.
too many live streams for him to have time to make this type of PowerPoint presentation.
I don't believe none of this nigga say, but I believe this nigga's a full agent, my nigga.
Yeah, this don't even the root word. Man, Quadash, he didn't. Man, he didn't. Yeah, he didn't write this shit. Bullshit. There is because my problem is Don does a live stream every fucking day for the most part, and they're long as fuck. There's no way that he has enough time to be doing this stuff. He's got a wife, a child, a newborn. Come on, man. You do not have time to write all this. That is cap.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it, bro. I don't believe
The
that one.
seventh day.
verses 2 to 3, and you've given me full like license to just read out verses, right? Like you don't mind reading out my verses. All right, so Genesis chapter 2 verses 2 to 3. By the seventh day God completed his work which he had done, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had done. Then God blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because in it he rested from all his work which God had created and made. So this is where we start to observe the importance of the order in which we are introduced to things. So here, what all that we are told is that God made the universe in 6 days, and on the seventh day he rested. Now, when you look at the word rest, or it comes from the word Shabbat,
oh my goodness,
right? Shabbat means to cease or to rest. God did not rest. He did not cease from creation because he was tired, right? He didn't rest because he was tired.
Okay.
He rested because he was finished.
But what does that have to do with what God
with the Sabbath, bro?
What does that have to do with what God commanded to people, though? You can't relate
Exactly.
God with people. God don't need no rest ever at all, ever.
He's omnipotent. That doesn't like. Come on, bro. That doesn't.
That's
Bro,
nothing.
I knew he's
He
gonna
just said
butcher
has nothing
this.
to do with how God. I mean, that's the thing. Even if you want to sit here and try to surmise God needing this or God needing that, which is that's a dangerous game to play anyway. But even if you wanted to try to play that game, that has nothing to do. There has to be a line that's brought between what God can do versus what man can do, and what man can do
Exactly.
is what God says man can do. That's what it is. That's exactly what it is, bro. So the fact that what God can do with what He needed, that has nothing to do with what He instructed and commanded to man.
Then, yeah, especially to the nation of Israel. At least he got that part right. It was given to the nation of Israel. At least he got that part right. But I'm trying to
spoke on that.
So maybe that's why he's saying. Maybe intrinsically that's why he's saying what he's saying. Because obviously Christians have nothing to do with the Israelites. So you know what? Maybe that's his standpoint. I hope that's his standpoint, because anything else is just stupid.
Well, I mean, you know it's not, but
I'm trying to be optimistic here, because this shit is so retarded. Like, I'm trying to figure out, what does this have to do with the Bible? Because then I guess he does have a point. If you want to go biblical, like, yeah, Christians are not obligated to worship, to observe the Sabbath, because they're not obligated to any laws, because no laws was given to Christians. So you know what? You're right, Don. Congratulations.
You want to play that game, you want to go back, but he ain't
I know you want to go. You want to play that game, but you want to apply certain laws to quote unquote Christians. Well, no, just say, I don't even want to say quote unquote. Just say Christians, period. But you want to apply certain laws to Christians, but not other ones. Very interesting.
Exactly.
Because he was done creating the world, and what he had made was a perfect creation. And so he ceased from work so that he may enjoy, may admire, may look at the work he has done, and he described it as being very good. This is before the fall of man, and so the work that he had done was perfect in his eyes. And so when you look at so let's talk about the significance of the seventh day, because when you understand the significance of the seventh day, you will see exactly why God made the law of the Sabbath, why it was taken from the seventh day from the occurrence of the seventh day. It makes perfect sense when you look at the Sabbath as the sign that it is in regards to the covenant he made with Moses. All right, covenant again meaning agreement, right? So just look at the verses that are
Okay.
used in this. The
But I just want to say this: the lengths that Christians will go to try to outlaw what the Most High instructed in terms of the law is wild to me, man.
It
That
is
shit is
because it's
crazy to
like
me.
that's the whole point, doofus. But none of that has changed.
Exactly.
Of course, he probably thinks that the world was actually created in 7 days, but that's not an issue. But bruh, the whole point of that law is to observe and revere the fact that the Most High created through Yahushua created earth in 7 days,
Exactly.
quote unquote 7 days. That's the whole point. So if that's still the case that the heavens and the earth, everything in the universe was created in quote unquote 6 days and he was finished on the quote unquote seventh day. If that's always been the case, then that means the understanding of the reverence of the gratitude for that, i.e., the Sabbath, is still valid today. But like I said, once again, New Testament ain't talking to no damn Christians, so that shit don't. I guess you got a point. I guess you got a point in that regard, because like, what laws apply to y'all? All those
Exactly.
laws were given to Israelites. So what law does apply to y'all?
I mean, yeah, we all know that ain't no law applied to
No
the
damn
Christian
religion.
religious people today. You know what I'm saying? But what he's trying to say, he's trying to make some kind of distinction between the Sabbath in terms of the practical application, how the Most High saw it when the Most High rested. You know what I'm saying, from His work. You know what I'm saying. We went into earlier in regards to actually created things and things of that nature. But that's a whole nother conversation. But he's trying to make a distinction between the practical application of it and in regards to when it was initially the thought of it or the idea of it or the concept of it was initially implemented with the Most High himself, and then the law that he gave to Moses and then to the nation of Israel. He's trying to put a distinction between those two things when they go hand in hand. But
Exactly.
I will say this: God can do whatever He wants to do.
Exactly.
He instructed man to do something. Man
Mm-hmm.
has to listen to God. That's how it
Mm-hmm.
goes. So even if you're trying to bridge the two together, you know what I'm saying, in terms of um you don't have to, it's not a requirement to do it because God did it as like an option because he felt like doing it. That's
Like
basically
what?
that's kind of what he's trying to say.
Yeah,
Like
it's whack to me.
he doesn't want to come out and say it, but that's kind of what he's trying to say. That doesn't matter because whatever he instructs man to do, it don't matter how he feels about it specifically himself. He instructs man to do something, nigga, you do it. In the story.
Exactly, bro.
In the
Like,
story,
that's
bro.
not. There was never a time where that was like, where the Sabbath was optional. There was never a time where man doing the Sabbath was optional. Like,
Exactly.
when we were discussing the nuance, we never said, "Oh, well, if you don't do the Sabbath, it's cool." No, like
Mhm. And
that's
this is my
that's
thing too.
ridiculous.
This is my thing too, bro. Ain't you tired from working, nigga? No, ain't you tired?
Exactly. No.
Nigga, you
Like, at
work
my
5
job,
days.
people be
Ain't you
working 30
tired,
days in a
nigga?
row, bro. There are people at my job that has worked 30, 40 days in a row. Like, how much money do you really need, my nigga? Like,
Nigga, like
come
for
on, bro.
real, bro.
I guess, man.
You can't take 4 days out the month, nigga.
Like, come on. That is
Nigga,
too much work.
like you can't take 4 days out the
You
month
are
to
literally
rest.
slave. You are literally a slave to your pockets. I just
Exactly.
consider that to be the love of money, which is the root of all evil. Not money
That's
itself,
fact.
but the
The
love of
love.
it.
The love in
You
which
just greedy,
you'll
bro.
compromise your integrity, what you know to be right for the accumulation of it. Which on a larger scale, of course, is going into people that actually, quote unquote, sell their soul or
Yeah.
do the bidding of the devil per se, the bidding of Satan, the bidding of the pagan gods on the left hand side in regards
Hmm.
to the vibration they push and the things they have to do behind the scenes to push the vibration, the wicked vibration on the earth. That's a whole nother conversation. But
Yeah.
just in regards to just people, just regular everyday people, what will you do? The love of money going to what will you things that you know to be right? Will you compromise those things necessarily? You You know what I'm saying? You
Mhm.
opinion wise, like you're choosing to do these things on a consistent basis, compromising for an extra an extra $500, an extra $500 a month. You know what I'm saying? Maybe not even that. You know what I'm
Like, I
saying?
guess, bro, but man,
An extra 200 a month, nigga. When you take out taxes, like for niggas that just work your average job, you know.
now my job, working that can get you a lot of money, but it's just, is it really that important though? Like you are pushing your body and your mind to the maximum. Like that type of stuff is not healthy, bro. Like there has
Exactly.
to be, you have to have some type of rest because the problem is you don't even having all the money in the world doesn't mean anything if you got to spend all your energy, time, and life just to get it.
At
You
work.
never get a chance to use it.
Exactly. And that's the importance of having that work life balance, man. You gotta have that work
Yeah,
life balance. And part of that work life balance is keeping the Sabbath. Like you have a day of rest, you know what I'm saying? Take advantage of it. You know what I'm saying? Rest. Let your mind relax. Even if you don't work a physical job,
exactly.
let your mind relax. Get away from your work. Don't even think about it. What if you work in if you work in the service industry and then you can actually take the Sabbath off. I know oftentimes in the service industry you can't pick your schedule or whatnot. But if you work in the service industry, you're a teacher, if you are in tech, if you work in the medical field, you manual labor, whatever you do, just take your mind off of work for the day, bro. Don't even think about it.
Exactly, man.
That's
Enjoy
good for
the
you.
fruit
That's
of
good
your labor.
exactly, but that's good for your mentality, man. It's not even just about physical. That's good for your mentality to help rejuvenate your mind.
Hmm.
And you feel good when you know what I'm
Hmm.
saying, you get into the spirit, you read some precepts, so you get some more knowledge up. You know what I'm saying? You chill out for the rest of the day, you know what I'm saying? Do whatever you want to do, you know what I'm saying, as long as it's within the law, do what you need to do. You know what I'm saying? Chill out, relax. Next day, man, you hella rejuvenated. Or that night, you know what I'm saying? You go out, you know what I'm saying, and you hella rejuvenated because you done took a whole day pretty much to just chill out.
Yeah, like that's what matters, man. Like you said, that work life balance, man.
Yeah, man.
You need that, man, because your body can only push itself so far, man. And a lot of these jobs are hard, whether
Yeah.
it's hard on the brain or hard on the body, if not both at the same time. Like you got to have some type of some type of uh some type of cease so you can gain perspective on the hard work that you've done. Like I said, you got to enjoy the fruit of your labor. It's impossible to enjoy the fruit of your labor if you're always laboring.
Facts. Facts. I like that. It's impossible to enjoy the fruits of your labor when you're always laboring. That's facts, bro. That is
That's
straight up
not,
fact.
you can't enjoy it. If you're always in labor, then you can never enjoy the fruit of it. Duh.
That's
That's
straight
how
up
that
facts, bro.
goes.
That's
I
straight
mean, I'm not
facts,
trying
bro.
to go there, but think about it. Like pregnancy, right? Is in the woman is always in labor. Does the woman enjoy that labor? No, that's just painful. The woman doesn't get to enjoy the fruit of her labor of being in labor until the child is born.
Mhm.
Like
Exactly.
it's that simple. The child can't stay in her belly forever. It's gotta come out so she can rest.
Hmm. Facts.
Like
Facts.
is that simple that you cannot, once again, you cannot enjoy the fruit of your labor if you're always in labor.
Woo! Woo! Heat.
It's heat, but it's that fucking simple. I literally just came up that off the dome, literally as you was talking, like like the past 30 seconds. It's just because it's just like, yeah, how could you enjoy the fruit of your labor if you're always in labor? Doesn't make
Exactly.
any sense. And that's the whole point of the Sabbath. The Most High, through Yahweh Shai and the angels, they enjoyed the fruit of their labor on the quote
Hmm.
unquote seventh day when they was able to see everything, the planets, the sun, the moon, the other stars, the matter in between all that, and of course Earth itself, everything that was on the earth at the time, they was able to sit back and admire it and take everything into perspective on the quote
Hmm.
unquote seventh day. So if the Most High is able to do all that through his son and the other celestials, how come as terrestrials who are far less capable in ability and actually experience pain and mental and physical pain. How come we shouldn't be doing that when the Most actually gave us the opportunity to do that? It's like, I don't like you guys are not making sense. These laws are logical. There's a reason why they're here. Like, is that simple. These laws are for a reason. Yeah. Are we supposed to be doing them? Yeah. Are they commandments? Like, do it? Yeah. But at the same time, there's a reason. The Most High is not a dictator. He is a omnipotent leader. Leaders give you things for a reason. Leaders give you things for your benefit. Okay, that's how that goes. So this notion that, oh, I shouldn't be doing the Sabbath, I got to be on the grind all the time. Why? What the hell do you have to pay for? If you got to be at work 24/7, or just every day in order to pay for what you need to pay for, then that means that you need to take a hard look at your life, because clearly you have taken on some responsibilities that are far beyond your reach, because eventually you're going to tire yourself out anyway. You're a human being.
Living way above your means. That's the case.
You're living way above your means. You are. There's no way getting around it. You are living above your means.
And that goes into what's the purpose of a job, bro? What's the purpose of a job? A job is there to be able to provide you
with the necessities income, at the very least.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Income for your necessities at the very least, and then on top of that, provide you money to be able to subsidize your experiences in life. You know what I'm saying? That's what and also invest in other things you want to do as well. But that's what a job is for, to get you your necessities and then also get you your entertainment. That's in a sense, that's what a job is for. Everybody want to live by this. It will say this, oh, you should love what you do. That's not realistic for practical for everybody. I love baseball. Exactly. I'm not a professional baseball player. That's what I loved more than anything when I was 18, 19, 20, 21. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a professional baseball player. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not realistic to, oh, you should find your passion, and you know what I'm saying, and you'll never work a day in your life.
It's like, okay, I mean, I wanted to be a hooper. Am I a hooper though? No.
Exactly.
So it is what it is. Now, granted, what I would suggest is is for you to find multiple passions, so that way you have multiple options. Because go for a plan B passion, plan C passion. I mean, let's be for real. A lot of us would like to make money doing this, making content, making videos or whatever. But of course, because of what we decide to have passions in, are we going to be?
That's not possible, bro.
Yeah, are we going to be restricted by the algorithms? You damn Skippy.
Exactly.
But
not possible.
So it's what it is. Could we possibly make some money off of it? It's possible. But we really gonna have to put in the work, because we behind the 8 ball. But it is what it is. We still gotta work. We still gotta work at jobs that we don't want to work. And it is what it is. But we take the time out from that, so that way we can do these type of things that we actually enjoy. And we're doing them for free. We're literally on a live stream for 5.5 hours. None of these niggas would do that shit for 5.5 hours unless they know they getting super chats.
That's facts. That's all the way.
There's no way they would do it that long.
Your favorite YouTuber. I'm not saying this to put us on a pedestal, but your favorite YouTuber's favorite YouTuber would not do that shit for free.
They would never do any type of video at this point for free, let alone a long ass live stream.
This goes into the love of the Most High, man. You know what I'm saying? The love of the Most High, the love of the brothers, the brotherhood. You know what I'm saying? Like I said earlier, like we ain't on I think I'm most definitely sure I can speak for Ken as well when I say this. We ain't nobody's leader, teacher, or prophet. You know what I'm saying? We
NWB, nigga.
We just trying to spread the word, spread the knowledge to the best of our ability, and using and today we're just using a backdrop, to do so. But in regards to the job thing as well, like it's just about, man, finding something that you know what I'm saying, you can do, you know what I'm saying, to be able to do the things you want to do. Finding something that you can It'd be great to love your job, every aspect of your. That's not really realistic, bro. You know, so you find
It's
something that you
idealistic.
it's idealistic, exactly. You find something you can do, you moderately enjoy it, so you don't hate every second that you're there. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? You do it, and if you can make a great, wage from that, then that's a blessing,
that
and
works out.
thank the Most High. And if you are in a position where um, you can switch skills or trades or careers to be able to accelerate and increase your wage, you know what I'm saying, by getting new skills and things of that nature, then by all means go do so. Especially if it can
Hmm.
provide if it can provide you better work life balance in regards to maybe you can do remote work. Maybe you don't have to actually go
Hmm.
into the office. You can do remote work. There's a lot of remote careers out there these days. You know what I'm saying? That you
Yeah,
could do that can provide that could honestly, man, that can take your work life balance to the next level. Just not having to go
yeah.
into work every single day and not having
Shout
to
out to
make the
D-Man.
drive, the commute. Is exactly,
Shout out
exactly that
D-Man, DG. From
they
what I
doing that.
know.
Yeah, they doing that right now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so shoot,
In
is
terms
what
of
it is.
having to make that the commute back to and fro work every day, having to deal with people in the office every day, having to deal with some boss that's, you know what I'm saying, not really doing shit but on your neck, you know what I'm saying? Basically being
Right.
able to do shit from your desk, you know what I'm saying, and the comfort of your home and your clothes that you choose. You know what I'm saying? You
Hmm.
get out of bed in the morning, get you a workout, take your shower, eat some breakfast. You at work, man. That could take care of a lot of shit right there, but you got to look for the opportunity instead of
Hmm.
being so focused on grinding. You know what I'm saying? Not taking no rest, no days off ever, and you miss an opportunity because you don't have no time to do anything else.
Like Jeezy said, I'll sleep when I die. It's like, no, nigga.
Like, nigga, no.
No.
Nigga, I love my sleep, nigga. Fuck all
Yeah,
that, bro.
exactly. Like, no, I'd rather sleep while I'm alive. Like, I don't know
Sleep
what's
when you
going on
die.
with
Fuck
you.
all that,
It's
bro.
like, no, bro, that's not how that works, homie. That's too much. I'll sleep when
Exactly.
I die. Nah, bro. That's permanent
Exactly.
sleep. No, no, no. I'd rather have some balance before then. Like, that's too much. You maxing yourself out at that point. It's not that. It's not that. It's not that. You don't have to be that macho. Like, come
Yeah,
on, man.
exactly. Or that overexert yourself too
Yeah,
much.
exactly. Like, come on, man. Like, my legs still hurting, man.
Yeah, I know.
Thinking
Yeah, I
about
know,
work
bro.
right now,
That's
my
that's
legs
that's
hurt.
that's tough, bro. That shit tough right there. You know what I'm saying?
Shit
That's
tough,
the thing.
man.
If you can put yourself in a better position, by all means, go ahead and do it if you can. But you won't be able to if you're always working. You know what I'm saying? Because you never
Exactly.
had the time to explore those other options.
Shit, I seen an old man at a job that I used to work a long time ago. I seen an old man. He was
Oh,
like 64 years old.
just real
Oh, go
quick.
ahead. Go ahead.
I just want on one more adjacent statement to that. And the Sabbath is a great time to do that. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like you at home, you resting, you chilling, you're not doing nothing, man. You're not working that day. You know what I'm saying? Of course, take your time for the Lord first and foremost, or whatever that day, that you had the time to do so.
Yeah.
In terms of dedicate some time to getting into the spirit. But outside of that, man, you could look up and research how to put yourself in a better position. That Sabbath's a great way to get a great day
Yeah.
to take advantage of that, man. But that's why
Yeah.
the Sabbath is for man. And I'm glad that Turner Classic brought out Mark 2:27. That's a great precept. I'll read it real quick. And he said unto them, the Sabbath was made for man, and not man for the Sabbath. Therefore, the Son of Man is Lord also on the Sabbath. So the Sabbath is made for us. It's for us to rejuvenate. It's for us to in terms of we do rejuvenate our souls, our spirits, and our flesh. It's for us to relax, take some ease, and also just explore other things as well in regards to widening our base in all areas. Whether so you do this, whatever you do as a brother, widen your base in all areas. You know what I'm saying, whatever that may be. So that's what the Sabbath is for. You know what I'm saying? It's for us to do what we need to do as a day. You know what I'm saying, that we can basically have the time to be able to explore what's going to help us. It's for our assistance, not our detriment. Now there are some things that
Hmm.
you are instructed not to do as well. You know what I'm saying? But like we said earlier, a lot of that can be handled by preparation. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? You handle that by preparation, and then on the day you take some time. It's a day that the Most High gave to us that we we can basically, you know, handle what we need to handle and explore what we need to explore in terms of helping our situation. That's a perfect day. You got all day, man.
Because how can you observe and reflect on the week if you're continuing to work?
Yeah,
Like
that works still. Exactly.
you're
Exactly.
the first still.
Exactly.
It's not how that works. Like you can never reflect on anything because it's like as soon as your day is done, the next day begins. Same shit over and over again. And when you're not in the knowledge and you do this stuff, you don't quite understand it to that degree. Now you might have still had off days, but you looked at it as just like, just another regular day. And a lot of times you still did a lot of the same things that you would do on your work days, except you just didn't work. But that's the whole point of not buying, not selling, not cooking, things of that nature. You're able to really take the time to reflect on the fact that the Most High gave you life, and
Exactly.
and just from a micro perspective, what the Most High has given you that week, or things that you need to work on that you did that week,
Exactly.
and things of that nature. It gives you a chance to actually reflect on at the very least, the week that just happened, and if not life in general, or hell, the week to come. It gives you a chance to observe these things because it's hard to truly step back and observe a lot of shit when you're always on the go. When you're always
Exactly.
jumping out head first, it's kind of hard to do that. Part of being a man is being able to step back and observe. So just from
Exactly.
strictly manly perspective, is like, nigga, you can't even. There's no way to properly assess the situation if you're always just jumping head first.
And that's the
So
thing. That's the thing about it too, bro. You mentioned a point about reflecting. Like the Sabbath is another perfect opportunity. You know what I'm saying, to express gratitude to the Most High.
exactly,
Because you rested. You had you had hard weeks of work. You know what I'm saying. You grinded. You know what I'm saying. You put yourself. You did the things necessary to put yourself in an advantageous position. You know what I'm saying? Now you resting. And now you can express
hmm
gratitude to the Most High. Like being in the spirit is not all about just reading and getting more knowledge. That is important as well. But also it's about reflecting and expressing gratitude towards the Most High. You know what I'm
right,
saying? Praying. You know what I'm saying? Getting, um, meditating in the spirit. Just sitting back, relaxing, just thanking the Most High for the blessings He's given you. Expressing gratitude to the Most High for allowing you to. Cause I mean, like, a lot of people don't got a way to make no money, bro.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? Being thankful to the Most High for giving you an ability to make some bread. You know
to
what
have
I'm
some fruit in that
saying?
sense.
Exactly, to have some food. Exactly. That's a great opportunity to express gratitude to the Most High.
hmm
It is. That's extremely important as well, man. So that's what the Sabbath is for. It's for us. So with these
Exactly.
debates about not wanting to
Is it
do it and
required or not?
it's
Well,
required and it's you like you're putting too much into it because ultimately you don't want to do it. You don't want
exactly.
to do it. You abhor the laws of the Most High. Let's just call it what it
You
is.
don't want to get a day of rest.
You
Ugh,
don't want it.
disgusting.
You don't want it. You don't want it, man.
Okay,
You want to do what
okay.
you want to just do whatever
Do
you want
what
to
you want
do,
to do.
whatever you want to do it. You know what I'm saying? The Most High gave you some time to rest. You want to do whatever you want, whatever
You
you
just want to
do.
work anyway. I
Exactly.
gotta get this paper.
You want to
Okay,
grind 24/7. Grinding is cool. We
okay.
all should be grinding, but grinding 24/7.
24/7. Man, why? Like,
Oh yeah, no, we don't want it bad enough, bro. We don't want it. We don't want it as bad as we want to breathe.
because that's my thing, right? We already, as those in the knowledge, we already got to grind mentally and spiritually 24/7 anyway.
Exactly.
Like I said, because I already said on the Sabbath, you still got to give a blast to the Most High. There's still work to be done. It's just that work is spiritual. So the fact that the Most High is giving you a day where you can, at the very least, rest physically is like, man, like the Most High understands how much of a burden being able to obtain righteousness is. So for the Most High to give you a day where
Just
you
chillax,
don't
bro.
have to. Yeah, well, you get to at least relax your bones. It's like, damn, bro. And keep in mind, like the Mashiach said in Matthew 24 again. uh what is it? Pray that your flight is not in the winter. And I think he mentioned something about the Sabbath. Pray that you don't have to move around the Sabbath or something like that, because you know there's gonna come a time, and just to get into that, just a nuanced type of scenario that even the Mashiach explained in Matthew 24, like when the Great Tribulation is hit and the missiles get to flying, you ain't gonna be able to just say, oh well, I'm trying to keep the law, so I gotta rest. I gotta rest between Friday and Saturday evening. A nuke could be very well. A nuke could be very well on a straight collision course to your crib, and what you gonna say? Ah, well, I gotta rest. It's the Sabbath, so I can't move.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay, then. I mean, if that's how you want to go out, I mean, hopefully the Most High views it as okay. That's dedication, because he might be looking at you like, okay, this guy's stupid. I actually had plans on him to live, and he's just going. He's so focused. He's so focused on the letter of the law that he literally
Exactly.
killed himself basically by allowing a nuke to blow him up because he just had to sit in the same spot for the Sabbath. It's like, I mean, I guess, but like the Mashiach told you, that shit's dangerous.
That's some Jewish shit.
Yeah, the Mashiach told you that shit's dangerous. So you might wanna appreciate the days where you actually can rest on the Sabbath, whether new moon or the quote unquote 7 day Sabbath according to our calendar. You might want to enjoy those days, because you may never know. Them days might be coming to an end really, really soon.
Who
And
knows, man?
you never know. So those days of peace that the Most High gives you, that He's telling you need to go take those days, is like,
Hey, bro, count it all joy, man. Count it all joy.
Count your joys now. Worship the days for the evil days become not.
Absolutely. Take your wins where you can get it. I think niggas is so used to grinding and getting everything out the mud, bro. I swear, bro. And I be in that mindset too at times, bro. Niggas is so used to getting everything out the mud, having to grind and scratch and crawl for everything that, you know what I'm saying, except for things that just came naturally to us. You know what I'm saying? Of course, every nigga got that shit that just came naturally to them. But for other shit, you know what I'm saying, you got to grind and scratch and crawl and get it out the mud. Niggas are so used to that niggas that can't recognize a W when it's there. Niggas get a W, a layup. Most I give you a layup, bro. Niggas can't recognize that. Exactly, bro. Exactly.
Just take the layup and get the 2 points.
Exactly, but take the rest. You gonna need it, bro. Take it.
You gonna need it, dog.
And that's the thing. When your mind is rested, now you have time to do the things that are gonna feed your soul. You know what I'm saying? You can express gratitude to the Most High. You can tap into the Spirit more. You can analyze yourself, get to know yourself more. See, look at and that's gonna make you more proficient in your life. You know, when you know yourself better, when you can, you pray, ponder on things, you meditate on things. Now you know your next course of action instead of just winging it. Consult it with the Most High. You know what I'm saying? Now you can set yourself up for them other 6 days to be in a better position. You know what I'm saying? But we gotta
too seriously.
In order to do that, you got to take the W's, man. The Most High laying you up and giving you.
Trying to take yourself seriously, but like Drake said, I don't like how serious they take themselves. I always been me, I guess I know myself. Shit like that. I don't have no time for that. Like that nigga, and like he also said, I've been playing. I didn't even notice I was winning. That's not a good thing, man.
Exactly.
Like you gotta notice the wins when you can take them, man. Because ironically enough, that song was called "Over My Dead Body." Well, that's the whole point. You're gonna be a dead body, bro.
Exactly. Hey, don't the scriptures say what's that precept in Sirach? Never defraud, never decline a good day or something like that. I can't remember the precept off the top of my head. It's like basically I want to get on, but basically it's somewhere in Sirach that says it's defraud not thyself of a good day. That's the precept right there. You know what I'm saying? And how you do that? You do that by setting yourself up to have wins, to have good days, and taking them when they come. And how you do that is by allowing your mind to rest, be at ease. And of course, before all of that, first and foremost, is giving the praise to your God and that sets your mind to be in the right place to attack things because you don't want to be chaotic. When you put your
Mm-hmm.
God first, that naturally places stability within your life. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? Like I don't know about I don't know if I can speak for everybody, but I notice for me when I'm, you know, on point with the laws, everything else in my life just goes smoothly. When I fall
Yep.
off and when I fall down and do shit here and there, and I'm not as focused on things at times, and I use the excuse I got so much going on. I got to be here, here, and here, here, here. Next thing
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying, things happen and whatnot, and that's when shit gets chaotic. But when you take a
Yep.
step back, you realize, okay, what's the most important thing? Keeping these laws, having faith, reading these precepts, getting understanding. So that's the most important thing. Put that first. But I promise you, bro, you put that first, everything else will fall
It
in line.
goes so much smoother, bro. It is.
It
That's
goes
just
so
that's
much
what it's
smoother.
all about, bro. Yeah, you have to understand these laws are here for a reason. Yeah, they're stipulated to you. Yeah, you're supposed to do them. Yeah, they're commandments, but the commandments are here for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the difference between those who understand the letter of the law and those who understand the spirit
The
of it,
spirit of the
which
law,
is what
exactly.
Christ came to teach in his fullness. Because Moses had a little bit, but of course not like Yahushua. He wasn't supposed to. But that's the whole point. Like, these laws are here for a reason. When you're paying attention to life, you understand why these laws are so important. When you see people uh, broken down and looking old and broken down by the time they're in their mid-30s because they've been working all the goddamn time, you see why the law of the Sabbath is so important,
Exactly.
because you're able to have a much fresher body into your 30s, into your 40s, even if you're still working a hard laboring job. Like, I wish I would have known that. I wish I would have had that understanding years ago, and would have at the very least taken uh, and very well would have focused on at least having one day where for sure throughout the week I did not work, whether that was the quote unquote seventh day or not. I'd probably be in a much better physical condition, uh, well, joints wise, than I am right now. Not saying that I'm not in decent shape. It's just that there are certain things in my body that I feel like have kind of maxed itself out. But at the end of the day, it's just part of the journey. It's part of just the understanding that, okay, there are a reason why these things are here. So let me focus on why they're important instead of just saying, oh well, I just need to do them just to do them. No, there's a reason for it.
God. And if you look at it as the Most High being your advocate instead of the Most High being your enemy,
Adversary.
which your adversary, which is how a lot of people who really get into the truth of the Bible start to develop a mindset of, because it's so
Mm-hmm.
anti the world around you and what you've known your whole life. You start to kind of look at that as like, is this really adversarial to my well-being and development? When that's not the case, you just got to rework
Nope.
your mindset. You got to fit your mindset
Mm-hmm.
into his framework, and then you'll see that he's really there to for your well-being, for your advocacy, and not your and not adversarial. But I want to get this precept right here. This is First John 5 and 2. By this we know that we love God, that we love. By this we know that we love the children of God, when we love God and keep His commandments. For this is the love of God, that we keep His commandments, and His commandments are not grievous. They're not grievous, man. They're there for our benefit. You know what I'm saying? And the Sabbath is a prime example of that. It's there. It's literally there. There's literally no harm in keeping the Sabbath, man.
There's no harm at all.
There's literally no harm in it at all, man. You know what I'm saying? So they're there for our benefit. But let's get back into the video. Actually, before we do, I want to shout out to Hernan. Appreciate you coming through, Hernan. Appreciate the love and support, brother. Much appreciated as always, man. He said, "Peace and
Mm-hmm.
blessings, brother." Brothers, when is Yom Kippur, Day of Atonement? So, to my knowledge, Yom Kippur, if you're gonna go by the calendar, is October 4th to
Okay, didn't know that.
October 4th to October 5th, which is the Day of Atonement. Yom Kippur is just the Day of Atonement. If you're gonna go by the calendar, I believe it's October 4th to October 5th. And to my knowledge, if you're gonna go by the new moon or the moon cycle, and count the moon cycles, it would be September 4th to September 5th. To my knowledge, so you would have to check up on that, but that's just to my knowledge, though.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure we'll be going over that within the next month or so.
within a month or so anyway.
Definitely got a plan for that.
Shout out to Turner Classic. He said, I think we're entering the 6th month. Next new moon, I believe, is the 7th month. Exactly. So you're gonna go by the month cycle, the moon cycle. It will be next month, aka September, and I believe it will be the 4th to the 5th. But if you're gonna go by the calendar, it would be October 4th or 5th. And we gotta remember we were rehearsing the righteous acts anyway, so I don't get too caught up on exactly when is this, exactly what is this. I'm not saying that brothers who want to be particular about that are wrong or doing too much. Do what you need to do. But I look at it as you keep the day. That's what's most important. That's just me. You know what I'm saying? That's just me.
Yeah, we'll probably plan it so that way a lot of us is close circle. We'll do it. We'll do it at the same day.
Exactly. I think that's more important than anything, honestly.
Yeah, because that day is the hardest.
Yeah. Like I said, Leviticus 23rd, give you a breakdown of high feast. Yeah, that's a great chapter right there. Leviticus 23rd chapter. Just give you.
Yep.
I mean, literally, it gives you a breakdown of all the high holy days and what you're supposed to do and whatnot. The exact breakdown in regards to what you're supposed to do on them days too, not just giving you the day and moving on. Shout out to Turner Classic.
And yeah, we kind of a lot of this video we haven't quite
Appreciate it, bro.
We've done a lot more talking than previously thought, but I think the problem especially with this type of conversation is geared in the wrong context, as in the sense of is a requirement or not. Now, Don is trying to explain the significance of it, but of course, as a Christian, he's not spiritually correct, so obviously he's going to get this wrong. But that's the point. A lot of times when you hear a conversation like this, it's always a sense of is it a requirement or not? When you should be first trying to go to what is the point? Like, why is this important? Which, of course, like I said, that's what Don is in a way trying to do, but of course he's going to butcher.
He's trying to do it in a sense to advocate not doing it. That's the problem.
Yeah,
he's trying to explain that he's trying to basically point to its insignificance in modern time. That's what he's trying to do. And that's
no, sir.
Not at all, brother. Not at all, man. Like I said, I think this nigga's aging, but that's just me.
Hey, I don't blame you for that.
Like anyone who would advocate that, speaking to Jaquez Levette's point earlier, shout out to Jaquez Levette again. Here we go. He said, Don trying to minimize the Sabbath when people die for breaking the Sabbath is crazy. Facts, bro. That's absolutely wild, bro. That's a great point. That's absolutely wild, bro.
That's Old Testament, bro.
Man,
that's saying like these conversations are so circular because these people have been listening to people that have given them pretty much every excuse possible to not take the whole Bible into account, even though Don said the whole Bible counts. So you would think that would be a good point to make, but he would probably try to say, "Oh, that's Old Testament stuff." At that, whatever. I'm talking too much.
All he gonna do is reach out to some theologian, and they're gonna twist it to him, and he gonna put his own spin on it, and he gonna make a PowerPoint. That's
like now I feel like I'm talking in circles, just trying to explain Don's point, but whatever.
Yeah, you had a man who, you know what I'm saying, the Most High struck to death on sight for breaking the Sabbath. And I'm not saying he's gonna do that today, of course, but I'm just saying that just shows the significance of it, though. That shows the importance of it. So if that's the importance of it, we should do our very best to implement that into our daily lives. I mean, into our weekly lives, I'd like to say.
Yeah, but let's let this little dreadhead continue to.
Exactly. I'm gonna get one more point. Hernan, he said, if I'm adding in, a lot of these jobs require us to work on the Sabbath. And personally, it forced me to cultivate and monetize my skills and find a way to make money. And there's many ways nowadays. That's absolutely facts, bro. That's something we mentioned earlier. That's a great point, bro. So there's so many different ways to make money these days. Online, leverage online jobs, leverage websites that have skill courses that are not expensive, and you can get your skills up in to be able to provide more value to the workforce, so that you can leverage your schedule. And you know what I'm saying? You can leverage certain things. Okay, well, I'll bring this skill. I bring this skill, this skill, and this skill. Okay, in return, I need this, this, and this. You can have it that you have the Sabbath off every week. You know what I'm saying? When you leverage your skills, it's all about leveraging. You know what I'm saying? Use like the scripture say in 1 Corinthians, I believe it's the 10th chapter. We use the world, we don't abuse the world. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So how do we use the world? Well, one of the great things about these last days is that with knowledge being increased, there are literally so many that were not possible 20 years ago, 10
Yeah.
even 10 years ago, to an extent. You know what I'm saying? Shit, I wouldn't even say to an extent because in the last 10 years, things have progressed so much. But it wasn't possible 10, 20, 30 years ago where you could literally go online, find ways to make money without having a traditional education. That wasn't possible 10, 20 years, 30 years ago in mass like it is right now.
Nope.
You can literally do that tomorrow. You know
Anybody.
what I'm saying? And be proficient in that skill. And you can literally find a skill, learn it, and be proficient on it, self-taught in 6 months. You know, make yourself way more valuable to the workforce than you were before. Or you can get a skill that you're able to have make your own money. And you don't have to go get a job. Whatever it is that you want to do, you can literally find ways. You can literally get your skills up in so many ways. You can go to school if you want to. You know what I'm saying? You could whatever it is that you want to do. You can find ways to cultivate more skills because skills pay the bills at the end of the day. Find a way to cultivate more skills. That way you can have leverage. When you have skills, you now have leverage. When you have leverage, you can shift things in your favor. So, for example, say you negotiated. Job wants to pay you $40 an hour. You know what I'm saying, for whatever, or you an $80,000 salary, you know, and they want you to work 6 days a week or 5 days a week, but you got to work on the Sabbath. You can say, okay, well, I have this skill right here, so fuck that job because I have skills. I'm valuable. So now this job is offering me. They could be offer you better schedule situation. Now I don't have to work on the Sabbath, and you could potentially make more money because you have skills. It's all about putting yourself in a position where you can have leverage. You do that when you get skills. You get skills and you get your skills up. That's what it's all about. And then, you know what I'm saying? That creates contentment right there. You know what I'm saying? Putting yourself in a place where you can be content. Like the scriptures say in Proverbs, the 30th chapter. Let me go to that real quick before we continue on into the video.
Hey, man, if you abuse the world, eventually it's going to be like any abused motherfucker. Eventually it's going to snap and beat the shit out of you.
Facts.
Don't do that.
Don't do that at all. But brothers in these days need to develop contentment, you know, as much as possible. You know, not saying be broke. They ain't saying that.
No, not necessarily that.
I'll be the first one to say I enjoy money. I'll be the first one to say I'm now, you know, niggas talk about, you know, the love of money, this and the third. Don't get it twisted. The love of money is, of course, as the scripture says, is the root of all evil in terms of compromising yourself.
Money is a defense.
Exactly. And it's and I mean, I think we just got to be real. Money is something that it feels good to have money. Like it feels good. Like it feels good to have bread.
Order your favorite food, your favorite drink, your nice whatever clothes you're gonna wear, whether it's really nice or some Walmart stuff. I like Walmart stuff, by the way. But
or be able to have some mini freedom within your own life to be able to do some things that you wouldn't normally be able to do to add to your experiences. You know what I'm saying?
Should everybody be homeless, living in a tent if we had no money?
Exactly, bro. Exactly. But that's the thing though. You want a level that's content for you. This is Proverbs 30:4. Who hath ascended up into heaven or descended? Who hath gathered in the wind? I'm tripping. That's a different precept. This is Proverbs 30. That's a different Proverbs 30 and 8. Remove far from me vanity and lies. Give me neither poverty nor riches. Feed me with food convenient for me, lest I be full and deny thee and say, who is the Lord? Or lest I be poor and steal and take the name of my God in vain. So you got to ask the Most High for what's convenient for you. Not all high and mighty, to where you saying I don't need the Most High. And then not all the way low at the bottom to where you're willing to compromise yourself, you know, to just make ends meet.
Or bastardize the Most High because you at a low point. No.
Exactly, bro. You know, what's convenient for you? How do you do that? You know, by acquiring skills. By acquiring, you know, like Hernan said, you know what I'm saying? Since a lot of low wage service based jobs, for the most part, do require you to either have a day of mandatory overtime or require you to work the Sabbath in general in terms of a randomized type thing. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you, if like I said, if you in the service industry, that is, it is what it is.
It could
But
easily happen.
exactly, but you can cultivate skills to get out of that situation to where you can potentially make more money and be able to keep the Sabbath. It's a win-win.
Yeah,
It's a win-win, bro.
it is. Why can't you do both?
Exactly, do both. It's a win-win. Because usually when you get your skills up, that's what comes along with it is more bread, and then you can have a more stable schedule. You know what I'm saying? Where you can also keep the Sabbath. It's a win-win situation, bro.
Like I said, make worship in the Most High as easy as possible while you still can, because it's gonna get really hard
It
for
is.
all of us
It is.
down the line if Lord willing, we are the generation to see it. So
Exactly. 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 So that's a great point by Herndon, and that's facts by Turner Classic. He said trumpets first and then atonement. That's facts. Um, and we're gonna touch on that. You know what I'm saying, on the Discord and all that. Yeah,
probably next month or something.
yeah. That's all coming up soon. But continue on to the video. I don't want to go too much longer.
Verbs that are used in this verse, right? He uses the verb completed, right? It signifies the completion of creation. He says the word oh wait, because he said word rested, right? God ceased from work, not because he was tired, but because he was satisfied. It was very good work. And he
Okay.
memorialized the perfect work that God did in 6 days, right? By blessing that day. But the law of the Sabbath that you're speaking of, the fourth commandment, we do not see that until Exodus chapter 20, verse 8, right? Which says, remember the Sabbath to keep it holy. In the entire book of Genesis, which documents 1656 years, right? We're talking all the way
Allegedly.
from Adam, and I believe the book of Genesis ends with.
Well, that's incorrect in itself right there because the seventh day is 7,000 years. So that's
Exactly.
incorrect.
So
That's
that's
incorrect
not.
in itself right there.
I don't know what you're talking about, bro. But
And the fact that it's not introduced, the Sabbath is not introduced to Exodus 20th chapter. So in terms of the law of the Sabbath, which is true, in terms of in terms of the Mosaic law of the Sabbath, I'd rather say, because the law, the Adamic law, was still in effect. But
exactly.
but
So
but in terms of the Mosaic law, that is true. It's not introduced to Exodus 20th chapter. But okay.
exactly. Like, who gives a shit? That doesn't mean that Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob and 12 sons did not have a day of rest, dude.
Exactly.
Now it doesn't explicitly state that in the scriptures, but
But we know that
keep in mind
the law was still there in oral form before then. So we know they
exactly,
had to.
and keep in mind they definitely had to take a day of rest because they had to go on long
Long
journeys.
voyages, exactly.
Exactly. So they definitely had a day of rest. So I don't know what you're talking about,
And
dude.
the fact that it's not introduced to the Mosaic, portion, it's not introduced to Exodus 20 and 8. That when was it abolished?
Exactly. Yeah, that's a good question. Since he's trying to speak historically, when was it abolished? Since he said it wasn't introduced until what did he say, 1656 later. Well, when was it
Exactly.
abolished?
He said
2,000
600.
years later or something?
Exactly. When did the Sabbath ever become abolished? Jesus didn't do it.
I don't,
So when
like
was it ever abolished?
when was it ever abolished, bro? What year? Please let us know what year was was the Sabbath abolished, bro? Because D-Ben already brought out that the I don't even say early Christians because that's just a bullshit corporate title. But the Israelites of the New Testament did not were also practicing the Sabbath. So you can't say
Exactly.
Christ abolished it like you just said. So when was it abolished? What, 4th century AD by Sir Constantine? Well, that man was still an Israelite. So what does that mean? He was wicked. So I'm not quite sure what you're trying to get at. Like, your point does not work whatsoever.
Exactly.
1656.
Exactly.
This
Exactly.
guy.
Man. Shit crazy.
With, I
This
believe it
thing is
ends with
that people up in the
Abraham.
back.
But either way, that is over the course of
He like, hey, go get this dub, nigga. Go get this dub.
Give me a hot pocket.
1,556 years. The flood happened during that time. Noah happens during that time. You feel me? A lot of significant things happen. Never once does God tell us to observe the Sabbath. There was no Sabbath law. He just said,
I'm gonna ask you this. You said that there was no Sabbath law.
There wasn't.
And so with there had to have been something, because there's no way that there was pure chaos.
What do you mean?
Hey, yo, let's pause real quick. Because doesn't Noah's name mean rest or man of rest? So Clint, let me see if I can find that real quick in Genesis.
Cut.
I could have sworn Noah's name means rest or man of rest.
If that's the case, then that's a direct cut.
Then I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. Come on, phone. Okay, this might be it. Let me see. Man, come on. Oh my goodness. Hold on, just keep playing the video. If I find it, if it comes up, I'll pause it.
Nothing in place.
That's not true. That is not true, because what is the purpose of the Sabbath?
I'm keeping it to the fact of you said that the Sabbath wasn't given until Moses was on Mount Zion and gave it to the Israelites and everything.
Yeah,
but with that still being said, then that means thou shalt not kill wasn't given.
That's not true. It's not true. That's not true at all.
All right, pause it.
Okay, so where before?
It literally means rest. Noah equals rest. I mean, I wish you could pull up the BLB. This is fucking beautiful right here. It literally means rest. I mean, of course, it goes to the son of Lamech, father of Shem, blah 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 blah. But the name literally means rest. And I guess it goes to the etymology of the word. Yeah, it means resting place. In its etymology, like
I mean, there you go right there, bro.
I mean, come on, bro.
You go right there.
The point of the laws being the point of the quote unquote Mosaic law, the only difference is the law was written in stone. And the reason why the laws had to be written in stone is because they had been so deprived, so stripped from the spiritual understanding that in order for that, like we said before, a lot of Israelites at that point were just idiots. So they had no type of real spiritual understanding of the law. So in order for them to have any sense of righteousness, things had to be written down. So that way they would have the reminder of the law. So that's what that's about. But the figures of the time before Moses, especially the time of Genesis, those people had spirit. Those people were connected with the Most High spiritually, big time. So they had the laws already in their hearts, which is what the new covenant is all about. So this notion that the law was not given to anybody until Moses on Mount Sinai, stop. That's ridiculous.
Exactly.
Everybody rested.
That's foolish. That's foolish, man. Just think that nobody rested and everybody just worked their ass off every day for years and years and years on it. That's foolish, man. Come on.
That's foolish, man. Like that's retarded. They rested too, bro. And that's the whole point of the Sabbath, which is to cease from activity, especially major activity that will bring you money, things of that nature. Also sexual activity as well. That's another thing we didn't quite bring up, but we didn't want to be too carnal with that. So that's more so of a conversation that's it's not explicitly stated, but it's still there if you're paying attention. So just a FYI, but it is what it is. It is what it is. It's that conversation because we don't want to be sodomizing women around here. Come on, Donnie. But he said the law wasn't given. Oh my God.
Yeah, this shit wild, bro.
Ignorance.
Exodus was those laws given.
God speaks to those moral commandments in several places. Now, I haven't prepared those verses, but I assure you they're there. I just finished the entire book of Exodus. He speaks against adultery, right? He punishes there are several occasions where Abraham, for instance, he lies and tells people that his wife Sarah was his sister. The reason he did that was because Sarah was beautiful, and he was afraid as he was traveling through these strange lands that people would see Sarah and want to kill him so that they could take her for themselves. And so he
That's a
would
good point.
lie and say, Sarah is my sister, so that they would be spared. But two things always happened when he did that.
That's a good
First,
point.
God would scold Abraham for lying, right? Because that's breaking one of the laws of God, one of the moral laws of God. And then he would punish the people who would then take Sarah because even in their ignorance, they're committing adultery in the eyes of God. So though
that's not necessarily
bad,
wrong. It's not necessarily wrong what he's saying, but the bigger picture in regards to why
It's for
Abraham,
survival.
well, yet that as well, but the bigger picture in regards to why Abraham was scolded in those instances from the Most High is because that what he did was show lack of faith. That was the
Yeah.
main thing, because to lie about Sarah being, your sister or whatever, to, cover up the fact that, I'm saying, niggas, she was, of course she was very beautiful, and niggas gonna try to do whatever this and the third or whatever, all this and the third, to try to lie about that shows that you don't have full belief in the Most
In the
High's
Most High.
protection.
Exactly, because the
That
Most
was
High
the
promised Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob the same thing. I will be with you, and I will protect you and those that walk with you. So that doesn't make any sense for you to have that understanding and still be not only lying in general, but to be lying just so you can protect your wife. Like, your wife is already protected because she's with you, because you're with the Most High. That's the order. So I don't
That was
like
the main issue that was
that was
wrong.
the point.
Yeah.
So while what John is not saying is not necessarily bad at all, it's just not complete.
Complete, exactly. That's the best way to put it. It's
So
incomplete.
I'm not going to necessarily get on him for this, but this is something that the average person wouldn't be able to get anyway. So I'm not going to necessarily
That's true.
at the level that Malak just explained it. The average person is not gonna understand that per se. Which could you say that's a bad thing that they don't understand that? Yeah, but at the end of the day, this is knowledge. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You still got to crawl before you can walk. So
You gotta
it is what it is.
you gotta get the milk first, bro.
Before you get the
You
meat,
gotta
bro.
get the milk.
And that's
first.
definitely meat right there. That's not that's not milk at all. That's advanced understanding. So I can't necessarily diss him for that point because he did do a good job in a sense of explaining why he did what he did. Because somebody, somebody that's so quick to try to come against the Bible, they'd be like, well, why? Abraham was telling people that was his sister. Why he did that? And then like, well, there was a point. I'm not saying that what Abraham was doing was correct, but the Bible does give an explanation on why he was doing that. That was for not only his survival, but her survival as well.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the point. Was that still wrong? Yeah. But yeah,
that's why he was scolded. That's why he was scolded and punished by the Most High for that. You know what I'm saying? Because it was wrong, but there was a reason as to why he did.
Yeah, he's a human being. He wasn't perfect.
Exactly. He was
it's unfortunate, but he wasn't. He was a man.
He was a man. You know what I'm saying? Like,
you can't get everything right.
Exactly.
You're in the flesh.
There is not a verse for like every one of the 10 commandments. There are examples of God expressing to people how he feels moralistically in regards to these laws. You feel me? The 10 commandment was the first time he packaged it up real clean and pretty and just say, boom, here's a clean 10. But also keep in mind that he ultimately gave about 613 laws.
Whoa, wait,
Israel in the
wait a minute.
It wasn't.
What? He just mentioned 613. Okay, Donnie, but why you still emphasizing 10 for? But anyway, isn't that the whole point though? You're really cutting your own point because he just asked you where in the time before Moses was those laws morally given. You're cutting your own point, Don. You said that those laws was not given until the time of Moses.
Exactly.
But meanwhile, you are literally explaining that these moral laws, these same moral laws. Now you just talking about 10 Commandments, even though I don't know, whatever. These same moral laws were also given to those before Moses. Not only the Israelites but the Hebrews. Back then, you just explained all this. So doesn't that mean that understanding that you must rest, which is a part of the law, wasn't that also spiritually given too? Because it's also part of the quote unquote 10 Commandments that you love to emphasize. So which one is it? Come on
Facts.
now.
Facts.
Declare the end from the beginning, right?
Facts.
Come on, Don. Come on, Don.
Facts.
Do we need a dog walk you into being an Israelite, bro? Do we need a dog walk you into it? I mean, come on.
All right, so I'm gonna say this right here. So there's a
Oh, so
lot
you did
more.
watch.
No, I didn't watch. I only watched up to about 30 minutes of this.
I only watched
I didn't.
5 minutes. I watched to where he said, "Oh man, do we have to say we might not get to it?"
We're not gonna get to that in regards
Okay,
to
yeah, he said
this
Joe
whole.
was the Edom.
Yeah, that's we gonna definitely hit that. But we've been on here for 6 hours, so I was gonna ask you, because I do want to cover the rest of this because they do have a lot more information to get out, but it's a lot more though. So I
I
was
said,
gonna
"How you
ask you.
want to?" Say how you want to go about it.
I was gonna see if you want to hit this again in regards and finish it up next week.
Hey, it's up to you. I mean, hey, I'm not the host, so hey,
I mean, yeah,
I
we could
don't
do
mind.
that. We could do that because nigga, I'm fucking hungry, bro. I'm hungry as fuck. I ain't ate since like 1 o'clock, nigga. I'm hungry as hell, bro.
Yeah, I mean,
And I'm
well,
tired too.
I mean, I can cook technically because Sabbath is over, but
Yeah,
like I
yeah.
said, I was going to explain something in private, which is definitely pertinent to this conversation that we could probably just go over. I guess everybody probably be ready for a group call, so we can actually exit the stream or whatever.
All right, it's cool. Yeah, so we'll hit the rest. We at the
Oh, save it.
54.
What's that? 54:15.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that right there.
Put it in the notes.
Put it in my phone. That way we can cover the rest of this because we touched on because we didn't even really in this right here. We didn't even really get that deep into the
What they
Sabbath
were saying.
points and what they were saying. We kind of touched on more the overall points that they was hitting on prior to in terms of salvation, the importance of keeping the laws, a lot of other great information. But we didn't really hit on the
I'll
Sabbath
say
point
this.
that well. Remember that
We
much.
more focused on what we would say. We didn't actually necessarily beeline in on what they were saying. Because this is one of his shorter live streams. If we didn't more focus on what we would say when we was interacting with people, we actually would have finished it, which is not a bad thing. It's just that, which is actually a good thing, especially doing a part 2.
Yeah.
We've actually established a proper foundation on what it really is.
Exactly.
And then
Exactly.
if you watch this video, which I mean, if you do, shout out to you. But if you do watch this whole video,
shout out to Randy, bro. Randy been here from the beginning,
Randy,
bro.
yeah, I know Randy.
Randy
I ain't got to worry about
the
Randy.
bro.
Once I see Randy's comment, he gonna be here the whole time. I ain't worried.
Yeah, bro.
Randy gonna be here, bro. I already know Randy gonna be here. I would assume Jaquez gonna be here the whole
been here
time.
for a minute too. Yeah. If he's still here, Jaquez been here for a
Yeah,
minute.
I would assume Jaquez. Yours truly, he did come in 2 hours late, but I'm pretty sure he's been in the rest of the time.
Yeah, yours
shout
truly
out to
as
yours
well.
truly.
I mean, hey, shout out to all the brothers that.
Yeah, shout out to all the brothers.
Like I said, every stream, but shout out to all the brothers. We're gonna shout out to Randy, shout out to Turner Classic, yours truly, Hernan. Who else came through? J2K.
Indigenous.
Indigenous. Jaquez Levette. And that's it. So shout out to all the brothers that came through. Shout out to D Ben and Hitman as well that were on the panel. And we're gonna continue part 2. But yeah, this was a good foundational, laying a foundation, in regards to just what they were saying. Because a lot of that shit had to be debunked. What Don was saying, that shit, we can't let that shit just
we can't
let
we
that
got it into the clip.
But we gotta correct this nigga, bro, because hopefully hey man, he got a large following. Hopefully there's some brothers that's over there,
that's in there
that may come across this video, can get the right understanding, the right edification, and get out of that Christian shit that Don pushing. Hopefully, if it's one brother, that's
one.
If it's one brother, that's amazing. That's amazing.
I know, right? Just one. That's all that matters.
That's all that.
Each one teach one.
Exactly, man. So yeah, so this was a great live stream as always. My brother Ghetto Genius came through, lay down the hammer once again. You know how we do on here. You got closing statements, brother?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I did cut. I was getting frustrated with technical difficulties, so I think I had a brain freeze. I was gonna do my. I've been working on my intro for my shit, so I wanted to continue to work on that, but I don't know. I had a brain freeze. I just got frustrated, so I just had to lay down the hammer real quick. I just said, "Fuck it, let's just get into it." But of course, I mean, hey man, it's much appreciated, man, to be on these lives, especially group ones. How we just able to bounce off each other, and it's great to just be in agreement without having to be in a group. You know how that goes. But we're all individuals. Life is a process. So I mean, hey, at the end of the day, the process starts with, of course, Kahala Yahweh Bashem Yahushai. I work on my Hebrew once again. Nagad Ha Kwatazav Mayan Ha Rashayah. Declare the end from the beginning, because that's what
Yes,
it's all
sir.
about. The
Yes,
plan
sir.
was made in the beginning. It will manifest itself in the end. So,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Appreciate you coming through once again, brother. And like I said, you know what I'm saying, laying it down, you know what I'm saying, how I need to, you know what I'm saying. And before we go, want to thank Yahweh Bashim Yahweh Shai for allowing us to come through, edify in the spirit. And hey man, it was a great live stream once again. I appreciate all y'all brothers coming through. Shout out to Randy. He said part
he said,
two, no
much needed
problem.
break.
So yeah, part two, no problem. Must need a break,
Can't
but
even Randy's tired.
hey, appreciate that, brother. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you coming through, and all, like I said, all the brothers who did. But we gonna continue this in part two and really touch on the Sabbath point uh in much more detail. And in regards to going through the PowerPoint that he presented, things of that nature, debunking all the bullshit he be on. So, and give a
Yeah,
proper
so
righteous edification, to counteract the bullshit that he is spewing over there on that channel.
and
So
don't worry, we're gonna empty the clip on homosexual too.
oh yeah, he got some shit that he
Yeah,
said too.
he fucked up here too.
Yeah.
So
Like I said, if it's just one
nobody's
brother,
safe.
if it's just one brother, what I'm saying, that can watch this live stream, get proper edification, then that's wonderful. And all praise to the Most High. And
Mhm.
regardless though, but yeah, so we'll catch y'all next week to wrap this up. Much love, much appreciation. Y'all brothers be blessed and peace.
Shalom.